Andrei Alexandrovich Alyoshin was born in July 1981 in the town of Lysychansk, Donbass, Ukraine. Today he is the director and head of the rehabilitation center Path to Freedom in Germany, in the city of Kassel. Pastor and spiritual mentor for the guys undergoing rehabilitation. Expert consultant for online and offline rehabilitation for alcoholism and drug addiction, personal growth trainer, coach for overcoming crisis situations, worker for the prevention of negative phenomena in society, expert consultant for relatives of dependent people, chaplain, ethics teacher, volunteer, owns a business, is president public organization, Cultural Ukraine. The dog came very close to me, and on the couch either a cat was sitting or just a blanket smelled like a cat. The dog smelled something. There was no light. They shone a flashlight under the closet, but they didn't see my legs. And I thought that if the dog pulled me out, I would have to hit the guy, her owner. To me, it was a pity that he wasn't a cop, but he would have to be taken down, the only inconvenience being that the dog would bite. But then again, I think I'll take down the dog too. I'll have time. The main thing is that the others don't come faster. A word to the reader. Dear friend, I openly share with you my autobiography and my personal example of getting rid of alcohol and narcotic addictions. Opening my veins and picking up cigarette butts, I rolled to the very bottom. Thanks to the instructions, which I have set out in this book, I have become free. Therefore, I am firmly convinced that there is a way out of alcohol and drug addictions. I have been free for 15 years and many more. People have gained freedom thanks to this program. Their testimonials you will find in this book. This instruction will also be suitable for addiction of any kind, of any depth. It is important to use this book correctly to understand truth and liberation. Starting with the 4th chapter, you will receive simple and understandable instructions, steps to freedom. There will be 12 of them in total. Each of them contains 5 topics. To complete each step, you need to read all 5 topics, watch the recommended video as well as the indicated chapters of the Bible. After that, you need to write down your conclusions. There is a space for this. Appropriate labeling. Give your feedback. In addition, it is very important after 5 topics of each step to connect your creative mind to work. Think about how you see yourself in the key of this topic, this chapter, and either creatively draw it or write it down as a poem. You can also use any creative or art therapy that activates the part of the brain that is responsible for creativity. It is important to understand that without creativity there is no healing and liberation. The path to your freedom is in your hands. Spiritual rehabilitation is followed by mental and physical adaptation, but more on that in the next book. Test for drug addiction, whether it's medicine or street drugs. If you're addicted, your life is already ruined, is sown, and you are hurting those who love, beat you. If you are serious about identifying and solving your problem, this test can help you. Answer the following questions honestly. Do you use any illegal drugs, including marijuana, or prescription drugs in doses higher than recommended? Yes, no. Do you regularly exceed the dose of your medications? Over-the-counter medications such as pain relievers, cold tablets, laxatives, dietary supplements, or sleeping pills? Yes, no. Have you ever gone to more than one doctor to get more prescriptions for medicine? Any drugs? Yes, no. Do you buy narcotic substances or medications from illegal individuals? Yes, no. Do your close friends use soft drugs? Yes, no. Have you ever broken a promise to yourself or a loved one to quit drugs? Yes, no. Imagine you've run out of your favorite drug and you need to pay bills. Would you buy the drug or pay the bills? Yes, no. Do you hide your drug use from friends, family, employer, or the state? Yes, no. Do you mix drugs with alcohol for a greater effect? Yes, no. Have you done anything while using drugs that you later deeply regretted? Yes, no. Are you hiding drugs? Yes, no. Add 1 point for each yes answer. Your score. If you answered yes to any of the questions, then you may have a drug addiction problem. B. If you answered yes to 3 or more questions, then you most likely have a drug addiction and you need to seek help from a psychologist. C. If you answered yes to 7 or more questions, you need to see a doctor for an examination and a complete medical examination. that the believers whom I robbed prayed for me, and therefore I am now free. The Lord is, and He is a very wonderful and loving Father. With respectfully Vladimir, how to work with the book. Instruction. First book. Autobiographical. Read up to QAR code. Then you should follow it and look at the accompanying. Watch a video or listen to a lecture. Each video or lecture on the pages is marked for your own conclusions on the assignment. The book is my personal conclusion. It is all based on real events of how I overcame all obstacles and life difficulties myself, and improved with the help of lecture's essence. Just like every person, whoever reads this book and works on themselves listens. A lecture or a testimonial video about how I understand this topic immediately gives his conclusion, how he himself learned what he saw. The program is based on the value of each month. There are a total of 20 lessons. They need to be completed within 5 weekdays. One lesson each day. We look at the certificate of rehabilitation. All work takes place online, and on the 6th day we hold a joint art therapy session, which may include drawing, reading poems, listening to and performing songs. Our main task is to launch the creative part of the brain so that a person starts thinking creatively. That is why it is necessary to participate in art therapy, just like that, without preparation and without hesitation. Yes, if you do everything online and you don't have a paper book, then you just use an album or drawing book for work. At the end of the program, you will be offered for more lectures and tests, as well as an example of how I myself went through this part of the tests. In conclusion, all completed homework must be submitted online, that is, sent to the email address indicated at the end of the book. Important. If a person successfully completes the online rehabilitation program, he has a chance to receive, among other things, adaptation support or to go to a hospital or get a consultation. In other words, a person who submits these works is entitled to personal support. Part 1. Autobiography. Chapter 1. Decide if you're not interested. This means it takes a long time to decide. Where was he born and what family did he live in? How it all started. We have guests and fun at home. Dad's friends came over and they smoke right at home. My dad and grandpa are here too, smokers, with a lot of experience. And if Dad only started smoking after armies, Grandpa smoked from the age of 6. And so they drank, lit up, and the whole room filled with acrid tobacco smoke. I am only 5 years old, and I am carefully watching the adults. I left the noisy feast and went to the kitchen, where I found my mother crying. She has asthma, and she can't breathe from the tobacco smoke. I feel very sorry for her. I go to her and hug her, and I say that I will never, ever smoke so as not to upset her. But at 6 years old, I had already learned to smoke properly. Apparently, the atmosphere was conducive. As the classic said, you don't need. Went to school, I taught my young. Addiction and vice. A better example than when you see the example of your father in his eyes. And when classmates to smoke there, that's how early I got acquainted with. I was born in 1981 in the Donbass, in an industrial zone. I think everyone who was born and grew up in Ukraine understands what times were like then. In 1991, when I was only 10 years old, the Soviet Union collapsed. In the late 90s and early 2000s, there was a mass looting of factories in industrial zones. In the area where I lived, there were about 10 factories: rubber, soda, oil refinery, glass, brick, acid, nitrogen, and others. You could loot absolutely everything. Not everyone could resist the temptation to get money the easy way without working a whole month for a ridiculous salary. Metal, cables, everything was being cut. Absolutely everything that caught the eye and came to hand. It all started small. Metal was collected from forests, plantations, and mines. I remember initially earning a little money for cigarettes, drinks, and some small things for the company so I wouldn't come empty-handed. If I wanted something, I achieved it, organized it, and eventually I definitely received it. My path then was easy but quite slippery. I called it, I live as I want. And this slippery path was laid through a constant search for benefits for myself. When I turned 14 to 15 years old, my house turned into a blathada. My mom just went to work in Moscow, my dad was always at work, and I was left to myself. When I was 14 to 15 years old, my home turned into a blatada. My mother left to work in Moscow, my father was always at work, and I was left to my own devices. At first, I stole metal and sold it, but later I bought metal from my neighbors and got a kick out of the fact that all of this was organized in my house. People were involved in various criminal activities in every room. Because of this, my house was repeatedly searched by the police and Berkut. Sometimes I ended up at the police station for possession of prohibited items, knives, and other things. But fortunately, they never found any more serious evidence that could have gotten me arrested. Of course, they tried to intimidate me since I was a minor, only 14 to 15 years old, but fortunately, it didn't have any serious consequences. The first time the brothers, slang in gangster circles, came after me was when I was cheated out of copper and, what's worst, by my own people. The scheme was simple. First they cheated me and then they made me an offer like, come work with us. That's how the brothers subjugated me. There were showdowns. I was personally offended that they screwed me over. I was beside myself with indignation. After this story, I decided that I would never let my benefit out of my hands again. Thieves' life. At 15, I already had a criminal record, and I turned out to be very strongly tied to all these guys. Soda was being dragged from the factory to my shed, and from my shed the goods were taken further in a 20-ton truck. And it all happened under the protection of the police. A truck would arrive, load up under the supervision of valiant law enforcement officers, and when the truck left, I would divide the money among everyone. Back then, each foreman had his own brigade and his own team. Life was in full swing around. Didn't particularly stand out from the other guys, as I didn't possess any outstanding talents. I just happened to be in the center of attention. That's how it turned out. I remember my grandmother then receiving a pension of 60 hryvnias and living on that money for a whole month. I, on the other hand, earned that much and spent it all in just one day. Friends, mentors. Naturally, at the age of 14 to 15, I studied and was brought up by my senior mentors. Although no one thought they were mentors, no one was drawn to any authorities. I simply received instructions. Which drugs are good to use and which are bad. When using which drugs you lose respect and status, and when using which you can stay afloat and keep yourself in good shape, be trusted, when you can be relied upon. I went into the shadows and organized what I wanted, and lived as I wanted. My friends and surroundings considered me a mentor until I started finding and using some drugs. As soon as I started using alcohol, drugs, and chemicals, my friends abandoned me. Because of this, I started using even more, made mistakes, which led to me being arrested more and more often. Between the ages of 15 and 17, I tried to get into a juvenile detention center, taught how to behave properly, how to enter a cell correctly, what articles there are, etc. I knew the criminal code well. At that time, I carried a knife, wanted to stab a policeman. Well, like a kid, you need to answer for the bazaar. A tramp must serve time in a juvenile detention center. Such nonsense came out of me. I wanted to stand out from the crowd. At that time, there was a big redistribution of influence and power among bandits, the police, and Afghans. They drove around everywhere and cut each other. I was preparing, reading codes, communicating with mentors, collecting all the rumors. If a boy is a tramp, then he must be sure to visit the juvenile. I thought, according to what article I should go in, how I will be received, how I will get out, how I will go further along this criminal path so that I am recognized, seen that I am a normal boy and that with me you can do business. And I continued to prepare for this. To avoid criminal liability, at the age of 17. I even tried to go to the army. At the military registration and enlistment office, it turned out that when I was there at 16, I did not behave quite correctly, demonstrated aggression and intemperance, so I took my personal file. And also at the military registration and enlistment office I was informed that as soon as I turn 18 and I come to the draft, then they will have to report this to the main city police department and that an adult prison is already waiting for me. Having learned this, of course, I did not go to the army either, because if I was not in juvenile, then I did not dare to go to an adult prison and be responsible for everything there. And at this time, a woman met on my way, whom everyone respected. Her name was Grandma Jelia. I thought then that there are two suits, the suit of cops and the suit of black, that is, Brotherhood Common Fund, where people warm up the zones and engage in with crime and where no authorities or laws are recognized. And Grandma Jelia explained to me that there is no brotherhood. It's all a myth, that everyone walks under the authority, that all the overseers, all the business people, all these people walk in fear of the police, that in fact no one goes into any denial for a long time. Everything is paid for. A person pays and engages in lawlessness. If a person does not pay, he cannot engage in lawlessness and goes to jail. And you're going to a juvenile detention center, she told me, and you want to pull the strap of denial, go against the system, the administration, against the law, but in reality you will simply be broken there, beaten, all your internal organs will be beaten off. You will still break down and work for all of them in the same way, because there is no criminal romance left. You must open your eyes and look at all this from the point a view of realism, and not live by some rumors and myths. After that, my eyes were opened, and life confirmed the correctness of Grandma Jelia. When we were engaged in criminal activity and loaded large quantities of soda from the factory, the entire process was guarded and protected by the police. Someone negotiated with them, someone brought them money, and it was as if no one noticed us. And I realized that I don't want to ruin myself for nothing. It turns out it's simply unprofitable. Someone has a profit from this because they share with someone and take it somewhere. And for some reason, I have to ruin my health for this. Grandma Jelia also told me that the direction and way of life that I have chosen does not imply such concepts as faith, friendship, mutual assistance. They simply do not exist in this society. And that it is better to spend your life on more correct things, where you can really find love and support. Escape. That's how I suddenly saw the light and fled to Russia, to Moscow, because I had a number of crimes behind me for which I would have to answer. At that time, a border with checkpoints had already appeared between Ukraine and Russia, but somehow I got through it. However, I was caught by the authorized officers. In those days, everyone was caught. Guys for robberies, other crimes, and all sorts of criminal activity. But I managed to escape. It happened, as I remember, at the Volcharovka station. After that, I finally got to Moscow and looked around. And I remembered that I had an accomplice in Moldova, Tomiko, whom I respected for some reason. Most likely because of his way of thinking. It was exactly the same as mine, with a bias towards crime. I got on a train and went to Moldova, near Chisinau, to the town of Strasini. I was met by Uncle Zora, my friend's father. He was nowhere to be found at that time. When he found out that I was waiting for him, he was happy and returned, and we had a good time with him. That's how our friendship grew stronger. Then I returned to Moscow. Later, my friend Tomiko, Nick, named Toma, came to visit me. He was a boxer and could stand up for himself, a strong guy. And then everything went according to a certain well-trodden scenario: banditry, theft, riotous living. No one wanted to work, and everyone, they just lived like that because someone could get money, say, for free. Back then, it was called a scam. Random people were drawn into all these financial games, thimbles were handed out to them, and as a result, it turned out that. Chapter 2. Sometimes in life you have to make a decision. Oh, love again. Relationships with relatives. Father. My father is Alyoshin Alexander Afanasievich. the only child in the family. He also had a brother, but he died at 3 months. My father studied excellently, almost with a medal. Graduated from school, graduated from a good vocational school, served in the army, was an example everywhere. He was physically healthy, hardworking, and honest. I had no complaints about him. He lived like an ordinary Soviet citizen, and he had many friends. He was always the life of the party. Dad was married twice, so I also have an older sister, Elena. Then perestroika began. Father was constantly thrown into some kind of business, although he was never a businessman. He had golden hands. He was a carpenter, made doors, windows, tables, chairs, beds out of wood. He never succeeded in business, partners, companions constantly deceived him. Because of this, he drank. Maybe not because of this. The cause of alcoholism has deep spiritual roots. At that time, it was fashionable to make doors out of wood, varnished in red, and Dad tried to teach me this too. And one day I spent the whole day sanding the door and got an entire 5 hryvnias for it. Returning home, I thought, I got 5 hryvnias, but why do I need them at all? I worked all day, spent time in the carpentry shop, sanded this door, varnished it, brought it to an ideal state and earned only some 5 hryvnias. And I always said to my dad, Dad, you are a complete sucker, a sucker and a melancholic. You slave away, but you never have any money. Now I realize that I was wrong. Father never stole, never at all, and tried to be like that, to raise my brother and me. Dad didn't know that I was already involved in criminal circles and that I had problems. My relationship with my father was broken, and we didn't have close contact until I became a believing Christian, until I repented. And even after I repented, my rejection persisted for another 3 to 4 years. Struggled with myself and couldn't reconcile with him, even though he was not to blame for anything in front of me. What was the reason for our quarrel? I brought a lot of people into the house, and my father punished me, threw a saucepan at me. I still have a bump on my forehead. Then I got 2 black eyes and I ran away from home for the first time. I didn't show up at home for 2 weeks. It wasn't resentment, it was shame that I didn't want to overcome. I was wrong, but I didn't dare to admit this guilt. And this put a curse on my whole life. I didn't have a relationship with my father, and I had huge problems in my life until I reconciled with him. Reconciliation happened when I was already a believer. Thank God. I buried my father, and I am grateful to God that at the end of his life I had a connection with him. Mom. My mom was everything to me. Support, inspiration, as well as the solution to all my questions and problems. My attitude towards her, unfortunately, was not the best. I left home, didn't call her, left her, didn't let her know where I was and what was happening to me in general, behaved like the master of all Moscow. Because of this, I got into silly situations and difficult circumstances. I was taken out by policemen and criminals. I got involved in many times in fights and twice almost drowned in the river out of stupidity. I considered myself the master race and everyone else to be suckers. My mother saw all this and was very worried. She always wished me the best arrangement in documents and life. My mother believed that if I got married, I would have children, and everything would be fine, everything would be good. But, of course, it wasn't that simple because I already had a chosen path, an image and perception had formed. Life. A condescending attitude towards people, thinking that they are stupid and work for pennies. I constantly organized scams to easily get money and thought that all people were stupid and gullible. I considered myself above all that. I thought that a simple, ordinary life was uninteresting and meaningless, and that all people were suckers who didn't realize they were constantly being scammed. Having arrived in Moscow, the first month I was living the high life. Everything was just great. Mom gave me everything. She provided me with everything. And then real life began. Mom didn't know what I was doing, that I was already like that. She bailed me out of the police, hired lawyers, and like any mom, believed that it was all a bad company that was to blame, that it was all them, and her beloved son had nothing to do with it. Like all moms, probably. My mom got me a job. I worked for a few days, selling women's tights. And then it started again, a scam. I started stealing again and got into crime, making easy money, stealing things and selling them for half price. When my cousin came to visit, she was shocked that I lived richly, all in gold, telling her that I was going to buy a BMW. But honestly, I was more. It was fun to organize everything. Then guys came to me. Guys from Ukraine and Moldova with hungry eyes. They were ready for anything, even to kill and rob. I then supported them, rented them an apartment, helped them with money. Then my younger brother came. What did my mother mean to me? My mother meant a lot to me. She was a friend, could listen, give wise advice. It was always easy to talk to her. It was conversations with her that were an integral part of life. They supported me very much. Mom was a mentor, my support at any moment. She pulled me to the best and wished only good. Mom was always in touch, always cheerful and kind. I was not always around or in touch, but it was the love and cover of my mother that meant for me very much. My mom is dying. When I was 25, my mom died. That is, I instantly lost a mentor, helper, support, in a word, a friend who invariably gave me attention, who was always unselfishly happy for me, a person who respected me, a person who considered me special, who elevated me. I always felt on top after talking to my mom. I felt strong after spending time and communicating with her. And now I am losing this person. What happened to my younger brother Alexander? My brother, Alyoshin Alexander Alexandrovich, was born on January 30th, 1983. He is a year and a half younger than me. 14 years old, he started using heavy opium drugs, injecting himself. At 15, he followed in my footsteps, got involved in a criminal life. After I left for Moscow, after a short time he came after me. He began to move around there on his own and almost immediately began to get into various unpleasant situations. When I left Moscow for the first time, my brother stayed there. And when I returned to Moscow, he was already in the group. This group was engaged in GOP stop, street robbery. I lived with him for 1 month. I don't remember anything good about that month. All that remains in my memory is that I suggested he go back, but he refused. And when I left, on the same day, the whole group, including my brother, was imprisoned. In total, Alexander sat in a Russian prison 4 times. Naturally, his health was severely undermined there. In Russia, no one looked after him, although he had a wife and 2 children. At 37, he died, according to the doctor's conclusion, from blood poisoning. At the beginning of the COVID-19 epidemic, he became ill, he called an ambulance, he was given an injection, he went out into the yard, fell and died. There is nothing good in criminal life. Children were left orphans and a young woman a widow. But as a person, my brother was very good. His life took a completely different turn than mine, even though he was always more visible, more distinctive from the crowd with his aggressiveness. Chapter 3. Extremes push you to seek answers from God. In search of myself and my path, the beginning of addiction. Different circles of society that I fell into. It so happened that in life I easily fell into different circles of society. So I found myself in a criminal circle, even if not the highest, yes, but there were people brought close to someone or something, and I had the opportunity to observe them from the side. Thanks to this, I saw the political circle which was brewing next to the criminal one. There was also the state circle nearby, that is, the authorities, the prosecutor's office, the police. There was also a Circle of clergy nearby. These are the ministers of the church. What I saw. In these circles, starting from the city administration and ending with priests, everyone dived into the same swamp. They wanted corruption, pleasures, easy money, everyone squeezed their piece out of all this negativity. Seeing this, I thought, God, if all these high-ranking individuals who hold positions in society, creating truth or falsehood, if they behave this way, then woe my, a small person, a petty crook, in which case I am allowed to do anything, whence people do whatever they want. I shouldn't feel any remorse at all. I assured myself in this way. I realized that I could do anything, that sin and crime are just trifles in life. If they don't judge these people, then it's as if God himself commanded me because I am just a mere mortal. Now it's hard to even imagine how I thought back then. But at that time, having seen all these straight-off society, I found nothing sacred at all. After that, I decided on my way of life. I realized that I would always live this way. The most important thing was to have certain principles. My mentors told me things, sowing wisdom, and I analyzed and built myself from within. Not getting caught, that's what's important. It was wise, it looked beautiful. When a person didn't get caught, it was authoritative. Was also authoritative when there were no tattoos and no one knew who this person was and what he was hiding about himself. Dissent was authoritative. It was importante be well-read, versatile, and always have several ways out, that is, to remember that there is a way out of any situation. This way of thinking shaped me personality, and I was even called the elusive avenger. But even then I was not immune to mistakes which sometimes occurred. There were very unpleasant situations. We crossed paths in different areas with different groups, clashed with security when something was robbed, found ourselves surrounded by the police when we were get out of it, dragging something. It was difficult to get out of all this. We had to both get hit, pay off, and make excuses. I had to compromise with my conscience in order to. Why did I tell you all this? I would like to say that the way of thinking that is formed by the way of life that you adhere to, you choose yourself. That is, one can choose art, another chooses some profession, the third chooses sports, the fourth serving God. That is, the chosen way of life carries within it an inherent way of thinking. And when I realized that the way of life I had chosen was wrong, I still went in that direction, went and realized that I was going the wrong way. I had to constantly to stifle one's conscience. I'm not a sucker. I have money. Until the age of 20, the criminal romance attracted with an easy way of making money through theft, dexterity, fraud, and after the age of 20 it became a mugging, when you realize that you are unlikely to work and toil ever, but money is always needed. We roamed with the guys in bars and restaurants, looking for some sucker to take away from him, remaining money, watches, or jewelry. We always had points where all this could be sold. It also gave us income for our needs. That is, we were always flush with money, even if there was none. Then, after a short period of time, they reappeared again. I had my own point in the market where sales were going on. But, of course, I was not there all the time. I was there until about 1 o'clock in the afternoon, a maximum of up to 2 o'clock, and then I left. For the night, for the day. Or more. No one even knew where I was and what I was doing. I had clients from Moldova, Ukraine, who already lived in Moscow. It seems that this is a fun life, that is, you are interested with the guys. Constantly some jokes, new acquaintances, girls, all sorts of things, and life just carries you. Carries, and that's it. I've tried everything, pills and many other things, but I wasn't interested in that. I was more interested in organization, for example, to hit the jackpot and surprise everyone. Someone just sat with their mouth open, others were hanging out. And I always understood the trick and looked more at the opportunities, always noticed talented people around and tried to be among them. Someone was good at playing cards, someone was a good driver, someone had a well-placed punch, someone else was good at arm wrestling. I always noticed in people qualities that others didn't notice, and against their background. I became invisible, the most inconspicuous. I never said that I was a leader. I didn't do anything for this. It really just happened by itself. I just tried to use the talents of other people. They saw that some weirdo went to the toilet, followed him, hop slap, and that's it. It also happened on the street, in Sokolniki, on Shaiba, in various restaurants and clubs in Moscow. These were different restaurants, clubs, cafes where people hung out. Wedding. Around were suckers. Once I met a girl. She didn't even imagine that I had experience and was involved in some criminal circles. Or that I am a criminal, that I have criminal income, that I do not miss the opportunity to find some sucker. I generally thought then that everyone. This girl worked for me as a seller. We started a relationship. She got pregnant and I started doing muggings. I told her then that I didn't want to be a father and that she should have an abortion. The girl went home, and her mother called me later and said that we needed to talk. Agreed. She said she would come to me in Moscow. I didn't object. I thought she was unlikely to find me. No one would knows where my apartment is. I was sitting at home, drinking cognac, smoking hookah. I was with two of my buddies, Yanchik and Fishka, two complete idiots. And then I go into the kitchen, and there sit my girlfriend's mother and her aunt. I was of course very surprised then. They were also very surprised. Good thing I was wearing pants and a shirt at home. Sat down, and her mother said that she couldn't have an abortion because of some kind of family illness. I learned that she has 3 sisters and they all had abortions, and now no one has a child except for her, so she will give birth. Well, and they invited me to play a wedding where I didn't need to do anything, just come so they wouldn't be ashamed in front of relatives. I just had to play a role. And I thought, wow, I haven't tried that yet. What a fascinating adventure. And that's it. I sat down and left. February 28th, I arrived, and February 29th, I got married. The only thing I insisted on was that my bride's father was at the wedding, but since he physically couldn't make it in time, I gathered everyone myself and we all went to him in the village for the whole wedding. We had fun there the second day. Everyone had a lot of fun, after which we returned. Then I left for Moscow and my wife came to me a month later. I was already in a stop-hop. I needed money as poverty had set in. Her and my mother agreed that I would not have any responsibility. Well, I sent her home again. Later I had a daughter, but I didn't see her. And then I was saved by Sister Anya. She saw how I was carousing and perishing. She said that I should go to my family, that somehow everything there would work out for me, and I left, abandoning my family, running away. Feeling of guilt. Nervous breakdown. For me, family was an opportunity to do something good, something kind, but I didn't want to have a family at that time. I dreamed of something completely different. I was not attracted to having any of my own foundations, traditions, holidays, or anything that's not what I planned for that period of my life. The only thing I wanted was to treat this family well, with love, with kindness, caring for and protecting her. But I am overcome with guilt and I abandon my family. I'm not leaving, no, I'm abandoning them and running away from them. Just running away. I run to where my criminal thinking, justifying myself that I am doing great things and no one understands me. I run because I cannot succeed in family life. I run because I cannot stand all this. From this moment on, I start having a nervous breakdown. I start using excessively again various substances, and without noticing, I start killing myself, clouding my consciousness so as not to feel any responsibility or suddenly find out who I really am. My body is exhausted. I needed to think about what to do next. I was all. Life practically didn't work, for the purpose of career growth, financial stability, or improving skills. All my hooks and implementations were with a criminal bias. I could spot something, find out, make people accomplices in my criminal thoughts and crimes. After committing a crime and grabbing some loot, I left my job. That is my. The direction of life was an easy way to make money, and I was ready to get them by any means, to deceive, to steal, to take away finances, or by using physical force. Any material possessions. My life seemed easy to me. Killing myself with all possible chemical preparations. I have exhausted my body. As a result, my liver has enlarged, I have cirrhosis, and in addition to all this, hepatitis, also a stomach ulcer, epilepsy, heart failure due to caffeine, chifer, and diphenhydramine. My kidneys have dropped. My skin has turned yellow. I have bruises under my eyes, dystrophy, as I don't remember when I ate normally because I always snacked, but didn't eat. Sometimes I even had to consume something to have a snack, as I was constantly hungry. Vienna, June 26, 2019. Advanced research and more accurate data have shown that the adverse health consequences of drug use are more serious and widespread than previously thought, according to the latest global report on drugs published by the United Nations Office on Drugs and Crime, UNODC. About 35 million people in worldwide suffer from drug use disorders and need treatment. Estimates for 2017 have increased compared to previous years as a result of more accurate data from new drug use studies conducted in India and Nigeria, which are among the 10 most populous countries. Peace. According to the report, the number of opioid users is estimated at 53 million, 56% more than in T. Most answers are A. Sincerity is not your distinguishing feature. Yes, every person is far from perfect, but if you answered at least most of the questions in this test honestly enough, then not everything is so hopeless. Hopeless. Most answers are B. Despite the fact that you have some shortcomings, you are not afraid to talk about them out loud. You are not inclined to be hypocritical, trying to embellish yourself. On the contrary, you prefer to appear before people as the person you really are. After all, one of the most important virtues of a person is when he has the courage to admit his shortcomings to himself. Most answers are C. You are simply perfect, or you were disingenuous when answering the questions in this test. Perhaps because you are simply not ready to admit to yourself that you are not without sin either, and therefore you are not always sincere, not only to other people but also to yourself. Part 2. Online Rehabilitation. Chapter 4. With each passing day, age tells me, life is destined for a daily struggle with hopelessness. Reasons for addiction. From my own experience, the reasons for addiction are the root cause of addiction. This is the very desire for an euphoric state or an altered state of consciousness, that is, the root cause of using a drug. This is the desire to use the drug. The second reason, this is the search for entertainment. When a person is not satisfied with his life, it turns out to be gray for him. His brain lacks dopamine, serotonin hormones, hormones of joy and happiness. A person is looking for entertainment. The need for entertainment is growing. He is not Satisfied with ordinary life, a person is unhappy, he needs doping. The second reason, this is the search for entertainment through doping. The third reason, naturally, is genetic. Perhaps a person's relatives and close people were prone to addiction, used drugs, alcohol, smoked, and the gene. They are already looking for it. Has already been deformed. Weakness was genetically transmitted, that is, serotonin internal walls do not have the strength to resist an aggressive external environment or temptations. That is, when a person falls into temptation because of their genetic condition, that is, they are already prone to. The fourth reason is the environment in which a person finds themselves, hidden advertising, street influence. They want to try it, it's interesting. It's curious what conditions the parents place the child in and how well they controlled the environment that shapes the person. Therefore, the environment can become a reason for using drugs and dependence on them. The fifth reason is upbringing. Upbringing plays a big role, also pushing people towards addiction, when, at the same time, without explaining with examples, they bring it to the consequences with the use of chemical preparations or other changes of consciousness with the help of preparations, without explaining the consequences, but simply by methods of prohibitions. And forbidden fruit is sweet, and the person wants to try it all, to experience it for themselves. If examples are used in upbringing and explanations of the consequences of taking drugs are given, then a person should be given the right to choose. You can try everything in this life, but not everything is useful to you and not everything is necessary. Having such a upbringing, frank, democratic, it can be predicted that such a person will be less prone to addiction than someone who was constantly forbidden or yelled at without any explanation. 2019 coronavirus. Right at the beginning of the year, my brother dies. Aliashin, Alexander Alexandrovich, at the age of 37. He dies after serving 4 prison sentences. He failed to monitor his health, and because of his addiction, he fell into temptation again and again, as he could not undergo social and psychological adaptation, rehabilitate, and adapt to society. This is the main reason why I help guys who are in prison to undergo online rehabilitation, spiritual the rap why, and prepare for social and psychological adaptation after imprisonment. This is my motive. The first thing a Paran in prison should do is he should learn to live and understand their reasons. He needs to figure out for what reasons he started taking drugs and alcohol, for what reasons he broke the law, and realize how he, after being released, will not become a repeat offender of their crimes, not to return again to the same rut, because a person has not changed while in prison. Not a fact that a person will change. Yes, he can reassess his behavior, he can adapt to something, become wiser, more experienced, but in no case change. Therefore, I work with guys who are in prison, in the zone, in order to help them prepare for changes and emerge into freedom as a different person who, even if easy, accessible, money and opportunities come, will not want to go back because he will no longer want to do that. Thanks to this program, anyone can learn to respect themselves and value their freedom. Learn to live. Online prison rehabilitation testimonials. Text is given without changes. Yevgeny. Shalom, people of God. My name is Yevgeny. I am 32 years old. Right now, at the moment, I am serving my sentence in the colony. Strict regime in the city of Vinnytsia. I attend a prayer. We are going through a 12-step program with the brothers in the room. This is what I want to testify about, and also to call on all of you who are reading this book and this testimony to go through the 12-step program to the end, the path to freedom. I will begin my testimony of God's glory in my life with the fact that God repeatedly knocked on my door since early childhood, from the age of 4, always when I responded to the call of God. I had a negative experience. I found myself many times in situations where I had to suffer in the flesh, and I didn't understand why this was happening to me. Now I am serving my 3rd term. Before that, I also served in a strict regime colony. I had a term of 7 years and 3 months. There I also visited the prayer room, communicated with the brothers, and worked as a hairdresser. I had a believing partner in the colony. They testified to me about God when I was released after 7 years of imprisonment. I lived in the city of Zaporizhzhia, and I am originally from Mariupol. There was a moment in my life when I met a believing person on the outside. He is a displaced person from the city of Yenikivo. His name is Kostya Tishkov. He suggested that I go to a rehabilitation center because I was using drugs and my family was falling apart. I lived with a girl in a rented apartment. I ended up in rehabilitation for the first time in my life on the outskirts of the city. It was a private house where we prayed and worked. After literally 3 to 4 days, I had a strong desire to leave that place, from this rehabilitation center, and I decided to take some valuables from that center with me in order to sell them and immediately use drugs in the city. I couldn't steal anything, although there was an attempt. It turned out that I was noticed for what I had planned to steal and framed a brother who was also going through rehabilitation with me. In general, I have repeatedly been to open-type rehab centers in the city. Zaporizhzhia in the city of Kharkov, and often left from there and never left without stealing something from there. Then I ended up in the rehab center of the New Generation Church. I stayed there for 4 months. God blessed me there. I had no desire to smoke, steal wells, or anything else. After these, for months, a situation occurred when I became arrogant and left rehabilitation. I started shooting up again, stealing again to act lawlessly, to lead a dissolute lifestyle. As a result of this dissolute lifestyle, I acquired several incurable diseases. They are now in my body. I believe that God will heal me also for one of the thefts at the rap center. I am now serving my sentence in this colony here. I attend the prayer room. I have already talked about this. I want to testify that God is faithful. Unlike us people, I think I am very bad. Acted towards God, towards myself, towards believing people, towards rehabilitants who may have stumbled in something because of me. When I started going through this rehabilitation online, remotely, I was rekindled for God in a new way. God gave me a talent under the action of the Holy Spirit. I write poems for God, and I believe that this talent will develop in my life through this. God will be glorified. You will be able to see the full version of this testimony if you follow the link. May God bless you. Vladimir. My name is Vladimir. I am 40 years old. I was born in a small town of Krykova near Chisinau. I was 9 years old when my father died. I loved him very much and he spoiled me very much. And as soon as he was gone, I changed immediately. I started running away from home, from mom and sisters, got involved with they were already grown-up negative guys sitting. One of them, his name is Slavic, was wanted for cutting, and I spent most of my time on the run with him, and he brought me up, taught me to steal, rob, kill, be cruel, etc. And this went on for about 1 year. Then we were caught. He was locked up and I was taken home to mom. Mom was happy, but not for long. I ran away from home again and again. The police caught me and brought me home. Mom even allowed me to smoke just so I wouldn't hide and run away from home. And that didn't help. I kept running away, stealing, robbing, etc. We're almost all like me, and I liked it. I always. Another time I was caught and sent to a boarding school, and there took leadership positions and gained authority. We robbed, stole, smoked, and this continued until I was 14 years old. At 14 I was already. They closed me down, gave me 12 years. Then the appeal bit me 5 years. Then in the zone at 19 I started using drugs. In 21 I was released from Krytoy. I was always a malicious violator of the regime. I was also always watching, first over the hut, then over the juvenile, and then in the zone over the barak, and I liked it. I wasn't free for long. After a couple of months I was already wanted, and I went to conquer Ukraine. Here too I walked for a short time. After another 5 months I was closed for 9 years. My criminal career continued. I established a relationship with the thieves-in-law. First I was put in charge of the zone, then on the position I thought I was doing well. I had a girlfriend. She came to visit and we had a daughter together. In 2013, Then, at the end of my term in 2016, I learned that they were taking me to Moldova to serve another 4-year term. I served 3 years there, and they cut 1 year off for amnesty thereunder. The amnesty everyone fell regardless of violations. I was released from the zone in 2019, but the zone is located directly opposite my house. I went to my mother on the second day I came to Ukraine because my wife and daughter live here. A couple of months passed again, and I ended up on the wanted list. I found out. Left to conquer Europe, Poland, Germany. Time passed. I found out that my issue was resolved, of course, for money, and I came again to Ukraine. I never believed in God. I believed in the higher. Earn money. They deceive people. I always robbed them. They always had money, and they didn't write statements. In 2020, my wife was 9 months pregnant with a son, and 10 days before the birth, they close me, give me 5 years, and I arrived in the 81st colony. I am here for the first time in my life. I paid attention to the believing guys. Their names are Bogdan and Roman. I started talking to them. They are so bright, joyful, and so they began to show to me that there is Jesus, etc. And then I met Dmitry. He turned out to be a chaplain of the prison service. I asked him to be my spiritual mentor, and he agreed. I am very grateful to him for the hard work in my life. A couple of months passed, and we met brothers and sisters from Germany, and we started going through the 12-step program by Natalia Potapeva. Then the war began, and we lost for 9 months communication with Germany. We prayed, and Pastor Andrei Elshin found us again through our mentor Dmitry, and we further began to engage in online rehabilitation, and also we are taking leadership mentoring on the book by Andrei Elshin. The book is very powerful. It is simply filled with love and the Holy Spirit. People change in a very short time. I am the senior prayer room, and I also lead a leadership group for rehabilitation. I want to thank the Lord for all the changes in my life. For the first time in my life, I have been in freedom for 1.5 years. I have never felt so great as I am now in the colony. But I am free. I want to thank my mentor Dmitry Bogatsky, also Pastor Andrei Alyoshin, for spiritual and financial assistance. I also believe in that prayer of repentance. Jesus Christ, Heavenly Father, I come to you in the name of, I believe that Jesus, Son of God, He died for me, took my sins upon Himself, and rose again on the 3rd day. I ask, forgive my sins. Jesus Christ, come into my heart, be my Lord and Savior. In Jesus' name. Rehabilitation: how I found my way to a sober life. The meeting that changed everything. 2008, March 12th. In Kiev, in Borshchivka, in a stall. I meet a young man at a cell phone reception. I want to hand him the phone. I get to know him. I plan to establish contact because such people are needed. And he turns out to be a Christian and a believer. His name is Dmitry Kaznady. He invites me to visit the rehabilitation center. Naturally, I refuse, but he somehow convinces me, offers to have coffee with him and to pray. I miraculously agree to all this, and my 2-week procession begins. This guy offers me coffee in the evening to chat, to meet friends. His trick was that he took my word. I promise him I have to fulfill it, and he invites me to a meeting of believers, Christians, in the city center on Kreshchatyk in Kiev. I promise that I will come. I myself do not want to go there. I am trying to get away from it. Somehow wiggle out of it, but it doesn't work. On March 26, 2008, I come to a meeting, and there I say a prayer of repentance. I meet the pastor of this church. His name is Yuri Kravchenko, and he said such words that touched me very much. Let's all pray to God for this man. It brought me to a standstill, to a great shock. There were about 70 to 100 people, and I was Not indifferent to all of them, people prayed for me sincerely. I was shocked. After that, I wandered around Kiev for 3 more days. I was looking for peace, but I couldn't find it. I started taking even more drugs. Drugs, alcohol, got into bad company. I even tried to commit suicide. But this guy told me, here's a phone, here's an address, go. They're waiting for you there. And, remembering these words, I decided to go there. And I went there. I was not in the best condition. It was either the 28th or the 29th of March, I don't remember. I was drunk. The guys prayed for me again. It was the office of the rehabilitation center, the head Maria and the leader Edgar. They prayed for me and I left from there. I decided to return to my Luhansk region, to Lysychansk. Couldn't find peace for myself in Kiev, so I decided to return to my homeland. And when I was already going to the train station, I called one woman who gave me a business card during the church service and said that she would pray for me. This woman's name is Tatiana. She wrote her phone number on this business card, and for some reason I called her. I don't remember in church why I called her and why I needed it, but I called her and reported that I was going home to Lysychansk. She said, okay, go to Lysychansk, but let me pray for you first and then you will go. No problems, it's your choice. She prayed for me on telephone, hung up and disappeared for a long time from my life, but then after some time we met. I arrived at the train station. There were 2 trains to Lysychansk and there were no tickets for either of them. It was a shock to me. Conflict began. I started attracting attention to myself, swearing obscenely, arguing with the cashier. But we can also ride as a stowaway. I started calling different conductors, using connections, but no one was taking me. In general, I couldn't get on these trains. My condition was unaccountable, and as a result, I didn't go anywhere. After spending the night wandering, I woke up in the morning on Ko Libris. This is an area in Kiev's Borshigovka, which does not have a very good reputation. People there are afraid to walk with headphones on, and I woke up at a bus stop at 3 in the morning with my wallet and all my belongings. I needed to travel 3 to 4 stops by tram. When I saw that the tram tractor had braked, I climbed into it and told the woman there that I would pay for the fare I needed to go, and she started saying that I need salvation, I need rehabilitation, a way out. I don't know who she is or where she's from, but that's exactly what she was talking about. She was talking to me about it. She was talking to me about God. Before I met Dmitri, there was another man in my life, a monk with a red beard. I went to Hydropark and saw a small church there. Of course, I went there, drank, smoked. I tried to go inside, but the church turned out to be closed. I was upset that I couldn't pray. And then a monk drove up for water. They were drawing water from the drinking fountain. It's a kind of prayer house. And this monk told me that you can pray to God anywhere, not necessarily in a temple. And he also prayed for me, but I was still upset. I wanted him to take me with him because I needed to withdraw from this world. But he didn't take me with him. But I think thanks to this prayer, God or the Holy Spirit led me to people like me. All this happened in mid-March. By the end of March, I ended up at a meeting of believers, and on April 1st, 2008, I came to the rehabilitation center, where I was greeted by leaders and given their attention and care. Getting into a rehabilitation center. Once in the rehabilitation center, subconsciously, physically, I expect that I should feel bad. I didn't know what a hangover syndrome and similar phenomena were. I just had a fear that I should feel bad. And only now I figured out why I was waiting for this. I should have felt bad because I chose the wrong way of life. The pain that was eating me from the inside. I couldn't bury my mother. I couldn't thank her for her efforts, suffering, for her love. I didn't take care of my family. I abandoned it. I didn't bury my grandparents. I also abandoned my brother there. In Moscow, I didn't insist that he come with me. I was absolutely unappreciative person. My brother also went to prison for our common crimes, for all those guys who were with us, and I ran away from it all. What was it, and can there be God's providence in all this? Can a person like me find a way out of such a hopeless dead end and position? I expected punishment to come for all this. The same fear and pain that ate me from the inside and killed. After spending 3 days in rehabilitation, looking for pain, punishment, and not finding it, I realized that I had healed and got the opportunity to start life from scratch. Chance to become a human. Now I don't use anything and lead a different way of life for 14 years. Now I'm climbing, like a spider, up to change, correct my life. Get a chance to become a human again, to become responsible, reliable. Take responsibility for family, for woman, for society, for anything else, to correct and become what he was born to be as a man, as a human being, for what came to this earth. I am analyzing my life since arrival to the rehabilitation center. I came to the rehabilitation center being deeply dependent. At that time, I used everything possible. These are drugs, alcohol, smoking mixtures, chemical drugs, pills. Today, I figured out what kind of healing I was really looking for. I don't want to say now that I wasn't addicted. Yes, I was absolutely addicted person. Yes, I couldn't live without using drugs. But I want to say now that I have seen other centers rehabilitation and saw how people expected the so-called Kumar epileptic seizures. They expected that they would be shake, feel sick, and that negative things would happen to them. Consequences. I didn't expect this. Where was my freedom hiding? Spiritual poverty. There was a time when I lived in poverty. I don't remember how I ate, where, and when I ate. Sometimes drank to eat for a snack, sometimes ate salt with sunflower oil to kill the feeling of hunger. I give this example because I understand what spiritual poverty is. It's exactly the same hunger. You don't pull anything, you don't want anything, you are absolutely subject to negativity and sins. This is spiritual poverty. You are so low that you have no nobility, no desire to help, you only think selfishly and about your own skin. The reality of the spiritual world. People call it hallucination, they say it's glitches or visions, but in reality it's all real. It's the reality of the spiritual world. The spiritual world opens up to fortune tellers, shamans, sorcerers. They go into a trance and can see the spiritual world. They can see the future, and thanks to this they can prophesy, look a little ahead. It all opens up through the spiritual world, through concentration. I discovered this through the use of chemical preparations. I don't remember what pills they were. Everything was mixed up. I had thoughts about it at one time and about suicide. I wanted to end my life full of suffering. I thought I'd take pills, wash it all down with alcohol, and I wouldn't feel any pain. I didn't want to settle scores with life by hanging, cutting my veins, or drowning myself, but just fall asleep, pass out, and that's it. I ate half a jar of these pills and my nervous system failed. I was lying on the floor and only consciousness was open. But the body did not move, it absolutely did not listen to me. And what's happening? Some parallel world opens up to me, and a demonic force begins to provoke me. I heard threats and insults, felt attacks in my direction. Now we will deal with you. Now we have come for you. We are standing behind the door. There was constant intimidation. Naturally, you are in fear, in panic, you want to scream, defend yourself, but you scream inside, but nothing is heard outside. Why am I telling this? Because after that incident, my vocal cords gave out. No one could hear me. I lay on the floor all night, I froze to it, and this parallel world was absolutely real to me. If a door opened, some kind of curtain, futile hopes. I lived in the Chuvash Republic in Cheboksary with my wife and mother-in-law. I was trying to build a family. We got married. My wife's family really wanted to help me. They saw that I was in some kind of demonic addictions. I had aggressive behavior, I beat people, committed bad acts, was possessed. They found some old woman, either a sorceress or a prayer woman to remove damage, I don't know exactly. She whispered over the water, whispered over the sugar, whispered over something else, told me to drink it all. I sobered up, stopped drinking alcohol, but still looked for a way to shut myself off from all the problems that had piled up on me. I still didn't want to soberly solve all the problems. Well, I didn't want to do it, I wanted them to dissolve somehow on their own without me. And this old woman scared me, that I would die, that I would go to jail. Honestly, there is no point for a sober person to go to fortune tellers. Look at the person who is constantly doing something, who uses and rushes into a fight. Any normal person would logically assume that such an individual awaits either death or prison. Of course, this grandmother told me all this with prayer, with faith, and it touched me. I thought I would go to prison. Then she took out the cards and told fortunes. The Diamond Ace is a hospital. How she told fortunes, I have no idea, but thanks to the fact that she spoke with such faith in her words and her own business, it was bribing and forcing himself to believe, although it was already obvious. Head clogged, hands beaten, shaking from a hangover. This is a normal, logical assumption that you are either in the hospital or in prison. You commit something you are not responsible for. My loved ones hoped that this grandmother had some kind of power, authority, that she would somehow help, a miracle would happen. But these were the wrong, vain hopes. Literally 3 days later, I became even more aggressive, so much so that it was even impossible to talk to me, and this led to an even worse result. Alas, it doesn't help at all. Neither grandmothers nor relatives, nor doctors. None of this has helped or will help anyone. But what then works? It works to recognize that all these methods do not work on a physical level, not at the reception work on a spiritual level. There are priests who pray this away, and there is spiritual power, the priesthood on earth. Earth. There are people who take responsibility for such people, and I, fortunately, fell in with such people. I got into such a church, received liberation, although I couldn't find it anywhere before. For me, it was the only way out. I would even like to say that I was in a state of deep despair. It hurt me to tears why I can't live like a normal person. And then help came from God. Hope. Hello. My name is Nadezhda. Hope. My son Vladimir is 35 years old. He has been a drug addict since he was 16 years old. When I found out that he was using drugs, I couldn't get up for several days. I just lay and cried. And on the third day, it lifted me to my feet. I found a way out. My head was clear and bright. I found a way out. To poison myself. I knew that drugs are incurable. To poison myself, and that's it, especially since I know how to do it. When my husband came home from work, I eagerly began to convince him to do the same as me, because I will be poisoned, I will be gone, and he will suffer alone with his son for the rest of his life. I fervently argued that this is a real way out, that it is not so scary, etc. And if we don't do this, then our life will at best become a nightmare. My husband listened to me, and then very calmly reminded me that we also have a younger son, living parents, relatives. We'll fight, use everything that medicine offers, and we will definitely find a way out. Completely did not remember this. He calmly convinced me that it worked. We started fighting, only we fought, but the son only wanted narcotic stupor. We sent him to a private clinic in Odessa. They inserted a narcotic blocker into his stomach. A week later, the son successfully discharged it. I was constantly in touch with the narcologist. It turns out that another narcotic blocker from Spain has appeared. Cannot be discharged. Quickly to Odessa. Now the Spanish blocker is in the stomach. The second blocker suffered the fate of the first. The son also discharged it. How? Even the doctor was not ready for such an event. He himself did not understand how this was possible. A reminder of this latest medicine, scars on the stomach, and that's it, and so on and so forth. Therapies, prisons in between, and an endless dark tunnel. Of course, I considered the number one enemy the one who taught him this. With all my being, I wished him a terrible death. I really, not in a dream, saw that he would definitely be found and judged. And I will definitely know about it. And, of course, I will come to court. I will have a pistol with a special deadly bullet. And if this enemy is not sentenced to death, then I will kill him, because such inhuman people should not live. And so for a long 19 years, after another term, 2 years ago, it was impossible to recognize my son. He used everything that is injected, sniffed, swallowed, probably everything that has been invented. It was already difficult to call him a human being. Neither conversations, nor persuasions, nor tears helped, all in vain. We continued to look for a way out. We read everything that was written about help, watched programs. But my son no longer agreed to anything. His argument was that he had tried everything and everything was useless. One day in February 2018, we read an advertisement in a Russian newspaper about help. My husband called. It turned out to be Christian Church, Embassy of God, Rehabilitation Center. We were given the phone number of Pastor Nellie. She included us in her home group, and we began to learn. We repented, accepted God, and began to study the Bible. We became believers. We knew nothing and had not heard of the books of the Apostle Natalia Potapeva. We began to study her works, and our life ceased to be a nightmare. Our life now is love, peace, happiness. Our son has been in a rehabilitation center for 6 months. He, like us, believed in God, repented, was baptized. He thanks his Savior every day. My husband and I never tire of thanking our God for meeting our dearly. In the midst of the street of it, and on either side of the river, was there the tree of life, which bare 12 manner of fruits, and yielded her fruit every month. And the leaves of the tree were for the healing of the nations. Revelation 22 verse 2. Value system is a concept in the theory of values, denoting the set of opinions that people have formed about the significance in their lives of things and phenomena encountered in nature and society, social attitudes. Man and society rely on the system, values, and decision-making, comparison. Most of the answers are A. You easily meet any failures and fiascos. You know how not to dwell on them and most often find ways and means to resolve them without help. Other people. At the same time, you are not inclined to hide from problems and even more so to pity or even blame yourself if you don't immediately manage to resolve them, and therefore you usually don't lose your peace of mind, which you can't help but congratulate. Most of the answers are B. Often, to solve problems that arise, you resort to the help of other people, but if necessary, you are able to resolve most of them yourself. The main thing is that you don't yet consider yourself a clumsy person and a loser, and therefore you don't torment yourself with excessive criticism. And if the choice was mainly based on the answer, option C, then you have not yet learned how to cope with your problems without panic and negative experiences. And since unresolved problems torment you day and night, you cannot easily get rid of thoughts about them. At the same time, you feel sorry for yourself, but you don't always believe that someone more decisive or experienced will help you. Therefore, try to mobilize your mental energy to strengthen your faith in yourself, in the people close to you, and in your capabilities. Baptism Prayer. Holy Spirit. Read aloud. Dear Heavenly Father, baptize me with the Holy Spirit. Holy Spirit, fill my heart, fill me with yourself. Give me the strength to overcome my addiction, to overcome. Amen. Name all temptations and to go through all difficulties. And give me as a sign the gift of speaking in other tongues. In the name of Jesus Christ. January, month of God and His kingdom. 1. I thank God for heaven, that the Lord gives me to see this year as a year of blessing, as a year of rain, as a year of fruitfulness, as a year of springs, how to act, what to do. The Lord gives me clarity why I should thank God for heaven, since we no longer live for the earth and do not live by material things but use them for now by the mercy and grace of God. Hebrews 12 verse 14. 2. I thank God for love. Lord, let me see how with the rain of your blessings I receive from you. Love. Lord, give me clarity how from your springs to draw love and fruitfulness to help my neighbors. How to love no matter what. Teach me to trust you. 1 John 4 verses 7 to 10. 1 John 4 verses 15 to 16. 1 Corinthians 13 verses 4 to 8. From you how to act and what. John 4 verse 15. 3. I thank God for responsibility. Lord, give me to see how I can take responsibility from this year of retribution and blessing. To do in this or that situation. How to be responsible before you. To honor, love, and please you, my God. 4. I thank God for the relationship. Lord, let me see how I can build a relationship with you personally through your sources and your reign of blessing. Job 22 verse 21. Job 23 verse 12. 5. I thank God for idealism. Lord, let me see how to live by your ideals in this year of open sources of heaven, so that I can see your dreams, and they become my dreams. How can I bring fruitfulness from His ideals into my life, into my city, into my family? Matt 6:33. 2 Timothy 2 verse 22. 6. I thank God for justice. Lord, let me see how you gave Joseph to see that after suffering always comes fruitfulness. Genesis 41 verse 52. God is a just God, and He rewards everyone according to justice, according to truth. Lord, give me clarity on how to act, what to do in this or that situation, so that I become an instrument of justice in any situation. Micah 6 verse 8. Phil 4:8. 7. I thank God for the truth. Lord, give me to see the rain of your blessings, that I may manifest truth. Psalms 36 verses 25 and 29. Psalms 145 verse 8. Proverbs 2 verse 8. Before God and his kingdom, that I may bring forth much fruit. Phil 3:9. Psalms 91 verse 13. Proverbs 11 verse 21. 1 Peter 3 verse 12. Psalms 33 verse 18. 2009. I finished rehabilitation and went for another year to serve in a stationary center 200 kilometers from Kiev in the Cherkasy region in the village of Krovanosivka. After a deep closed rehabilitation, I came to the village to help my leader. Why do I associate this time with rehabilitation? Because the rehabilitation itself begins when you have theoretically passed it, and the time comes for practical actions when you really need to change. I was kept in the rehabilitation center like in a greenhouse. No one controlled, broke, or pressured me. But here, in new conditions, life is already beginning to test your strength. And then it becomes clear what all the previously obtained theoretical knowledge is worth. This is not yet adaptation, this is the real rehabilitation and restoration of yourself as a person. How was it? Our church leader bought a house in the village of and gave it for rehabilitation. The organization was handled by leaders. I came there as an assistant. There was nothing in the house. No heating, no water. There was no water even in the yard. We had to build relationships with people, establish communication, stock up on firewood, and buy food. And this self-sufficiency builds both faith and character, and all the difficulties that arise temper them. 81. The best chance in my life. I didn't believe that God exists. I was an unbeliever. At the rehabilitation center, I was told, "Man, no one will really help you. There is no one else in life who can help you except God. Go turn to God. If you turn to him, if he helps you, then you have a chance. No one will help. There is no one else in life who can help except God. Go turn to God. If you turn to him, if he helps you, then you have a chance." Life in Donbass. I have one example from life. I'm from Donbass. Cold Donbass, the land of miners, where no one pretends to be princes. And I used drugs along with alcohol, and alcohol was supplemented with another drug, and it was very intoxicating. It is specially added by moonshine traders so that a person gets drunk faster. There is a clouding in the head. A person does not understand anything after that, but he awakens. Just crazy aggression. I was 25 years old, I myself used this remedy. Most of the people around me used this remedy, and young guys became addicted. They got into stupid situations, they got their heads knocked off, or on the contrary, they didn't realize what they were doing and what was happening to them. I had a cousin, Natasha. Her father, my uncle Leonid, was a watchmaker repairing mechanical watches. It was very interesting at their house. Sometimes we came to them and there were many different toys there. Natasha was a grief-stricken woman with a phlegmatic character. Her first husband was a recidivist, suffered from tuberculosis. Because of this, their daughter was born an inferior child with abnormalities and lived in a boarding school. From grief, my sister lived with a young guy who was 25 years old. And he took these drugs with light drugs, and this is a terrible mixture. I don't know what he thought he saw there, but he began to find fault with her. Her father came into the room and the guy grabbed a kitchen knife. He killed his father, killed Natasha, and killed her cruelly, inflicted many stab wounds. He locked his father's dead body in a closet, covered it with a blanket, and put Natasha's body in bed and went to sleep as if nothing had happened. My aunt couldn't just survive this tragedy. She called me to her because she knew that I was a scumbag and not afraid of anything. Since the house was all in blood, she asked me to help her clean and wash it all. I, being tipsy, scrubbed this house, showing my fearlessness, like, "Look, Aunt, I'm washing, don't worry." That guy was put in jail. He was turned in by his own father, as he was shocked by what his son had done. He will be out of prison soon. That's the kind of example I had, and this example from my life. Ruslin. Hello. My name is Ruslin. I am from the city of Karlsruhe, Germany. On October 6, 2020, I arrived for rehabilitation in the city of Grebenstein to the Center Personality Restoration with a certain amount of knowledge from previously completed Christian centers. So after another fall, broken with undermined health with a bunch of fines and new legal cases and, of course, with drug addiction, I decided to look for a way out and came to the city of Kassel. But my disappointment and disbelief knew no bounds, so I tried to overcome the addiction on my own. I lasted for 3 days. Packed my things and was going to go back to Karlsruhe, but inside I was not in agreement with this. In general, I got to Kassel, sat down in the city center and began to reason about what was happening. For days ago, I was ready to go anywhere, if only they would help me, and now, for days later, I am rushing back home. Understanding that there is no logic in this, I made attempts to return to rehabilitation. With great difficulty, I managed to do it. In the rehabilitation center, sleepless nights awaited me, and to somehow while away the time, I decided to rewrite the 12-step program of Pastor Natalia Potapiva. In doing so, I saw the meaning and power of teaching. In this in a gram, I had hope, faith that I had. It will work out, and it worked out for me. At the moment, I have been in the Personality Restoration Center for 1.5 years serving. If it's hard for you, it means you're under. You are going uphill. If it's easy for you, so you're flying into the abyss. Henry Ford.
Topic 2.
What kind of God? In order for our faith to have a solid foundation, we need to figure out, what kind of God is it anyway? What kind of God did I believe in? If we ask different people what they imagine God to be, we will hear different answers. For some, God is a force, for others, a just judge. Some imagine God as a grandfather with a white beard on a cloud. 3. No matter how the other way. 91:1. The blood of www. Author's conclusion. 92:1. 93 https forward task 94. My conclusion. 95. Feb. What? 1. Through the February, honoring God through the creation of His church. 1. I thank God for heaven. Lord, let me see this year as a year of blessing, as a year of rain, a year of fruitfulness, as a year of springs. The Lord gives me clarity. Why I should thank God for heaven. The Lord gives me clarity and revelation in every situation, how to act, what to do, and how I can associate the relationship of the church with heaven.
Heb 12:22. Colació 3, 1-2.
2. I thank God for responsibility. Lord, let me see this year of blessing as a year of rain, a year of fruitfulness, as a year of springs, how to act, what to do. Lord, give me clarity and revelation in every situation, why I should be grateful and responsible to the church locally, how to be responsible to you, to honor, love, and please you, my God, is 54:2-3.
Heb 10:25. Heb 10:24.
3. I thank God for unity. Lord, let me see this year as a year of blessing, as a year of rain, a year fruitfulness, like a year of springs. Lord, give me clarity and revelation in every situation so that I can manifest unity in the church. See the church as a family, as a home.
Heb 13, 1. Rom 15, 5, 7. Rom 13, 1.
P.S. 132. 4. I thank God for obedience. Lord, give me to see this year as a year of blessing, as a year of rain, a year of fruitfulness, like a year of springs, how to act, what to do. Lord, give me clarity in every situation so that I can be obedient before God and spiritual authority.
Rom 5, 3 bis 4.
Ex 15:26. Deuteronomy 10 verse 12. 5. I thank God for gratitude. Lord, give me to see this year as a year of blessing, as a year of rain, a year of fruitfulness, like a year of springs, how to act, what to do. Lord, give me clarity and revelation in every situation, so that I may be thankful to God for this house church. Is point 25:1. Luke 17 verse 16. Ephesians 5 verse 4. 2010. It was the third year of my ministry and rehabilitation. The centers began to grow. I moved to another region of the same area, to the village of Alexandrovka. Here my adaptation began. I came here as a leader, leading people who came for rehabilitation. I began to serve both the women's center and the men's center. Of course, not everything was easy, but it was in 2010 that I got to know myself and solitude. I learned what solitude with God is and who I am alone with myself, when you see all your inner impurities that come out only when you are alone and in silence. And then I had a very difficult situation. Actually, a breakdown. I was waiting for the leaders, but no one was there and no one was coming to us. And when they finally arrived, I left there and just went to church. Later, I regretted very much that. I broke down, realized that it was wrong, returned. Our values and principles define our life. In the third lesson, I went through a topic called living according to God's commandments. I also had a personal example in my life on this topic. In any case, a person lives according to some commandments, was not some important criminal authority, and I did not go into this sphere because of criminal romance. I wanted to be near the authorities and strive for these people. So, you start studying their behavior, laws, rules by which they live by, and you try to follow them. I also strive to live by these concepts, pretended to be something. A solid black suit supported them, was against the state system. I was raised by the street. It taught me to always be responsible for my words, qualities, principles. Once there was such a situation. We were walking with a company down the street. On our way, there was another company of guys, more strong and cool. They asked me how I was doing. Replied, like in Denmark, everyone is getting screwed, and I'm waiting. Naturally, the guys took this answer personally. They beat me up, and it became a lesson for me that you need to be responsible for your words. When I met Dmitry Kaznodia on my way, it was at the tram stop Kolibris in Kiev, in the area Borshigovka, one of the least pleasant areas. He was accepting telephone sets in his stall. He was the one who offered to drink coffee and then invited me to a rehabilitation center. In response, I was rude, like he is a criminal and wants something from me. He then said that he no longer found the right words and approached to me, offered to pray. He also invited me to see how other guys live the same as me, and I agreed, and he asked to give word that I will come, and I gave him my word. In this lesson, I thought, if I gave my word and came, even though at that moment I didn't want to at all, but I came because I gave my word. Then, if God gave me his word, for example, the Bible, will he not fulfill his promises, that is, promises for man, for what he created me? That's how I understood after a life lesson that you need to fulfill what you promised and be responsible for. Every word of yours. Alexander. Hello, my name is Alexander. I am 32 years old, and I live in Germany. I am originally from Kyrgyzstan and belong to the group of Russian Germans. I have a brother, his name is Andrei, and he is 27 years old, and I also have another brother and sister from another marriage of my father. We moved to Russia from Kyrgyzstan when I was 2 years old. There in the village, my father began to drink heavily, steal, and beat my mother constantly, so by the time I was 4, I started drinking homebrew, and at that young age I began to lose control of myself, started attacking my mother with a knife. My father only brought horror to the family and rarely came home, as he lived with his mistress. By the time I was 5, my mother escaped from my father, taking me and my brother, and went back to Kyrgyzstan to our grandfather. When I turned 10, we flew to Germany because we were of German descent on both my father's and mother's sides. At that time, millions of Russian Germans were returning to the land of their ancestors, but all the prosperity of Germany did not allow me to live peacefully and quietly. Here I began to follow in my father's footsteps, starting to drink daily, at the age of from 13 to 14 years old. Drugs were added to this. Drugs and a black streak began in my life. I was expelled from school in the 8th grade. Any attempt to finish school ended in failure, since I was interested only in drugs and alcohol. My friends were dealers, thieves, and drug addicts. By the age of 20, I was imprisoned for 2 years and 6 months, but after serving 7 months, I was released early. After that, I did my first state therapy, successfully completing therapy but not having changed my spiritual state. I immediately returned to the past way of life. By the age of 24, I felt like a broken trough, realizing that every day I was on the verge of death, and I made the decision to know the Lord and believe. My mother is a religious person. From this, I had an idea of God and faith. Having believed in 2013, I have experienced many supernatural miracles of God. This started in therapy not far from Belgium. I left everything, my girlfriend and my friends, and dedicated myself to God. But the path with God was not easy. I had to go to prison again for past deeds. After spending 10 months in the center and experiencing God and his greatness, I gladly accepted any challenge of life, serving my sentence in an open prison. In prison, I told everyone about Jesus and what he had done in my life. After completing my second term, I moved to a new city. There I was at church, and my whole life was dedicated to God. The Lord lifted me up, and he gave me months, all with a good grade, as a machinist in 4 months. The patience to finish school. At 20 years old, I passed the 9th and 10th grades in 8. Then I went to study the profession of machinist in the port. Receiving support from the state, it was paid for me. 16,000 euros. I learned everything I could, getting qualified. After completing my studies, I found a job and operated the largest bridge crane in the world, worth more than 10 million euros. If before God I had some Idea of work, it was low, but God entrusted it to a finished. Drug addict. I really appreciated and glorified him daily. But 7 years passed, and disagreements accumulated in my life with the brothers from the church. I decided that God would leave me alone. Up the ladder of blessing and success. Leaving work and the church, I went to my old city where I set myself up to do business selling precious stones and stocks. This led me to a big fall into drugs and various kinds of evil. And again I turned to God. In a miserable state, having spent everything and being without anything, I found the rehabilitation center of Pastor Natalia Anatolyevna Podopaiva's The Road to Freedom, near the city of Kassel. Leaving everything behind, all my former goals, I came to the center. I have been here for more than a year and have learned the entire program. 12 steps to restoring my life and personality. Now I am developing again in ministry here as a translator. I have the right to serve new people in the center. Have a goal to serve God. If necessary, I will become rich, but not separating from the flock and my shepherd Pastor Andrei Alexandrovich Alyoshin, to whom I am grateful for what showed me my minuses and made them pluses. Test: are you able to achieve success in life? Do you have a firm gait and a strong handshake? Yes, no. Are you always neat and well dressed? Yes, no. Are you able to remain calm even in crisis situations? Yes, no. Are you optimistic? Yes, no. Do you soberly assess your abilities and capabilities? Yes, no. Do you take care of your health? Yes, no. Are your statements and judgments usually decisive and convincing? Yes, no. 105. 106. Are you able to react calmly to criticism, without outbursts of anger or malice? Yes, no. Are you good at establishing business contacts? Yes, no. Are you inclined to make independent decisions without wanting to consult with others? Yes, no. Add 1 point for each yes answer. Your score. Underscore, 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 underscore. If you only scored between 0 and 1 point, it seems like you don't care about anything and success doesn't really interest you. If you manage to score between 1 and 4 points, then this means that you are most likely characterized by a passive attitude towards life. You simply need more faith in yourself, in your qualities, and in your ability to achieve something. Only then will you be able to sufficiently realize your aspirations and needs. A score of 4 to 7 points means that you are basically you possess a sufficient number of qualities necessary to establish yourself in society and achieve some success in life. However, you still need to constantly control yourself and prevent negative experiences, evaluations, and judgments from escaping from your subconscious mind, which can negatively affect your actions. If the total score is between 7 and 10, then this may already indicate that you have all the prerequisites, all the opportunities to achieve success in life. No matter what you do, you are certainly persistent in achieving your goals and are ready to overcome any obstacles in your path. Your character clearly has a sufficient balance between instinct and reason, between personal and public life, between action and reflection. One of the most difficult in life. Not things to keep words in the heart, which to pronounce, not aloud. James Earl Jones. March. My pastor, my leaders. Month of showing honor to your pastor, leader. 1. We thank God that He teaches us to be thankful. That the Lord gives me to see this year as a year of blessing. As a year of rain, as a year of fruitfulness, as a year of springs. How to act, what to do. Lord, give me clarity and vision how I can be grateful to my pastor, leader. 2 Thessalonians 2 verses 13 to 14. Hebrews 13 verse 17. 18. 1 Thessalonians 3 verse 9. 1 Thessalonians 5 verse 18. 2. We thank God that He teaches us reverence. Lord, show me from your sources clarity and vision how I can show respect to my pastor, leader.
Ex 2012.
Ephesians 6 verses 1 to 3. 1 Thessalonians 5 verse 18.
16 horas e 18. 1:5. 2 i 17.
3. I thank God that He teaches us respect, that Lord gives me to see how with the rain of your blessings I receive from you clarity and vision, how I can show respect to my pastor, leader.
Col·lecció 4, 6.
1 Thessalonians 5 verse 12. Phil 2:29. 4. I thank God that He teaches us to be faithful. Lord, give me to see the rain of your blessings, so that I could be faithful. Give me clarity and vision, how I can show loyalty to my pastor, leader.
Ex 30 horas e 24 minutos. Ezek 44-15-16.
1 Timothy 1 verse 12. Proverbs 28 verse 20. Proverbs 11 verse 13. 5. I thank God that He teaches us decency. Lord, give me to see a year of blessing, a year of rain, a year of springs. The Lord gives clarity and vision of accountability, how I can show integrity and accountability to my pastor, leader. Ekel 5:4. John 3 verse 31. Phil 4:8. 1 Thessalonians 1 verse 6. 6. We thank God for the open heaven that the Lord gives me to see this year as a year of blessing, as a year of rain, as a year of fruitfulness, as a year of springs. The Lord gives me clarity why I should thank God for heaven. The Lord gives me clarity how I can show gratitude to my pastor, leader for leading us to heaven. Acts 7 verses 55 to 56. Acts 20 verses 28 to 31. 1 Timothy 5 verse 1. Chapter 7. Everything that is sown will sprout. You don't even have to believe in it. 2011. The best chance in my life. I enter the Theological Academy to study to become a clergyman and missionary. I enter the Kiev Polytechnic University at the Faculty of Sociology and Law. I get into a home group with an elder of the church. And I do a leadership test paper. I give it below, where I described my calling and my purpose. Vital questions. 1. Who am I? My name is Andrei Alexandrovich Alyoshin. I am a man. Now, in the full sense of the word, a new creation of God. 2 years and 28 days ago I came to Rehabilitation Center, Faith and Love, a broken soul, a broken spirit and a crippled, sick body. Healing happened instantly. It was as if there had never been 13 years of alcohol, drug, fornication addiction, epilepsy, hangover, drug withdrawal, sick liver, stomach ulcer. Everything became healthy. I became a saved, healed, and free man. Having completed the 12-step program of Natalia Potapeva 3 times, I finished rehabilitation. I went to help open a new rehabilitation center, your choice. After 9 months of service, as soon as the rehabilitation center entered the system, I went to help. 2. Where am I from? Open 2 more rehabilitation centers, male and female. After 8 months, I am in Kiev in the Church Song of Songs in ministry glorification, and I am also a minister of the rehabilitation center there. I consider myself an extraordinary person, capable of fulfilling my calling and destiny. From the dead people, I have been given the opportunity to live this life qualitatively and correctly once again. I was taken from there, from where there is no return. My life before coming to God was hell on earth. Every day, not valuing my life, I risked and sought death, without even knowing it. If all people are considered a people, then I was taken from where there isn't even a people. Such cannot even be called a people, just not a survivor. 3. What do I live for? Today I live in the joy of life and enjoy sobriety for one thing only, to please the one who gave me this life. I live with the desire to live qualitatively and effectively in all areas of life that God gives. I have already lived for myself. I think that at this moment in my life it's as if everything has stopped. I understand that I must live not simply, but productively. At the highest level, I must reach heaven and not fall into hell. For what can I do in life? I can become a man of God, as a family man, as an entrepreneur, as a friend, brother, father to the nations. I know for sure that I can't do anything without God. 5. What can I change in life? I can change myself, my life, and also the lives of people around me by my example. 6. Where am I going? I'll get there, but I would really like to. I believe I am going to heaven, but the way I live now, I don't think. 7. When and how do I want to reach my goal? Apart from one global goal at this point in my life, there is no specific goal. Everything is at the level of desires and dreams. 8. Am I going in the right direction? At this point, I can say for sure that I am going in the right direction. 9. What is your speed and pace? The speed is the slowest, but I'm picking up speed and pace. 10. Moving at this speed, will I make it? I'm sure I'll make it now, I just have to. 11. How focused am I on the goal? Right now my focus is on several goals, so I am in a state of waiting, long-suffering, push or exit from this situation. 12. What resources do I have? I sing, play guitar, sociable, diplomatic, ideological, have experience in various areas of life. I have faith, friends, gratitude, relatives, church, knowledge in God. 13. Mark on the scale and rate from 1 to 5 on how developed are the following character traits. Charisma, 3+. Passion, 3+. Wisdom, 3. Dedication, 2. Strategic thinking, 3. Ability to stay focused, 3. Efficiency, 2. Ability to listen, 3. Organization, 2. Love for God, 3+. Love for people, 3+. 14. What 6 stages are necessary to go through so that I become a creator of history? Vocation, i.e. raw material, preparation process, finished product, packaging, price tag, cost. 15. What stage am I at? I am at the raw material stage. 16. What needs to be done to move on to the next stage? You need audacity, fanaticism, fearlessness, agony and disease for goals, madness for Christ's sake. I also need the spirit of a lion. I need to decide what I want. 17. Describe your purpose in stages. I think I am called to be a pastor, evangelist, missionary. In Germany, in cities and villages. This is raw material. The production process is spiritual training, i.e. Joshua. Naven. Intellectual training, higher agricultural education with German, obtaining a driver's license. Prepare materially for opening a farm, a store. To take place emotionally for family life. The finished product is a team of people ready to travel around cities and villages with concert evangelical. With programs without me personally, I, as a product, must be spiritually, materially, emotionally, and family-wise fulfilled. Packaged in the reputation of a disciplined, highly moral, intellectually educated, and successful family man. Recognized and needed in the place where I will be. Competitive. If this is fulfilled, the cost will be high, because then I will become a great man. Analytical thinking. 1. Your definition of understanding strategic thinking, 10 components. Strategic thinking is thinking directed towards one goal, creatively and constructively broken down in detail from the finish to the start. This is a constant search for improvement of the original plan, its analysis. It's a search that's insanely obsessive. It's an addiction. I can't think of anything else. It's questioning everything around you, how to use it for your own purposes. It's a constant analysis of oneself, digging into oneself. It's a way to manage oneself. It's a system of thinking, organizational decisions for accomplishing goals and objectives, for obtaining a new result. It's a process of creative development. It's a combination of a clear goal and a plan to achieve that goal. It's a way to think creatively, self-provocation. It's an obsession with the goal. It's an internal search engine for the best solutions. Strategic thinking refers to people who become first. The components of strategic thinking are creatively to think, process of continuous learning, self-development, engage in visualization, manage oneself, time, resources, meticulousness of calculation, ability, to see the future, aspiration, to improvement, refinement, the ability to see various solutions, a realistic approach. When the small always becomes large. 2. What prevents someone from being a strategic thinker? Uncertainty in goals, lack of passion, audacity, uncertainty in life. 3. What to do to turn strategic thinking into a way of life? Set a goal, make a decision, start living like a pastor. 4. What is constructive thinking? 10 points. Set boundaries. Control the achievement of the goal. To see something new in the already existing. Its execution. When the goal or idea is broken down in detail from the beginning to. It is a way to see the small details of your global goal. It is the ability to create your goals with laws and time. It is the formation of something big from small things, having a form or picture of constructive thinking. It is easier to see how to accomplish it in stages. A problem broken down into addition, multiplication, division, and subtraction to its answer. Constructive thinking helps to set a deadline for an idea. Constructive thinking does not move without practice. This is the practical part of strategic thinking. 5. Analyze your life as you have lived it and assess the presence of strategic thinking in points. My score is 1. 6. Describe your 4 to 5 global goals that you contemplate and don't allow yourself to think about. I don't have any goals. There are dreams, but no concrete vision. 7. Divide this into 10 years into stages of 1 year each. What volume needs to be completed each year? 8. Add up the indicators to get a total result that meets your expectations. 9. How do great people think? What is regularity? Accept failure as defeat, they accept failure as a lesson as how not to go or do anymore. Great people don't give up, don't get discouraged, and don't. A pattern is a cycle or déjà vu, the foundations of which are spiritual principles laid down by God. 10. We know that if someone learns to do something, then everyone will be able to do it. How will this law work in your life? Thanks to what you learned in this leadership program. The first thing I want to do is share with the brothers. From Turnipill, I will try to influence others by passing this on. 11. What should you not think or reflect on if you want to become a successful person? You can't think about failure because it will come. You can't give up without trying. You can't think that it won't work out. 12. Why did great and successful people become so They were constantly focused on the goal and strategically approached its achievement. 13. How do great and successful people think? Strategic thinking is present in almost all successful people. Only about their goals and objectives. They don't think about rest. Great people think about tomorrow, about the future, do not think about failures and problems. They think about improving their goals and objectives. They constantly think about actions, and therefore there is no depression, and there is no time to rest. They think about how to do it faster and better, and look for ways to this. 14. What will you think about in terms of thinking? About constructive. To think and learn to think like great people. 15. List your values, 10 proofs why. I really consider Jesus my value. My reliance on him. To be honest, in the 2 years of serving in rehabilitation, even if I didn't want to, I probably would have understood what I had done, and how weak and powerless I am without him, and I am afraid of not appreciating and thanking him for what he did for me on the cross. I value true friendship. Sports, I don't miss the opportunity to practice. Sleep, I devote a lot of time to it. Loved ones, I pray for them. I value the good done to me by people. I value faith, I don't want to lose what I have believed in. There is truth, and only Jesus made me free. Love, I love to live with love, I don't want to live without love. I can't and I won't. I value gift and talent. I always try to develop and serve with them. 16. Why are limitations, boundaries, frameworks needed for freedom? If you don't set boundaries for yourself, you can become arrogant and remain ungrateful, proud, and jaded. 17. Define your values, make a list of 5 areas. For example, God, family, and under each area write 10 values. Next, you make a covenant. For the rest of my life, I will only think about this and will not go beyond the boundaries. I will focus and develop on this. Describe and plan what you see your life in the next 10 years in FEV areas. God, be family.
C. Finance. D. Vocation.
D. Music. God, my values, gratitude, faith, life, knowledge, deepening, relationship with him, to him, word. His fire in me is a value, reliance, awareness. Only now, as I write this, can I write it as the goals of my life. Praise God. Perhaps I will adjust it and also be tested in this covenant, but I am certain that I want this because I truly want to reach heaven. Perhaps my thoughts are changing because I am simultaneously going through another leadership. Be family. My values: peace, health, relationship, family opinion. Be finance. Protect your money. Don't squander. C. Calling. Value trust. D. Music. I think that in the future I will become a pastor, evangelist, husband, father, businessman, musician, and driver. 18. Present and imagine a picture of your ideal life through total reflection and visualization. Describe it. A house on the bank of a river or lake. A good wife, 2 or 3. Children, outreach services every month, and a church in the place of residence. A couple of cars, a motorcycle, a gym, a studio. 19. What needs to be done to make you succeed? Such a life, the picture of your ideal life, to get from the place where you are now to your ideal life, what needs to be done, changed, put in place, what should be removed or added. Describe in detail. what your steps should be right now to get there, what knowledge you need to acquire, what to change, what your new actions and deeds. I think a miracle must happen. I have always wanted this, but I never succeeded. Living in the world with sin, I went with the flow, and there was no need to worry about it. Everything came and went on its own, but now I don't know what's happening to me. Thank God there is faith, although I know that it is still very limited. 20. Recognizing that we are products of our habits, which have either enabled or hindered our development. Make a list of those negative habits and write down others that you need to cultivate. Detail what you are lacking and work on it. I am a product of my habits. The last two. In the year, I served in a rehabilitation center, and during this time, my transformation occurred during the service and I could not get used to anything, and now I have not yet had time to get used to anything. I am imperfect, but I am trying very hard. Right now I am listening to the third lecture, Why Aren't We Heroes? And I understand how much is deeper within me. With this test, I move on to the next one. There is no time to relax. I immediately get involved in work on yourself. 21. Define your priorities for each day, what you absolutely must do. I definitely pray and read the Bible. Although because of the leadership I am currently going through, I realize that my reading is not always reading, although I knew it, but still, like most, just for show. Perhaps my prayer is not so good either, but now I know how not to do it. 22. If God appeared to you as to Solomon, what would you ask for at this moment? At this moment in my life, I would ask never to lose the feeling and state of complete inner satisfaction, contrition, and gratitude, as well as focus on what I am doing and what God wants to do through me, without deviating from it to the right or to the left, to grow firmly and steadfastly in faith until I accomplish more than Jesus, and reach heaven to the Father for an account. Hallelujah! Who to become and what to do. I wanted to become an actor or a singer or a host of entertainment programs. 22. What does an ideal life mean to me? A big house, a big yard, one and only woman for whom you can give your life, gentle, kind, understanding, and helping to raise 2 or 3 children. An excellent business based on spiritual principles. A very close-knit team of like-minded, devoted, loyal, and reliable people with whom I am actively engaged in my favorite ministry. 24. How do I envision my life in 10 years? In 10 years, there will be only one spouse, very obedient and intelligent children, a chain of stores, a well-established ministry with an exit to heaven. 25. If I were given $1 million, how would it affect me and how would my life change? It would greatly change my life and me too, but not for the better. I prefer a specific system or structure through which I can achieve this. Only in this way will my life change for the better. 26. What activities and pursuits bring the highest pleasure? When you do something for someone that they need at that exact moment, and that person becomes happy, that's the ultimate. I enjoy singing, romance, and the high life. 27. If I had 1 year to live, how would I live it? Most likely, I would return to the rehabilitation center and serve there, investing in people what I know myself. 28. How have I changed? Here are 3 examples that I remember well. Since I grew up in the Donbass region of Luhansk Oblast, no one is to blame that the upbringing and mentality were so perverted that there was no morality. Only 2 rules applied. First, might makes right. Never confess. This meant not confessing to your parents, to society, to anyone, not confessing to anything and to anyone. And the second is respect. To value yourself, to love only yourself. And contempt, especially for those who did not keep their word, did not keep promises, gave slack, although I also gave slack. But it didn't bother me as much as when someone gave slack. Giving slack is, for example, taking intravenous drugs. It was common then. Shirka was cooked right in my house. I also visited gypsy camps where they cooked and sold shirka. I witnessed all of this. I always knew that injecting drugs intravenously was not respected. It was not allowed. Why? because cops and drug addicts have no friends. A person who starts injecting will betray, give up in any case. Will crack, and I couldn't allow myself to do that. Everyone used, but I didn't. Those who used drugs intravenously fell in my eyes. They were below the baseboard. And here is the first example. I was grateful for the help I received. I wanted to stay in the center and wanted to serve other people. But I couldn't do this because the people I needed to work with were those drug addicts who injected, which caused a stupor inside me. That is complete rejection of such individuals as people. I prayed, and it wanted to love and help everyone. Didn't help. One day a brother came to the center. His name was Victor. He came to the center with abscesses, with marks from injecting narcotic substances into his veins, with wounds, with a pierced life. He was the son of a rich man, a millionaire. Victor lived as he wanted. For free, I didn't like it twice as much. I hated him. And I really. How to change? I took a 3-day fast, asking God to give me the strength to love this person. I hate him. I can't stand his manners, his past life. And on the 3rd day, I woke up in the morning with the feeling that I love all drug addicts. Why? These guys turned out to be weak on the day of disaster. I myself was weak. A former drug addict, alcoholic turned out to be weak, thought they were weak even though I myself was no better than them. The second change is hardness, insensitivity to the opposite sex, to sisters, misogyny, thoughts that they are all corrupt and all in the same vein. He also considered it beneath his dignity to apologize. Once there was a situation in the center. My rude attitude towards my sister offended her greatly. She wanted me to defend her, to cover her, to take care of her like a brother. But I behaved rudely, boorishly, and it upset her greatly and offended. It was not possible to change. But I was helped. Older guys, my mentors, they suggested that I apologize to her on my knees, as befits a worthy man who takes responsibility for someone. This act was very difficult for me, and I had a choice. Either I apologize or I leave this place, since it is unacceptable. For a leader to offend the weak, they must be protected. And the third example. This happened at the circle of sincerity, where everyone admits what they are weak at and what they succeed at and what they don't. There was a situation when I accused my rehabilitation comrades of behaving incorrectly, and one of them especially incorrectly, and I am right. My supervisor said, "Since you see this, you think they are wrong, especially that person, then here is my task for you. You need to apologize for causing their incorrect behavior." This had to be done in front of everyone. This was the third turning point for me, and then I forced myself to do it, after which I was able to change.
Pavel.
Hello, my name is Pavel. I was born in the city of Kiev in Ukraine, lived an ordinary life, school, friends. Everything was fine, but one day I ended up in the war. There I lost many of my friends, with whom I was friends and served together. Returning, I started drinking a lot, smoking, wanted to forget all this, but met my wife. We had a purely civil marriage, but before God we made vows to each other. She immediately told me that she would not live with an alcoholic in an apartment. After learning that she was pregnant, I quit drinking and smoking. In 2003, my daughter was born. 6 months later, I went to Germany to earn money, but returned 2 weeks later to bury my parents and younger sister. Later, I again went to Germany. Everything was fine. I earned money, sent money, came myself once a month, sometimes once every 2 months. Then I decided that it was time to take my beloved woman with our child to Germany. The paperwork took several more years. I also earned money, went to Kiev, put everything in a bank account so that we had money. And we didn't need anything. In 2013, when I finally received the In 2013, when I finally received the documents, for 3 days before my arrival in Kiev, in the city center, a war broke out, and it so happened that my daughter was killed by a gunshot to the head. My wife went crazy. First she was in a psychiatric clinic, but then she committed suicide. I started smoking and drinking again. Later, when I didn't have enough of that, I started looking for something new, so in my life came drugs. I took methamphetamine and amphetamine, sometimes ecstasy in pills. It all took a long 7 years. In December 2020, I met girls who were evangelizing on the street. They invited me to a home group, saying, "Come, it will be fun, we'll just chat, sit, drink coffee," and I agreed. So I went to visit, but later I realized that it was a home group. I just started listening, then we argued about the Lord God, what he did or didn't do, where the truth is, where the untruth is. We just talked to each other. The girls suggested that I repent. I thought, well, let them, if it will make them feel better. It turned out that when they repented me, I had remorse. I don't know how to explain it correctly, but that day I decided that I would quit drugs. From January 1st, 2021, I stopped taking narcotic substances. I quit drinking back in 2017 because once I felt very bad and I didn't want to die from alcohol. I only left smoking, like smoking is not a drug. That's how I lived until June. In June 2021, I decided to quit smoking. For 2 whole weeks, I was locked up alone at home. I only drank water, prayed to the Lord, asked him for help. At that time, I was already going to church, constantly attending home group, and even found a job. After 2 weeks of hard struggle, when I almost relapsed on drugs again, was already in the center and I felt better. I woke up and just saw the world with different eyes, felt the smells, they became very sharp. Everything was new to me, like for a newborn. At another home group, an acquaintance of mine who held it told me about the rehabilitation center Path to Freedom. She said that the rehabilitation center is very, very strong, that they really help. 3 days later, I was already in the center and never regretted it. I want to thank Pastor Natalia Anatolyevna Podopaieva for coming to this country and open such a rehabilitation center with such a program that really helps everyone. I thank my spiritual mentor, Pastor Andre. April, month of service, month of honoring God through serving people. 1. I thank God for love. Lord, let me see your love in this year of rain and blessing, a year of fruitfulness and springs, through serving people. Lord gives me clarity and vision that through his love, which I allow to pour out on people, I honor God. 1 John 4 verses 19 and 21. John 13 verses 3 to 5. 2. I thank God for heavenly reward. Lord, let me see this year as a reward from you. Serving people, we serve God, and he pours out his rain of blessing, fruitfulness, and opens up sources. Lord gives me clarity and vision that we acquire heavenly reward only when we honor God and only if we serve people. Matthew 5 verses 10 to 12. 2 Timothy 4 verse 8. James 1 verse 12. 3. I thank God for care. Lord, let me see how I can care for people in this year of rain, the year of your blessings, how I can be fruitful caring for people. The Lord gives us clarity and vision and opportunities so that we can use God's resources and through this honor God. 2 Timothy 2 verses 15 to 20.
Rom, 20:35 Uhr.
For I thank God for giving. Lord, give me to see those gifts that come from you and that you want us to give as rain, as a blessing to make us fruitful using your resources. The Lord gives me clarity and vision and opportunities, how I can doing good gifts to people while honoring God. Proverbs 19 verse 17. Acts 5. I thank God for mercy. Lord, give me to see your mercy towards us, using it as rain, as a blessing, using your resources to become fruitful while ministering to people. The Lord gives me clarity and vision and opportunities, as I can show mercy to people while honoring God. Proverbs 19 verse 17. 2012. The year I understood what being in love is. I fell in love and lost everything because of it, including the Institute. I lost my spirituality and spiritual values. Disappointment occurred. Disappointment doesn't come alone. It is accompanied by sadness, anger, sorrow, despair, resentment, even hatred. Thus, in this way, in disappointment, several very unpleasant feelings are concentrated at once. And I had to go through all of that. I think disappointment comes from pride. In my case, it came from there. I thought highly of myself. I set a high bar for myself. I set high goals for myself. I dared to believe in the non-existent and at the same time never did anything for it. I did, of course, but not for the purposes that I felt I wanted. And pride inevitably precedes a fall. I was absolutely disheartened, depressed, broken. For some period of time I lived in deep condemnation. At that moment I was supported by some friendly relationships. I lacked a friend, a person who would endure me, and I could bring all my negative feelings out from within so that someone would listen to me, understand me, and tolerate me. And on my path came such a person who at that moment became for me a healing friend, a listener, comforter, reliable, responsive. And with his help I survived that year, survived that disappointment. I needed to experience these feelings. It was a lesson for me. From this experience I learned that yes, you need to fly high, yes, you need to believe high, yes, you need to trust high, but it is also necessary to see what is under your feet, what you are capable of. If this high does not come, if this deep does not happen, then all the same you need to stand firmly on your feet and not fall down. Crushed, defeated, and struck. The fall of Olympus. Or everything is possible for a believer. That year I joined one of Pastor Sunday's groups. It was a men's club where there were very high requirements for quality of a man, including in terms of any goals set. Goals and responsibility for oneself, for other people, and influence on the environment. A lot of questions were raised there. A lot of qualities were trained. And out of 13 people, I once again become a leader, practically the second person in this club, maybe sometimes even the first. This club was very famous throughout the embassy. Our guys started meeting women in order to start a family. Everyone had very good plans. Everyone was supposed to have 3 children for businesses, calculations for 7 years ahead, etc. That is very high bar. And who am I? A person who is 3 to 4 years after rehabilitation, without teeth, without socks, without underwear, 1 deodorant for 2 months, without any large income. At this time, I also have a passion and some hope. I thought, that's it, now I'll prove it to everyone, prove it to myself, prove it to the rest. But the influence of this men's club was also felt. Since I am a leader, I wanted to gather somewhere. I wanted to have some place for parties and also to surprise my passion. And I think now I will open a restaurant, open a business, a foundation for the future, and everything will go. I didn't want to get married without having anything under my feet, the ability to support a family. And somehow I didn't succeed. It just didn't go, that's all. But I had enough faith and audacity, and I took the post. First a full fast, I fasted for 3 days, and then I continued to fast partially until he received an answer from God. And so I kept this fast for 12 days. I wanted to have a building, a space of 100 square meters, to open a Christian restaurant where we could gather and hang out with the guys. Because there were a lot of opportunities, different vitamins, different marketing programs. The men's club was on a high level. Practically all the people were accomplished, only a couple or 3 people who were not yet accomplished, and one of them was me. But we were already on the path to becoming accomplished because a very large number of people were following us. One of my colleagues in this club, knowing that I am a rehabilitation specialist, calls me one day and says, "Listen, I have a person working for me, he's a broker, and he stumbled, started making money, couldn't restrain himself, got drunk on cognac and asked me to lock him up in some kind of room. And I have a room for rent, which I rent out. It's closed and latticed. He said he would sit there for 3 days and overcome himself. After 3 days I came to him, and he says that no, he won't overcome himself alone. He needs help. And this colleague says to me, "Take him, please, to yourself. He's a good guy. His name is Artem. He needs help." And I ask, "What kind of place do you have?" "It's an old restaurant," he says. "It's been closed for a long time. The prosecutor's daughter kept it, and it became a den for drug distribution. The waiters there walked around without underwear, only in aprons. In general, it was a night establishment, very depraved, closed, and the people living in the house where it was located sued the owner, and this establishment was closed with a verdict not to open again. Never. But it can be rented out as a warehouse or something like that. It's not that expensive by Kiev standards. I say to him, "Give me this building. I feel this room is for me." I had such audacity, I would go to the administration, walk in and say, "I came from him, I need land for building a restaurant." And they would show me everything that is in the district, really everything, as if I really had 1 or 2 million euros, and everything that is for rent, everything that can be bought. They show me. That's how strong the faith was, such audacity. And then it turns out that there is a building, not particularly expensive. 17,000 total rent per month, plus the owner gave 2 months to equip it. Plus, it was necessary to get consent from all the residents of the house where the premises were located, to get permission from the administration to open a cafeteria where you could heat up semi-finished products, make some cocktails, coffee, pizza, and then again. The God factor intervened. I went around the whole riser, all the residents allowed it, everyone signed it. There was an agreement that there would be no beer, no alcohol here, only children's birthdays, meetings, chocolate shop. That is, I had plans, projects, how to promote all this. But one woman, because of whom the former restaurant here was closed, is in complete denial. She doesn't give permission, that's all. I'm trying to meet with her and talk, but I can't. But I still manage to meet with her, and we start talking to her. Moreover, we start to be friends with her, start to testify to her about who I am, what I am, why I am fighting in society, and she becomes fond of me. She says, "I work as the editor-in-chief of a Kiev newspaper in the coolest building with the coolest editorial office. If you do what you said, all of Kiev will know about you, everyone will come here. I will make sure that everything for children is drawn right on this house. If you do everything you said." She came to me every day to drink coffee, but she was very afraid that I would disappoint her, that I would deceive her. She told me her dreams, ideas, opened her soul, and I also sincerely told her that I have such values. I was addicted myself, and I am against any alcohol, even beer. She told me her story and why she achieved the closure of this restaurant. Her husband was an army general also in Kiev, and she made sure that it was all closed down, no matter that it was the prosecutor's daughter and her building. In short, the situation was like this. She lived on the 4th floor, and the windows of her mother's room overlooked the courtyard onto the restaurant. One day her mother became very ill and was already dying, and it was the last night of her life. And in this establishment there was a celebration. The bass was playing, loud music, screams and squeals were heard, and she repeatedly asked, "Please close the doors, make it quiet, my mother is really dying." Her soul is departing to God. Give her peace. Naturally, she was cursed at, and no one paid attention to her. That night her mother died, and she was left with a feeling of resentment, pain, and she began to fight. When I came to the administration, I was shown a stack of folders about 40 centimeters thick with documents, collected materials. That is, she was a very competent woman, the editor-in-chief. She knew all the phone numbers in the city, all the newspapers. She could even close the prosecutor's office. She was so competent. That is, she was so informationally savvy that she staged a real information war against it all. As a result, the restaurant was closed, sealed, and it was written that, according to the resident's statement and by court decision, it is no longer allowed to open catering establishments here. I tried to negotiate with the administration in every way, but they wouldn't budge. They said, "Go to her. If you can negotiate with her, then we will allow you." And what do you think? I with her agreed. We became friends. She is really a person with nerves of steel because that's the job. But even such, strong-willed with character, she softened. God intervened. How without him? And she softened. Of course, then we were all happy. But I was alone. I had nothing. Opening a restaurant, cafeteria without partners would not work. Naturally, documentarily, I formal everything, did everything. I wanted to have the last word, but materially and documentarily I had no name in Kiev. And for the business we needed loans in.
Client.
I didn't have all of this, so we needed banks, investments, marketing to build up a customer base. Founders. Thus, we zaključili a contract with 3 more partners that we are building a Christian here. Cafeteria based on Christian values, without alcohol, without cognac, without draft beer, without cigarettes, so that there is no smoking in this building. And I begin to be given great opportunities. I knew a lot of people. I was offered to equip a showcase with good snakeskin. Then we made another showcase with souvenir chocolate. In our cafeteria were held different marketing trainings in one of the halls. Different companies held their presentations, paid money for rent, and also drank coffee, ate pizza. But we didn't have a systematic approach. It was not calculated, for example, how many set lunches need to be sold to recoup the rent. It was necessary to calculate all the nuances, arrivals, departures, organize the sanitary and epidemiological station, fire protection. It was all done, but its time, investment, and prayers was a struggle. Everything was very, very cool, and everything went. There was another case that I wanted to tell, also not without the intervention of God. I needed 25 clients a day. There had to be 25 set lunches prepared every day except Saturday and Sunday, and these funds were enough to pay for rent, electricity, equipment, coffee machines. Everything else is pure profit. Where to get 25?
Client.
Kiev, not the center. The area seems to be central, but more residential, low traffic metro station. Dmyivskaya, Central Library of Kiev. Many people were walking there, but you can't just call people to your place like that. You need to come up with something. And across the road from our cafeteria was a methadone program. And every morning drug addicts came there for their dose. They fell asleep in the underpasses. I saw this, found out that it was a methadone program at the Dmyivskaya hospital. And I prayed to God and said, I will go there all these days, hand out business cards about rehabilitation, testify. And I took, for example, 50 business cards of the rehabilitation center and 50 business cards of the cafe and went. I came, handed out these business cards, testified, then distributed these business cards to offices around, and people started coming. And within a month, God brought it to the point that 25 clients every God's day bought set lunches, and there were enough funds to justify it all. Of course, when people started coming, orders started coming, incomes started to grow, desires started to grow, but I didn't understand anything special in business. I didn't want to do business at all. I'm not a restaurateur. I didn't want to deal with all this fuss. I just wanted to organize it all so that it would work, and I would do my own thing with my guys. But it turned out that I was away for 2 weeks, and my partners, and they are more active in business, more enterprising, thought that people needed beer somewhere. And naturally, the margin is higher on beer. And the margin is higher on pouring cognac, too. And it was possible to serve people in such a way that they would get pleasure and we would get funds. But they understood that I would not agree to this. And while I was away, they brought in various refrigeration equipment, kegs, barrels for pouring beer. Business is business. But I was held back by one factor, the word I gave to that woman. And I say, well, how can that be? We promised people that. We wouldn't do it here. We promised children's days, birthdays, and we held them, by the way, and these were unique birthday parties. There was a photo studio next to us and various clubs, and children coming to a birthday party could not. Did. But it's still not enough. Only eat pizza, but also go on an excursion somewhere where they had not been before, try something new and do a great photo shoot there. We did such unforgettable things. When you start earning, you start spinning. People want to order both a birthday and an anniversary, and you can't tell everyone, don't drink here. They say, okay, we won't drink, but we'll bring it with us, don't sell it to us. You don't want to sell, okay. Rent us the room for a day, we'll celebrate our birthday and leave. People started looking for some compromises so that they seemed to keep their word, but also money to earn. And I started going for it all. And when I started going against my word, went for this compromise, my Christianity was completely nullified. Bandits started coming to us, some criminals, conflict people, I had to get a gun. I lived with all this. I know all this. I didn't want someone to offend someone to run into someone, and I couldn't defend myself. There were also cooks and waiters there. I wanted to feel strong. I already withdrew from God inside. That is, God is my weapon, God is my protection. God has blessed me. But I knew that God would not bless me, saved from alcohol, who is now distributing this alcohol. That is, I knew that God would not do this. God is not like that. But in business, yes, I didn't understand anything. I didn't need to conclude such agreements. Business had to be built differently. But I had partners, I had to reckon with their values, with their opinion. And it turned out that they were building one thing and I was building another. But you don't know right away who has what values. Someone can change their word, move based on the benefits of production, enterprise, or something else. In general, we quarreled. It was some kind of birthday. Usually the establishment worked until 2100 hours. And at first that woman came exactly at 9 in the evening to see if they were getting drunk here by the evening. And we would sit with her, eat something, chat, and hear everything. Began to drag on. It's already 10 o'clock, it's already 11 o'clock. You can still until 11 according to the law. And at some point some bandits, hooligans ordered the rental of the entire premises. We prepared everything for them. One of them had an anniversary. They brought all the equipment with them. We had an agreement with them that they would only be there until 9 or 10 in the evening. They agreed. In general, 11 you won't kick anyone out, 12 you won't kick anyone out, and so on until 3 nights. Naturally, that woman came the next day, and I was very ashamed to look her in the eye. And I told my partners that I either leave or you all take it out of here tomorrow. I must keep my word. Of course, they began to look for a compromise, like let's at least finish trading what we have, what we took, let's finish trading. This month, this summer, yes, we will remove everything, this is all unnecessary. But they did not keep their word, did not take anything out, and I had to leave. And I left. The grace that was on all the clients, on the contract, on building, on evangelization, was on me. It was my blessing, my merit, my faith, my sweat. I left and 20 clients immediately followed me, just once, and fell off. No work, no orders. Literally a month later, my partners took out all this beer, equipment, and say, come back. Firstly, we have large common debts, loans. We all invested in it, built everything, fixed it now. We need to give back, recoup. You left, abandoned us, and who will? Pay the debts, you started it all. And they started. Piling everything on me like you started it, you clean it up. My pastor told me, don't come back. People have let you down once. And did not respect your word, and did not. Felt it, you are not on the same path with them. Believe me, don't need to contact these people anymore. Don't go there, don't come back. I acted cowardly, did not listen, and returned. I thought, well, what are you saying, Pastor? Don't come back. I also gave these people my word, and how can I abandon them now in debts? I must help as a Christian. I must return. But the pastor was right, because according to concepts and in general according to the law, when they first violated my word, then my word automatically terminates the contract. Owe them nothing. They violated our agreement, and all the blame is on them. Let them pay all the debts. Let them sort everything out. However they want, sell whatever they want, even engage in prostitution, do whatever they want. Now it's their problems. Forget all this, shake it off, spit, and start all over again. But I chickened out and came back. I had a new charge of energy, a new charge of knowledge, but new difficulties for me as a choleric are a challenge. I must manifest myself there, manifest God, manifest all faith and qualities. There were few clients, and I matured a little. Inside, got older, and I built marketing out of clients. I found clients who paid a month in advance. That is, they paid a month in advance. I made a purchase for a week and paid the rent. My job was simply to feed them for a whole month. I had enough money for rent. I did what I wanted, and everything above that was my profit. But my partners didn't see a big profit or gain in this, and they just left me. They said, we will pay our debts ourselves. You pay your debts yourself. Deal with all this yourself, and we are leaving. Since you are the boss here, you are the chief here, you are the director now, you rake it in yourself. And I was left without a driver, without a delivery man, without a cook, without a waiter, without an accountant, without an organizer of all the menus, without cleaner, without anyone, one for all. Maybe trouble, maybe joy that at that moment I had an additional job. I worked as a loader. I learned to sleep standing like a horse. I just fell on the conveyor belt. At the same time, I was also getting my license, a driver's license. The person who was my driving instructor, when I fell asleep twice at the wheel, said, I will teach you to drive like this, just don't come to me anymore. Because I'm going gray when we drive with you around Kiev. You should have 10 lessons, you came to 2, don't come anymore. I'll write that you came to all of them. He just wanted to get rid of me. He says, have never seen such reckless scum like you. But I still went to theory, went to night work. I lived in an Orthodox monastery. This is a separate story, a separate miracle, and worked as the director of my own restaurant where I was left completely alone. And at some point I wondered, why do I need this restaurant at all? I'm not a restaurateur, but I have already created such marketing that people paid me. For 2 or 3 months in advance, I have already fought off such tough months as November, December, when you don't earn anything at all. There was a jewelry factory nearby. There were good hairdressers. God leads, raises to such levels where there is money, where there is stability, and I could spin there. Good people came, very good. They gave me money in advance. I only realized later that people came to chat, to talk to someone attractive who is there. You meet them, you are glad to see them, and they are you. And they liked it. I sat and thought, and I think, really, why do I need this? I don't need it alone. My partners have all left. Love has faded into the background because material difficulties and debts, these problems came to the fore. This is only in fairy tales with sweet paradise in a hut, love and all that. And I closed this cafe, returned the money to all the people from whom I took it. In advance, paid the rent. We divided all the equipment. With my founders, divided all the things, and I was left alone. with debts and disappointment that something went wrong in my life. To rise, you must be crushed. What does that mean? It means reassessing your inner self and correcting it for the better. In the last chapter, we made a decision. In this one, we change our priorities and learn to treat people humanely. If the past, dependent in the situation, could be rude, send in an obscene form or beat, now I had to act with precision. Vice versa. Think first, how would you act? A normal person. To imagine the image of this person. To understand what qualities this person has that I didn't have before. You might think, am I not a person? A person, but only the actions are not human. What makes a person human? His values. Family, work, or your own business that brings a stable income, relationships with other people. Now you need to grow. In this, make an effort. Efforts that are needed to pass the tests on the path to becoming a person, a normal person. You need to constantly improve your qualities, work in certain situations, passing tests, to become a person with moral principles. Growth comes through trials. If there are trials, then a person going through them grows, and if not, then the person just stands still. That is, thanks to the tests, a person can develop, grow. For example, a coach tells an athlete to do 10 push-ups. Naturally, he does push-ups, and when he wants to get up, the coach shouts, "Stop, do 11, then 12, etc." The athlete begins to think that the coach has lost his mind and says, "You said to do 10 times." And the coach tests the athlete how much he will endure, looks for where is the limit, what can be corrected, where you need to strain, and where to give a respite. He knows exactly what it takes to bring an athlete to victory. Yuri. Hello, my name is Yuri. It was a shock to me when I found out that my son was a drug addict. To say it was a shock is an understatement. I felt like I was in a hopeless tunnel. The further I went, the blacker and worse. I tried to constantly keep my son under control, constantly called, checked his pockets. If I found something, I threw it away, and, of course, there was immediately a scandal. It had absolutely no effect on my son. He became more and more insane. He only wanted drugs. Money, equipment, and valuables disappeared from the house. My son stopped hiding. Spoons, syringes, etc. What was happening in the family is impossible to imagine. It all lasted 20 years. In between, he was in prison 3 times, for a total of 6.5 years. We constantly tried to treat him with traditional medicine. He was in therapy 4 times, he had strong drug blockers sewn into him twice, all to no avail. As a father, it depressed me that I couldn't do anything. Help, a fear of losing him appeared. I started living with constant fear that something irreparable might happen. Only the son was doing well, in quotation marks. He stated that we must accept that he will always use drugs, maybe reduce the dose. Of course, we could not accept this. Somehow, in the newspaper, we found a small announcement that the former mayor drug addict has been free for 11 years and can help. Called the number listed. We were advised to join a Skype group where we would be taught what to do. Thanks to this group, which was led by Pastor Nelia, we became acquainted with the program The Way to Freedom with 12 Steps and its brilliant author Natalia Anatolyevna Potapeva. We had never heard of this program. We began to look at the problem differently. We began to change ourselves. We repented, came to God fervently, prayed for the liberation of our son together with brothers and sisters. In the group, we met parents whose children or relatives had been free for a long time thanks to the program. Of course, there were occasional doubts and fears that we were wasting our time because our son wasn't changing, becoming more and more aggressive and almost insane. But we made a decision for ourselves to go through the program to the end, to do everything we were taught. 6 months later, we visited the rehabilitation center. We saw with our own eyes people who have gained complete freedom thanks to Natalia Anatolyevna Potapeva's program. We met Pastor Andrei, the director of the rehabilitation center, a man who, sacrificing himself, helps addicts and codependence people. came full confidence that exactly here will help us and our son. After a year and a half of acquaintance with the program, our son came to the rehabilitation center to the pastor to Andre. May 7, 2022, 3 years since our son has been free. He stayed at the rehabilitation center and helps to free everyone who wants to live in freedom. We are grateful to everyone who participated in our salvation, the salvation of our son. Our family remains. Most of the answers are A. It's hard for you to maintain friendships, just as it is to make new ones. If you do have a friend, it can be considered a miracle. You would like to find support in friends, but you are too hasty in your movements. Throughout this life, you often lose contact with familiar people. Most of the answers are B. You try to maintain friendship, but you don't always succeed in this. You have friends, might even have some long-standing ones, but you often argue with them, even though deep down you would like more stable relationships. Try to understand and accept your friends as they are, and then your relationships with them will change for the better. Most of the answers are V. This indicates that you are the most reliable friend, capable of being loyal and holding others' secrets, able to help your friends through any difficulties. And certainly, your friends are just as reliable towards you. If a person does not understand your dreams, he is not your man. Dmitry Greenberg, May, fear of the Lord. Month of showing reverence to God through the fear of the Lord. Ecclesiastes 12 verses 13 to 14. Isaiah 33 verse 6. Isaiah 33 verses 13 to 16. Proverbs 2 verses 1 to 12. 1. I thank God and do not want to miss heaven. Lord, help me see your heaven in this year of rain and blessing, a year of fruitfulness and springs that you open. How can I show reverence to God through the fear of the Lord? Psalm 88 verse 5. Matthew 5 verse 12. Matthew 7 verse 21. 2. I thank God for obedience. Lord, help me walk in obedience in this year of rain and blessing, year of fruitfulness and springs that you open. How can I show reverence to God through my obedience in the fear of the Lord? Romans 12 verse 10. Romans 13 verses 1 to 5. Psalm 85 verse 11. 3. I thank God for victory over the flesh, for self-discipline. Lord, be self-disciplined in this year of rain and me, to blessings, the year of fruitfulness and the sources that you open. How can I show reverence to God by disciplining myself through the fear of the Lord?
Rom 12, 1 bis 2.
4. I thank God for constancy, stability. Lord, teach us to be in constancy and stability, using it as rain, as a blessing, using your sources that you open. How can I show reverence to God? Through my constancy, stability, being in the fear of the Lord.
Rom 12:12. Jer 32:40.
Matt 10:22. Psalms 17 verse 22. Distrust, grumbling, and anger. 2013. Recovering from a spiritual fall was very difficult. I went to the mountains. I was at my friends, restoring myself, seeking God. God healed me, God taught me, God healed me. God became my psychologist. I went through different lessons, different trainings, and I started to change in all the qualities that a person needs in order to live. I get up and learn to love. I found myself in a rehabilitation center, one might say in a hospice, where the dregs of society gathered, the lowest stratum of society, people who had fallen below the baseboard. And in order to rise myself, the first thing I encountered there, I needed to admit that I am the same as those people who surround me. I was in shock. I thought, how can that be? I studied well at school, I studied well at college, I was successful in life, whatever I undertook. I did everything I wanted. Why did I suddenly find myself below the baseboard? Why did I end up at the bottom of society? I've always been a handsome guy. I had good clothes. Girls loved me. I didn't have any particularly big problems like other guys in life or with self-esteem or with self-belief. I participated in all sports games. I was able to do everything. I was doing well in life because everything worked out quickly and well for me. Why did it happen that I ended up at the very bottom? Why did this happen to me? The question itself was why? Why didn't it happen to the guys who were weaker than me in school? With those I considered weaklings? Why did this happen to me? Why did I become an alcoholic, a criminal, a drug addict, homeless? I'm 26 years old, and I need some kind of help from some people. I had to open up to them, talk about my problem, that I fell. It was psychologically very difficult. Yes, of course, I was broken here. I was told that it's pride that you fell because of your addictions started. Picking up cigarette butts, using chemicals that are incompatible with human life, you are doing idiotic things, stealing, etc. I was told this so that I would sober up intellectually, so that I could realize and admit that this is so. And in this lesson, for me was the hardest, the most unbearable, the most painful internal work on myself. But I will say, honestly, without taking this step, there is no point in moving anywhere else, because if you have not reset inside and not admitted to himself that he had become a zero, had fallen in the eyes of his loved ones, relatives, friends, in the eyes of God, had fallen very low. So where do you rise to if you stand proudly and arrogantly? Then you don't need to ask to be raised. So I started to rise only after I admitted it. Next, in order to rise, I needed effort, I needed perseverance, and I needed character. That's what this step was. To love. Now let's analyze probably the most difficult step, which for me was the most difficult, as it is for many people, not only those undergoing rehabilitation, but also in ordinary life. This step is called learning to love. Many people think that love is when two people, a guy and a girl, initially notice each other, then they have a chemical reaction in the brain, and they think they love each other to death. But it's all just infatuation. To forgive. A chemical reaction of the brain to certain factors, responsible for triggering attraction to each other. It is also necessary to learn to forgive. It doesn't matter who, but you need to learn to forgive even your enemies, to forgive even where you would never forgive. For example, I had a fierce hatred for the German people. I lived in the Donbass, and from my very childhood I received anti-fascist indoctrination. And since Germany was the aggressor, I hated the entire German people, considering them all fascists. Added to this was the fact that my grandmother during the Second World War was captured by the Germans as a Jew and sent to a concentration camp. But, thank God, the Germans somehow figured out that my grandmother was not Jewish, and she was sent to forced labor, essentially made a slave. Then the Soviet people came and saved my grandmother, freeing her from slavery. But this hatred for the Germans accompanied me all my life. Then, after undergoing my rehabilitation and raising the rehabilitation center entrusted to me in Ukraine, I went to Germany. I have been living in Germany for 4 years now. I am the director of a rehabilitation center, and I was able to understand and forgive the German people who, in fact, did nothing to me. But you can learn a lot from them, for example, accuracy, order, planning, etc. I was able to understand and forgive them, and this brought me relief because that incredibly heavy burden of hatred stopped pressing on me. That is, in fact, my grandmother was a slave, she was freed by the Soviet and American peoples, and I was freed from God, Jesus Christ, freed me from slavery, and now I serve in Germany in the center saving drug and alcohol addicted kids. How I went through this 6th step. It begins with Lord, teach me to love. In this step, the first word I encountered was the word love. How did I learn to love? I came from a world where I walked and lived dissolutely and knew nothing about love at all. I always thought that love is a euphoric feeling of infatuation or attraction. Naturally, it was all accompanied by sexual thoughts. Faced with this step, I reflected a lot and even I read in the Bible. Turned out that love is not sex, not attraction, not much else that I considered love. And love is a very long and painstaking work. It is long-suffering, merciful, does not envy, does not exalt itself, does not pride itself. It is respect, care, and much that needs to be done. Through patience, humility, that is love. At the rehabilitation center, I had to break myself, my favoritism. I didn't want to respect drug addicts, but I had to do it. The most important thing is the lessons. I would like to give such an example. My own brother helped me, he was still alive then, and I had brotherly feelings for him, natural brotherly love. If I couldn't love someone, couldn't stand it, couldn't tolerate it, I immediately formed in myself the feelings of how I would treat my own younger brother. That is, I imagined. If it were my younger brother, I would do everything for him. I would forgive him and help him. I would wash for him. I would take care of him. If only he wanted to be with me and live a sober life, I would do everything for him. That's what I encountered in step 6. And the second difficult task is to forgive. I especially had nothing to forgive, but a couple of times I had feelings of dissatisfaction and hatred. Once we were sitting in a roadside cafe, we call them tents, and then a kid younger than us came up to us. It was cloudy, the sun wasn't shining then, and this guy who sat down at our table was wearing glasses. Everyone at the table was older than him. I asked him why he was sitting in glasses. The sun wasn't shining in his eyes. I didn't even want to touch him. I thought he was arrogant. That's why he was wearing glasses. And I got to him like, why are you wearing glasses? It was so rude and with a run-in, although he was younger, but physically he was much stronger than me, and only the fact that I am older, and only the fact that I am with these guys are sitting, this guy was restrained and purely out of respect. He took off his glasses. But it was me who was left with a residue. I couldn't forgive him. I hated him. I was ready to kill him. I don't know what to do with him. And even when I came to rehabilitation, the first thought, when I hear about forgiveness, I remember this guy. I forgive him. I bless him. I repent for my behavior. That I did that then. I could have gotten into a very stupid situation. I would have even been beaten, but I was lucky. And I learned to love, forgive, not to experience negative feelings towards this person. That was my 6th step. Elena Alexandrovna, sister. We have a common father and different mothers. You were 11 years old and Sasha was 9. I was darning your torn pants, which were even ashamed to wear. I read you books. These are my memories of our first meeting. Then when I arrived in the Luhansk region in the city of Lysychansk, I was already 30 years old. Then I started looking for our father with you. I then arrived at Militsiskaya but you were no longer living there, and I started asking the neighbors how to find you and how to find Dad. When I found you, you were already very drinking. You and my husband brought us to some village. We had a normal conversation there, but you drank a lot. You constantly had a lot of beautiful girls. Then my husband and I went home, and I didn't return until 3 years later. We came to Tashkovka, to Grandma Luba's. Dad was already in very bad condition. He had a green face and swollen legs. I told him that I'll leave the money. Please register the house in your name, and she left him $100, which was a lot of money back then. I don't know where he put it. Dad said that Andrei threw axes and knives at him, that he broke everything in the house. Then I started defending you, saying that this couldn't be, that you were normal. In response, I heard that my brother was doing drugs, drinking, and a lot of other terrible things about you, but I still stood my ground and insisted that Andrei wasn't like that it just can't be. Then my father took me to our house, to Grandma Genya and Grandpa Afonia's, and I actually saw doors cut with axes and knives, and then I was convinced that it was true that my little brother Andreyka, it turns out, was inadequate. I was very hurt for Andriusha. Genetically, many lovers are born in our family. To drink, Dad died because of it, younger brother Sashenka died because of it. To be honest, I also drink sometimes, not often, but it happens. I am very glad that Andrei has embarked on the true path and is trying to guide me, also tries to put me on the right path. When you came to us in Obninsk, where I was already living with my husband and my adopted children at that time, you came with a huge beautiful flower in a pot. It was Christmas star. A very beautiful flower. I really liked it. It's a pity, but because of many moves, it didn't survived, although I tried to keep it. Then we met on the way to the Holy Spring. Then we brought you home, we washed in the bathhouse, then poured cold water over ourselves and drank hot tea. The children were with us. I remember that, and so do my children. Andreyka, you clever girl and handsome. I hug you. I respect you. I kiss. I love. And God give you everything of the brightest and kind. And come visit us. Yes. Qualities that I remember about you. You never swore in front of me. If you said that you decide everything, then you went and decided, and it didn't matter to you what state you were in. Whatever you were before, now you are like this, and that's great. June, Labor and Creativity, Month of Honoring God through labor and creativity. Genesis 1:1, 27-28, 31. 1. I thank God for discipline. Dear Lord, teach and help me to be disciplined in this year of rain and blessings, a year of fruitfulness and sources that you open. How can I, by disciplining myself, show respect to God through work and creativity? Proverbs 10 verse 4. 2. I thank God for work. Beloved Lord, give us the desire and teach us this quality to work in this year of rain and blessing, a year of fruitfulness and sources, that you open. Open, God. How can I show respect to you, working and creating as you created? Proverbs 18 verse 9, Proverbs 14 verse 23, 2 Thessalonians 3 verse 7. 3. Heavenly Father, I thank you that you teach us to be creative people. You give the desire to create as you created. Very good. You give the opportunity to use this year like rain, like a blessing, using your sources that you open. My God, you open opportunities. How can I, through the gift of creativity, which you have invested in me, working and creating, show respect to God? John 5 verse 17. Ekel 5:17-18. Ekel 9:10. 4. I thank God for work. Dear Lord, give the desire and teach us to work as you worked for 6 days. For this, you send your rain and blessings, fruitfulness, and you open the sources that you have in abundance. God, you open opportunities so that I can show reverence to God through labor and creativity. Proverbs 12 verse 24, 1 Peter 2 verse 5, Matt 13:8, Chapter 10. You can tolerate unpleasant attitudes of people towards you only if you know that God treats you with love. And in eternity you will enjoy his company without reproach or blame, as with a true son. 2014. This year marks the beginning of real adaptation. Business, guys, jobs, teams, organizations, fences, construction, searching, a men's club. The search for oneself as a man begins. To build a house, start a family. 2014 is the year of specifically the men's movement. God protects the cautious, and the devil protects the foolish. Guards. I have already said that it is very important not to go to companies where drugs and alcohol are circulating. Where they fight, you don't need to hang out there. Naturally, I don't go anywhere either, that is to say in old companies where I used to be, I don't run into any. Whom I don't show up in places where I might be tempted. But the reader will say, what about friends? What about those people with whom you have spent your whole life? Yes, you can't erase that from life, and there are real friends. And I want to tell you about my friend. His name is Roman. He was born in 1982 in the Donbass in Lysychansk like me. We lived practically on one street, several kilometers apart. Was a younger brother, and Roman has a younger brother. With my way of life, I mainly set a negative example for Roman, and was not only a friend to him, but also in some ways a role model. I don't know what it was about me. Maybe Roman's recording of words will make it clearer what he saw, what he knows about me. Roman is not just my friend, but also my brother. We are with him. We fraternized. We cut our hands until they bled and exchanged blood. It was a fraternal exchange of blood, after which we became brothers. And today my story is about true friendship. I prayed for Roman for about 4 to 5 years, and he turned out to be the only person who looked for me when I disappeared. And he was very surprised that I had changed my lifestyle. He couldn't believe it. My lifestyle used to be, to put it mildly, not very correct. Once at Roman's house I fell into an epileptic seizure, i.e., in fact, I was no longer a tenant. Roman, his mother, father, and younger brother knew this. They felt sorry for me. They grieved in their hearts, but no one could do anything with me. It's terrible when your friend falls in your garage in an epileptic seizure, swallows his tongue, you pin his tongue with a pin, pierce it and try to save him, which Roman did. And after that I slept for half a day on his couch. Woke up and asked, "What is there to get better?" and offered him to take something. He was shocked. He said, "How can you almost died. I was so scared for you." Roman turned out to be both a friend and a brother to me. In 2014, there was a very serious crisis in my life, and before I started organizing everything again, I needed to relieve stress, psychological tension. I couldn't find anyone closer than Roman. I no longer had a mother, there was no way to talk to my father, my brother was also out of reach, and I went to my friend. And he accepted me as a brother, he let me sleep, rest, eat, drink, enjoy the beautiful nature. He unloaded me, relieved my psychological stress. He lent a shoulder. Moreover, as a true friend, he supported my values, i.e. he became interested, delved deeper. He asked, "Why are you like this? How did you become like this?" And one day when we were steaming in his bathhouse, he asked me, "Can I be baptized with water by you? Can you baptize me with water?" And I said to him, "Yes, I can baptize you with water." And he accepted water baptism right in the bathhouse. A true friend is ready to sacrifice his values for the sake of a friend. And Roman sacrificed his values, he was moved in his heart. He became a brother of mine both by blood and by faith, thus giving me a push, giving me confidence in myself. I completely rebooted at his place and continued to fulfill my calling. Bad company corrupts good morals. Yes, you shouldn't go somewhere to dens, to your former comrades, but your true friend, your true brother, whom you feel with your heart, who is really your childhood friend, as we say, who will share your values, support and understand you, who knows you in every way you don't need to avoid. I'm not saying that you need to run and save someone if that person is in alcohol addiction and doesn't want to hear you. It came to me through long prayer. I prayed for my friend for a long time, and as soon as I saw that he showed interest, showed thirst, then I was able to open up to him and he was able to open up to me. But here you need to be able to feel very sensitively what is his interest, healthy or with a catch. How I lived in an Orthodox monastery. Around the same time, it happened that I had nowhere to live. And I, understanding that I couldn't live in a dormitory where people use alcohol and drugs and engage in reckless sex, wanted to find some place where they would be discipline and peace, but it will no longer be rehabilitation center. And miraculously, I end up in the administrative building at an Orthodox monastery. And with this experience, I have an amazing story about how I began to respect my Orthodox brothers. Even before I came to God, I had a prejudiced and distrustful attitude towards them, and when I came to God, their way of life seemed too religious to me. But after living side by side with them in an Orthodox monastery, I came to respect them very much, and this was preceded by several situations. I rented a bunk in a room with 2 guys, it was called a cell. One of them was a student at the Kiev Theological Seminary, and the other was from a different faith, a Christianite, as far as I remember. We were united by the fact that we were all looking for an order that dictated our values, and we didn't want to live in a different environment. When I lived in an Orthodox monastery, I was surprised by primarily the relationship of Orthodox brothers. I came to respect them, jokingly, for their disrespect towards me. I learned that I could not sit at the table to eat with the Orthodox brothers, as I was considered a layman, so I ate at a separate table. Only brothers and the Holy Father were allowed at the common table. The mothers cooked, the food was Lenten, and a plate of food was expensive. And I had a feeling that they respect neither worldly people nor they value their own canons over worldly faith and will not compromise, even if you are a very good person. Of course, it hooked me, but on the other hand, I really liked it. I thought that as a native of the rehabilitation center, I was used to strict discipline, but the discipline of the Orthodox brothers turned out to be an order of magnitude higher. The second thing that hooked me, and again I liked it, I consciously did not go to live in an environment that could tempt me. And going into this environment, again, because of my arrogance, I thought that I was somehow better than these people who live with me in the same room. I am somehow different from them. I am the Son of God, chosen by God to serve rehabilitation, to be a leader. And these guys are just trying to cultivate some qualities in themselves. But we were distinguished by behavior. I worked in 2 jobs and came early in the morning around 6 o'clock, but at 10 to 11 I already had to leave. I had very little time to sleep. When I came, my neighbors were still asleep, and I behaved noisily, not noticing it, as if I was tired, and I urgently needed to fall. I went quickly to the shower and then quickly to bed. If I grunted/knocked somewhere, I just didn't pay attention to it. But, however, the Orthodox brother, whose name was Adam, behaved exactly the opposite, and I noticed it when I slept after work or before work. He walked on tiptoe so as not to wake me up. He always closed the door without creaking, very reverently and reverently. As soon as I felt it, I became so ashamed, and my conscience began to expose me, that I simply took for myself as an example how to treat people. Even if Adam considered me a worldly person, he was very philanthropic. He understood that I'm working hard, that I need to rest, and didn't want to bother me. The third was the very feeling of God's presence during the service, which I felt once. It was a Sunday, and I was returning home from a night Saturday morning on Sunday. Something happened to the bus, and I had to walk, and I barely climbed this mountain where the administrative building was located at the Orthodox monastery in the Mishalovka area in the Galasivsky district. And having climbed up, I already realized that I would not have time to leave for the service, and I have no strength. Sitting on a bench in the courtyard where the service of the Orthodox brothers was going on, I felt God's presence. It was so powerful, so strong that I couldn't believe it. I thought how powerfully God comes to the Orthodox Church and manifests God's presence, that I am here, sitting on a bench, feeling that. How strongly people pray here. Therefore, you can endlessly justify yourself by the fact that there are no suitable places for you, that you had nowhere to go and you went to live somewhere near a brothel in the city center or with some den in the same entrance. This is not true. I went through all this and found a place where I learned how to live in sobriety and protect myself from all my remissions and my chronic illness. Roman. Hello. My name is Roman. I am a friend of Andre. As a person, I respect and love Andre very much, but I would like to tell you a little about his past. He was a moderately terrible person. He was lawless, offended girls, drank heavily, smoked, and used drugs. Of course, we all went through this, our company. But Andre was a very bad guy, just awful. I want to share one bad story about him. We were probably about 25 years old then. It happened right in the midst of drug and alcohol use. Andre came to me to help. We were doing business at that time, pouring PVA glue in the garage. He needed to either smoke or drink, and he came to help with the intention to use drugs or alcohol at the same time. In my eyes, he fell in the garage. He foamed at the mouth. It didn't last long, but my sister and I were very scared. Fortunately, I remembered how to help in such a case. I don't remember what I found then, a spoon or a fork, but I tried to unclench his jaw to insert a spoon between his larynx and tongue, barely unclenched it, and he began to breathe little by little. Thank God. Everything worked out. Of course, I don't want to portray myself as some kind of hero, but God helped then. When Andre stepped away, he was restless. Asked if I had a smoke or a drink, which really surprised me. I replied to him, "What are you smoking for? You were just at death's door a couple of minutes ago. Are you in your right mind?" I realized then that he didn't care about life at that moment. No values, nothing new. He just drifted along. He just wanted to drink or smoke. This is a very sad history. Now Andre has changed a lot. We all love him and respect him. Parable, a true friend. Sticking his head out of the nest, the eaglet saw many birds flying below among the rocks. "Mom, what kind of birds are those?" he asked. "Our friends," the eagle answered her son. "The eagle lives in solitude, such is his lot, but even he sometimes needs surroundings. Otherwise, what kind of king of birds is he? All those you see below are our faithful friends." Satisfied with his mother's explanation, the eaglet continued to watch the birds fly with interest, counting them from now on as his faithful friends. Suddenly he shouted, "Ow, ow, they stole our food." "Calm down, son. They didn't steal anything from us. I myself treated them. Remember once and for all what I'm about to tell you. No matter how hungry the eagle is, he must share part of his prey with the birds living in the neighborhood. At such a height, they are unable to find food for themselves, and they should be helped. Anyone who wants to have faithful friends must be kind and tolerant, showing attention to the needs of others. Honor and respect are gained not by force, but by generosity and willingness to share the last piece with those in need.
Leonardo da Vinci.
July, Family Month of honoring God through honoring one's family and relatives. F5:22-31. F6:1-4. 1. I thank the Lord for love. Lord, let me see how with the rain of your blessings and sources I receive love from you. How can I show love to God? Through love to my family and relatives. John 15 verses 12-13.
1 Cor 13:4-7.
2. I thank the Lord for faithfulness. Lord, help me to be faithful in this year of rain and blessing, a year of fruitfulness and sources that you reveal. How can I show faithfulness to God through faithfulness to my family and relatives? Ancestors. Proverbs 28 verse 20.
1 Cor 4:2.
3. I thank the Lord for sacrifice. Lord, give me the desire and teach me to be sacrificial in this year of rain and blessing, a year of fruitfulness and sources that you are opening. How can I show reverence to God through sacrifice? To my family and relatives. Matt 19:5.
1 Cor 10:24.
4. I thank the Lord for patience. Lord, help me be patient in this year of rain and blessing, a year of fruitfulness and springs that you open. How can I show reverence to God through patience with my family and relatives?
Rom 5:4.
Proverbs 14 verse 29. 5. I thank the Lord for reliability. Lord, let me see this year as a year of blessing, as a year of rain, as a year of fruitfulness, as a year of springs that you open, and to be reliable. How can I show reverence to God through reliability to my family and relatives?
1 Cor 13:7.
Proverbs 10 verse 12. James 5 verse 20. 6. I thank the Lord for humility and simplicity. Lord, give desire and teach me to be humble and in simplicity. Thank I thank you that you send your rain and blessings, fruitfulness, and open the springs that you have. How can I show reverence to God through humility and simplicity in my family and to relatives?
Jer. 17, 9 spojnica 10, 14. Rom. 12:21.
Proverbs 15 verse 1. 7. I thank the Lord for mutual trust. Lord, give me to see this quality of mutual trust in this year, the year of rain and blessing, fruitfulness, and the springs that you open. You are doing. How can I show reverence to God through mutual trust in my family and relatives? James 5 verse 16.
1 Coríntios 10:24.
I thank the Lord for unity. Lord, give me the desire and teach me unity in this year of blessing, the year of rain, fruitfulness, and the springs that you are opening. How can I show reverence to God through unity in my family and to relatives? 1 Peter 3 verses 10 to 13, Philippians 2 verse 2, Ecclesiastes 4 verse 12. 9. I thank the Lord for reverence and respect. Lord, teach us these qualities. Reverence and respect, using them as rain, as a blessing, as your springs that you are opening. How can I show reverence to God through reverence and respect for my family and relatives? Philippians 2 verse 3. Matthew 7 verse 12. 1 Thessalonians 3 verse 9. Matthew 15 verse 4. Chapter 11. You will always have to answer for your recklessness. 229. 2015. I got into debt and was getting out of the debt pit. I made the decision to give everything away, read a great book, and started practicing it. It became clear that financial literacy is necessary, that you need to know how to manage money, how to hold on to it, why and how to borrow. There were also grievances against other people. Someone helped, someone didn't help, someone turned away in a difficult moment. I had to learn to love, forgive, not be offended, and move on again. How they came to kill me. 2007. I'm on the run from Moscow, moving to Ukraine. In Moscow, for the last year, I practically lived without registration, without health insurance under someone else's passport. And then my intuition started telling me that our gang would soon be shut down. There were approximately 22 to 24 people in our group. We had several brothels with prostitutes whom we guarded, used them. In general, they worked for us, we protected them. It wasn't pimping, it's a slightly different story there. I don't want to go into details here. The girls just worked to attract clients because a sucker is needed for a mugging. And when the lawlessness started in the shops and behind the shops, people started to fear us, and even the police started to fear us. It was Chusovskaya Street, I think, Cherninsky district of the city of Moscow. And raids began one after another. There was a moment when I just walked through the police and left. And I realized, I need to leave urgently. Leave. That was the last time I saw my brother. I suggested he go with me to Ukraine because my soul was drawn there. Our mother died, and I wanted to see my father because I was afraid that we wouldn't see our father anymore. Because we hadn't seen our father for about 7 years. And I really wanted to at least see him, to talk to him. I arranged to meet my brother. We met at night. I said to him, let's go home, we'll get through somehow, we'll drive through. At that time, 2 customs offices were already operating, Russian and Ukrainian. And at these 2 customs offices it was necessary to present a document of registration in Moscow and some other document, I don't remember what it's called now. I, of course, didn't have these documents and the passport wasn't mine. My brother's passport because he pawned mine somewhere, and I took his passport from him until he returned mine. My brother doesn't look like me at all, but I still went with his passport. Later, my sister Anna told me that literally that day, when I left, the whole company was arrested, including my brother, and he was imprisoned for the first 4 years. He was imprisoned 4 times in total and spent a total of 8 or 10 years. The raid was very big. Berkut, riot police, and the investigation team participated in it. covering several dens, several groups, including our guys, arresting everyone and rolling fingerprints. They were arresting and rolling fingerprints. And I miraculously left. And at that moment, I turned to God for the first time. Because when I came to and was in a relatively sober mind, I was on a train, and a mute man was selling icons there for 10 rubles. And I bought myself an icon of the Apostle Andrew the First called, thinking I'd take an icon, sow into this non-mute, help a poor man. And I will turn to God. Help me get through 2 borders as the documents are. I don't have the proper documents. I don't know how, but God heard me. At the very first customs checkpoint when leaving Russia, the border guard takes my passport. He didn't even open it. He simply saw that I didn't have all the necessary documents, and people like me, and I was already toothless, all beaten up, worn out with a sports bag, were taken off the train for investigation and locked up for 15 days, analyzed fingerprints, checked where they lived, whether they were wanted, whether they were being searched for, whether they had committed any crime. That is, they specifically find out, they call precinct officers in the districts, maybe you were engaged in bad deeds. And then they take my passport, ask me to leave the carriage and go to the exit. I took my bag and went. But before that I turned to God. God, if they take my passport and want to kick me out, please give me such words that I, saying these words, could get my passport back and go. Went out into the vestibule. There was a customs officer standing there. He was busy with his business and he had my passport in his pocket. I say to him, there's really no money. Man, I'm not going from earnings. I'm in trouble myself. You see, my teeth are knocked out. My mother died. I'm going home. I want to see my father. It was a normal customs raid. You could pay $200 and go on quietly without clarifying the circumstances, and many people paid off. Naturally, did not have these $200 and borrowing from someone on the train is generally unrealistic. Although I tried to get someone to con me out of money, but no one, looking at my face naturally, gave me anything. And I sincerely tell this customs officer that I have no money, what's the point of taking me away? And when I told him this, said, some words touched him, maybe that I want my father to see. He didn't even look at my passport, surname, photograph, he just took it out, gave it to me and said, go. And he let go. After that, for about 6 months, there was some intervention of God in my life. I started drinking less, I started smoking less, I even started fighting less, much less. And literally 3 days later, a new passport was brought to my house. I signed the passport myself. Without the passport office, my life started to get better. I met my father and even started helping him with something. But gradually I climbed back into my swamp, because as soon as I arrived, all my former friends, petty crooks, people striving for a criminal life, tramps, vagrants, petty hooligans were drawn to me, and one day, we beat up a policeman. We were put on the wanted list. Again, the lawlessness began in several districts. I could no longer just show up on the street because I was being looked for by the police. I moved to another area, and the same thing happened to me in another area. Things got worse and worse for me. I developed some kind of malice, aggression. The older guys were doing more serious things and trying to somehow cover me, take me in, spread their wing, help me. They saw that I was in some kind of trouble and constantly getting into something. It's like I'm always trying to be in their element, but I can't control myself. I can't cope with myself. They entrusted me with some small tasks, but at some moment I messed up so badly that I couldn't show up anywhere at all. I was put on the wanted list everywhere. The police were digging everywhere. I could only go out at night, and I always went out in an extremely aggressive state, and this is conflicts, fights, showdowns, etc. In general, I'm in the police. He became very conspicuous and therefore left the city for 20 kilometers, where my father lived in the village. He moved to the land of his parents, trying to finish building what was left to him from his parents. I was not able to manage all this and kicked him out of the house, actually, and set up my den there. Frankly speaking, I had a prohibited substance there that I just needed to keep. Naturally, just like that, I couldn't sit there. I appeared in one bar, in another bar. Somewhere else I became conspicuous, so I got to the overseer of the district and his assistants again, and beat them up too. These guys got very angry with me for being so small and so arrogant, and so cocky. And they decided to teach me a lesson too, to educate me. And they came to beat me. My neighbor, a serious athlete, a sportsman, saw that there were 3 of them and I was alone and stood up for me. That time I wasn't beaten. But after that I got even angrier and even beat one person very badly. And what did the guys ask of me? And they asked for those substances that I kept with me so that I would share them with them. Naturally, I told them that these are not my substances. I can't just share them with all of you. I have to keep them for certain people. But the local guys said they don't care about my concepts, relationships with the guys from the city when they were still. They'll get here, we're here, and we need to live somehow. Because of this, naturally, we had to fight again, and they got very angry. But the overseer, who wasn't stupid, noticed this bold potential in me and realized that of all his assistants, no one was as bold as me, and he invited me to talk to him, said, "Let's have you help me." I was happy about such authority. I thought, wow, how I rose. Now I will help the overseer. It seemed very promising to me. I asked the overseer what needed to be done. He said that there were some substances and they needed to be taken to his in-law. And I straightforwardly thought that an in-law is a relative, the godfather of his children. But there is another meaning of the word in-law. It is the head of the police department, militia, prison zone. He is also called in-law. And people who communicate with the in-law are called in-law, those who transmit information to the police. And at this moment I get another reminder that all this black suit, all this brotherhood, does not exist. But first of all, I believe that this person is an overseer. He is a position holder, he has authority. He wouldn't sell himself to some in-law, especially from another district. And he says, "You will bring something to my in-law, do serious things, that I can rely on you." I didn't give him consent because I already knew that I would have to answer for my words. I was taught. I said I would think. At least one day. And while I was thinking, I found out the information that his actual in-law is a colonel of the main district police department, deputy chief, and really in the share of all districts and all people. Naturally, after that I refused. Naturally, I was indignant, I was in shock, in anger. Turns out that everything really goes through the hands of the police know everything, know everyone. A bandit in the area, in the city, everyone definitely reports, maybe not himself, but through someone he gives a report. And when I showed up there again, I, like an idiot, should have sat quietly, waited it out, returned and continued my business. The guys would have hushed everything up. But no, I showed up everywhere, got involved everywhere. Naturally, everyone paid attention to me again. Well, in order to figure out specifically what to do with me next, they decided to put me in jail for some minor things and hand me over where they are looking for me. For this you need to analyze what kind of character I have, what I breathe, what is done in such cases. A meeting with the cum, a term for a close associate or relative, often in a criminal context, is organized, and then everything happens as usual according to the slope, according to the scenarios that I already knew. I just didn't believe until the last moment that it would be like this and that it would be with me. What happens next? I of course don't go to this meeting. I send the overseer a letter. It's called a malyava, a prison letter. I convey to him that all this is bullshit. I am not involved in these matters. I don't participate. I won't go to any cum. I also put in the fame of his guys from the city, that such a topic almost got caught in a scam. Maybe everything here is covered up so that they are aware of what I have and how it happens here. But these things, of course, don't just pass like that. Like you just refused the overseer and he, well, we're not on the same path for now. And that's it, and we parted ways. That's not how it's solved. It's solved by brute force. In the world, whoever is stronger is right. The one who is more rude is right. The one who has weapons, power, and strength is also right. Right? In this case, legs and ribs are broken, kidneys are beaten off, the head usually remains, but it's pierced. They can make you a fool, send you to a wheelchair so there's no murder. Well, got drunk, fell, hit something, it happens to everyone. And then you can't recover. They just remove you because you're inconvenient, you're no good. Turns out you can negotiate. And who are you? You're nobody. Who's behind? Who will stand up for you? No one. They just remove you from the path because you're in the way. That's how inconvenient I was. I was always in everyone's way. I got everywhere, made a mess everywhere. With the police, with the bandits, I was looking for some truth of my own, but it turned out that there is no such truth. At that time, I was taking chemicals, various drugs, alcohol, all the intoxication because I had terrible fears, panic attacks, they are constantly with me. Were chasing me. I couldn't shake the feeling that everyone was going to catch me, break me, and nail me. Someone at the gate knocks, you're already panicking, wondering if they've come for you. You're constantly armed, with knives, with axes, you're always ready to fight, brawl, struggle, and so on every day. And I slept only an hour or 2 or 3 a day, no more. Because I couldn't sleep. Constant agony, fears, epilepsy, convulsions, everything is squeezed. Legs, bones, veins. You're always need doping, you always need to look for it. That's how it is. I have been in this state for the last few months. I took a lot, ate little, and slept little. Therefore, I noticed every rustle, every glitch knock, saw in advance what was happening in the garden, what was happening from all sides, kept in my head 10 escape routes, where to dump and what to do if they suddenly came for me. And one evening they came to me. My house was closed. I heard the neighbor's dog barking, and I looked out the window. I could see the street. I noticed that 4 people with documents were entering the yard, the police, apparently. They woke up the neighbors, asked if I lived here, whether I moved, whether I walked, whether they saw me. The neighbor, the local chairman, came out, of course, and says that I constantly have a hustle, conflicts, shooting, some kind of screams. That is, screams, showdowns, in general, restless. And this is the village, the neighbors can see everything, hear everything. In general, he said something to them, and I see that they went to my gate. I looked out another window through the house. For people with bats were coming from the garden. And I think, well, that's it, my time has come. They will break my arms and legs. I don't know if they will leave my head. They had a dog, it was a Rottweiler, but fortunately for me, it was not trained to search for people. And I think, what to do? I prepared all the ways for myself. Retreat. I took a knife in my hands. I think, I will defend myself while I am in my house. If I stay alive, if I kill someone. And I know the code well, I understand what will happen to me. The main thing is not to kill the operative, because if I kill or wound the operative, they will say that they just came to check what Naboth, and I'll be to blame. The main thing, I think, is to take down some lawless guy who's under the red-feathered ones, and I'll be in authority. That was my prayer. I remembered about God, of course. I was carrying such a huge cross on myself. I took this cross in my mouth and started praying. I think, okay, no one will help me here, no one will save me here, and I turned off the light. They, of course, entered the house. I don't remember whether they broke the windows or the door. I had a couch and a closet at home. And there was a void between the closet and the couch. It's not so easy to see. And I decided to hide there. I took a knife, a cross in my mouth, and said, Lord, help me, hide me. I didn't want to kill anyone. I stood and thought, well, I'll hit him in the throat now, what do I have to lose already? And I think to myself further, I'll hit him in the throat with a knife. If it turns out that I hit a policeman, they'll kill me here. If I suddenly pass out, they'll take me to the station. They'll finish me off there. Of course, it's clear that I won't make it to the stage. I don't have any health left anyway, because these policemen themselves will kill me for a policeman. Well, but If I whack some kid who's just under these policemen, then maybe I'll still survive somehow. I talk to myself like that. Well, I'll survive as some kind of cripple or disabled person. My brother is in jail, they've already beaten off his kidneys, he's already disabled. I'll also become disabled in prison. Well, what kind of fate is this? Help me, Lord. Lord, I don't want to live like this and I don't want to die like that. Help me. The dog came very close to me, and on the couch either. The cat was sitting, or the blanket just smelled like a cat. The dog sensed something. There was no light. They were shining a flashlight under the closet, but 238. My feet didn't see, and I thought that if the dog pulled me out, then the guy, its owner, would have to be whacked. I was sorry that he wasn't a cop, but he would have to be taken down, the only inconvenience being that the dog would bite. But then again, I think I'll take down the dog too. I'll have time. The main thing is that the others don't come faster. These were the thoughts in the head of a 26-year-old man. A minute, 2, 3 passes. This dog approached 3 times. And the guys are all drunk too, aggressively nastroiner. One was hitting this dog on the head, saying, "Stupid dog, that you don't find anything." Rottweilers are stupid, of course. And the dog completely justified this opinion. In general, they didn't find me. I heard them leave, half of them went through the garden, half through the door, and it all remained open. And I had chemical substances hidden at home, of which there were very many. I didn't even need to be beaten, broken, killed. It was enough to find these substances, and I would have guaranteed 10 years in prison. These substances were not actually mine. I had to pass them on to someone. There were such cars at that time, Kravchukki. I took this wheelbarrow, put 2 paper bags on it, and went to my Gresne godmother, 3 kilometers away in another village through the Lisapasatku forest plantation. I'll go, I think, to her, and in the morning I'll go somewhere. To leave, because it's a nightmare, you can't stay there at all. I think my Gresne godmother won't kick me out. Although, when I went to her the last times, she didn't even leave me alone in the kitchen anymore. Wherever I went, she went too, followed me on my heels, didn't trust me. But it's okay, I think. She'll give me food for a bus ticket. We'll also give, and I'll go. I'll take this whole thing to the boys and I'll forget all this. And I left. I reached a large field, and the starry sky was looking down on me, and I was overcome by remorse, realization. I stopped, pondered, who am I anyway? I'm like some kind of bug on this earth, just a bug that can disappear in a second. Just a puff, dust, one moment, and you're gone. Right now they could whack you, and you'd be gone altogether. You're only 26 years old, and you've already lived your whole life. And why am I always puffing up, foaming? Why am I climbing on this rampage? I'm nobody. That's how I was grieving inside. At that moment, fear came to me. As they say, my knees trembled, and some kind of stupid pride left me. Of course, I told my boys about what happened. Of course, in 20 to 30 minutes, friends from the city arrived with bats, weapons, a whole bus. Whoever they caught in that village, they beat up. I rode with them on the bus, looking for the people who came to me, but inside I didn't need it anymore. Indifferent, uninteresting. We found everyone who came, they even hid the dog, because we came to beat their heads off. My friend can confirm all this, he was the driver of that very bus. But it was all uninteresting to me. I called my father, said that I was leaving for Kiev and would not return. And indeed, I only came back once when my father got sick. It was Eve or so years later. I wasn't interested in any of it anymore. Literally a month later, I ended up in rehab. It was 2008. I was already 26 years old. For another month or 2, I was acting crazy there. But I didn't care anymore. I was hit by a car there, and I got into some unpleasant situations. I was just carried away, and, as I now understand, already to God. Before that, I cared. But now I didn't care anymore. At that moment, I met Dmitry Kaznady, an evangelist, also a former bandit, more serious than me, who had served time. And he offered me rehabilitation, to which, of course, I suggested that he rehabilitate himself, and he told me that he had already done it. His face was beaten up. He offered to pray for me, we had coffee with him, he prayed for me and guided me with a system of support, a quality one as a person is brought to rehabilitation. He accompanied me with all the tools offered to meet called pulled. He had a mobile phone stall, practically buying up stolen goods. His gangster theme remained, but in a decent, proper way. He preached the gospel there, which is really a tool for people like me. Even if this stall was opened in Kolibris in Borshagavka in Kiev for me alone, although he seems to have converted the whole of Borshagavka there, it was worth it. He brought me to church, sent me to rehabilitation, introduced me to the leaders of the rehab center, and on March 26th I found myself in the church Song of Songs. And on April 1st, 2008 I came to the rehabilitation center and I am still free. Anna Leonidovna, cousin. In his youth, Andrei was like all the boys. A troublemaker, moderately pugnacious, always with friends, always running somewhere. He grew up, went to his mother in Moscow, worked there in the market, earned money on Lohatron, led a dissolute lifestyle. Then he began to think with his own head better, married Lena, went to her in Cheboksary, where his daughter was born. I thought that was it. The guy grew up, his brains fell into place, but it wasn't so. He returned to Moscow, the drinking and fighting started again, the police arrested him. He drank so much that I sent him home to Ukraine because his lifestyle brought him to a very bad state. I remember that when he lived with his brother Sashka in Moscow, they were running wild in the Galyanovo area, not far from me. Then they robbed an apartment and started a fight near the store. There was a real slaughter there. They lived with one beauty. Alcoholics, they rented a room. I was told that they got into trouble. Sashka immediately ended up in prison, and Andrei had to be deported from Russia personally. I fought for them morally and physically. Sending him to Ukraine to his aunt, I hoped that he would finally change, but it didn't work out. He wandered around, then came to me in the garages. I worked there. He was in a terrible state, whiter than night. He started to lose consciousness. In 2006 sent him home. In 2007 he supported my mom. When I returned home on Ukraine, Andrea did not find, he disappeared somewhere, not neither rhyme nor reason. And only when he was in Kiev he made itself known. This was after the rehabilitation center. Andrei became a completely different person, as if he was born again. He became a real man, a handsome man, in a word, my little brother. He coped, he is great. Now he is smart, and I love him with all my soul. August, Civic Stance, Month of Honoring God through the manifestation of an active civic stance.
Isa, 61, 1–3.
1. I thank God for responsibility, this quality that God desires to see in each of us. Lord, help me to take responsibility in this year of rain, the year of fruitfulness and springs that you are opening. Give revelation and understanding that the Spirit of the Lord God is upon me, because He has anointed me to preach good news to the poor and open new opportunities, how I can be responsible to the state and the land to show reverence to God through an active civic stance.
Rom, 10–1.
Proverbs 11 verse 11. Proverbs 16 verse 12. 1 Timothy 2 verses 1–2. 2. I thank God for courage. This is another quality that is welcomed by God, because He wants us to remember that the Spirit of the Lord God is upon me, because He has anointed me to preach good news to the poor. Lord, give me the desire and teach me to be courageous in this year of rain and blessings, a year of fruitfulness and the sources that you open and teach us. Heroism, courage, maturity, to be courageous, to be able to take risks. Open, God, how I can manifest these qualities and honor God through the manifestation of an active civic position. Josh 1:9. 3. I thank God for uncompromisingness. The Lord gives me to see this value of a citizen of heaven in this year of blessing. Our God does not compromise and teaches us this and pours this quality on us directly from heaven, like rain, like fruitfulness, like the springs that He opens, and teaches us to be unshakable, firm, to be a man of his word. Lord, open up opportunities, where and how I can show these qualities and honor God through the manifestation of an active civic position. Isaiah 26 verse 3, Proverbs 4 verse 26.
Gal 5 minutė.
Matt 5:37. For I thank God for the values of the kingdom. Lord, give me desire and teaches me the values of the kingdom and sent me to preach to the poor. He sent me to heal the brokenhearted, to preach deliverance to the captives and to the prisoners the opening of the dungeon. In this year of rain and blessing, the year of fruitfulness and springs that the Lord opens and teaches us to show these values of the kingdom: holiness, salvation of people, doing good to people. How can I show these values of the kingdom to show reverence to God through manifestation of an active civic position? Luke 1 verse 75.
Isa 35:8. Jer
10:23.
Psalms 50 verses 12 to 13. 5. I thank God for honesty and decency. God offers us to acquire these qualities of heaven and teaches us through these qualities to be honest and decent in everything and everywhere. He gives us clarity and guidance and teaches us how it is possible to manifest these qualities and how to honor God through manifestation of an active civic position. Psalms 17 verse 26, Acts 24 verse 16.
Rom 8:8.
6. I thank God for ministry outside the walls of the church. Lord, give us the desire and teach us to conduct ministries outside the walls of the church, to act justly, to love mercy, and to walk humbly with my God. You, God, send your rain and blessings, fruitfulness directly from heaven and open up the sources that you have in abundance. Open up opportunities for how I can manifest this ministry, showing reverence to God through the manifestation of an active civic position.
Mik 6:8.
Matt 9:37-38. 7. I thank God for faith. Lord, I thank you that you strengthen my faith through self-realization in this year of rain and blessing, a year of fruitfulness and springs that you are opening. Show me the opportunities, how and where I can practically demonstrate my faith to pay homage to God through the manifestation of an active civic position. Acts 6 verse 8.
Rom 10:17.
James 2 verse 17.
Gal 5:06 minutės.
Mark 9 verse 23. 8. I thank God for patriotism. Lord, I thank you that you give and teach us this quality of patriotism. You give us the opportunity to use this year as rain, as a blessing, using your sources that you open. You teach us to experience love for our homeland, to stand for truth, to be faithful to the God of heaven. How can I show patriotism to show reverence to God through manifestation of an active civic position? Matt 27:29.
Dan 3:16-18.
2016. Life in the city of Vasilkov. I buy a plot of land, build a house there. I think that I will still have a family, my love will still return. I start doing all this and I do it all alone. I also lead adaptation. I am constantly leading people, all the time in this struggle in the flesh, but already with caution, with wisdom, little by little, without debts. Little by little it starts to work out. I am preparing for ministry to elderly people and people with a post-Soviet mentality. I get into a family where I live and look after elderly people. In the same year, I meet Svetlana Valentinovna. Through the circumstances that I worked for a piece of land at one grandfather's. I worked for him for almost 2 years, and in the end he did not give me this land, and I settle in a room with other pensioners, miraculously getting acquainted, Valentinovnoi, and this meeting drastically changes my life. In 2016, the angelic manifestation begins. I acquire land, a job, housing, and a car. I start spinning again, come back to life, and start moving forward again. With Svetlana, my first businesses, various cases. I had a situation, I got into debt. At that time, I was already a leader in a rehabilitation center. I was running it, and I already knew some principles of success. This was exactly in 2014, when the war in Donbass began. Or rather, it was just about to begin. And there I was standing near a stall, people were walking around, and a guy in the stall was buying a flash drive for the internet. Then my father gave me a computer, and I asked this guy, "Do you understand the internet?" "Yes." "Can you help me with him?" "Yes." I just met a man on the street. He turned out to be a computer addict for 9 years. I asked further, "What do you do in life? You seem like such an expert, but you walk around like a ragamuffin. Come to my rehabilitation center. Let's go." And now he's already in my team. And I was doing different work at that time. It was winter, there was nothing to eat. I live with my grandfather in a shed in Vasilkiv. I need to pay off debts. What am I doing? I know how to organize. Where I was in the center in Cherkasy, there were several teams of people who knew how to make fences from corrugated board, and I, finding an order, took them to work. They lived independently. I just connected them with the client, provided them with materials, and received money for it. I worked in the fall with the guys. They put up 3 to 5 fences. But they themselves are family men. They needed to be at home too. They couldn't work like that constantly, so in the winter I started collecting orders again. Vasilkiv is a small town with a population of about 60,000 at that time. I made an advertisement, printed it on A4 sheets, cut it all up, took wallpaper glue and gave the guys a task. They pasted advertisements on poles, on corners all over the city, announcing that we make fences from corrugated board. And it turned out that a woman calls me and says, "Hello, I need to install a fence." She lives on Sunny Street, and I even thought, what a fashionable street. Everyone in the city knows about it. The most businesslike people live there, where to install fences, everything is already there. Everything is arranged for people, but if it's necessary, it's necessary. She asked me, "Is it possible? Where can I see your work in the city? Have you already done a fence for someone?" I answer in the affirmative and offer to meet. I set her an address for the meeting. I arrive there, but she doesn't come, and I get a big order there. Earlier, by the way, I had read the book From Debt to Financial Independence, and at this moment the principle from the book is triggered. I get a big order for 200,000 hryvnias. I gather the guys and we go to fulfill this order in Russia. But I have a notebook in which I write everything. Orders that were before that. In Russia, I use the same principles. I find additional work. Thus, I met new people. I even worked as a watchman for good money. One person had to leave but couldn't abandon his estate, and I had to spend the night there to look after his dog. Then I returned from Russia. It was January, there was no work, all the debts I had paid off. I needed to earn money to live. Further, while I was away, my sister answered the phone, recorded who was calling and about what so that I wouldn't lose clients. I took the booklet and started calling everyone who had contacted me before and who had called during my absence. And so I got to this woman. I recognized her. By her voice, I asked whether the need for a fence had disappeared. It turned out that she got sick that time and couldn't come. We are making arrangements to meet again at the same place where we met last time so she could see the work. The next day I go there again, and she doesn't come again. Naturally, I didn't like that. This was already the second time. I call her back and ask, "What is this and how to understand it?" She replies that she is trying to go to the meeting with me for the second time, but she got very sick again. She has high blood pressure. She is lying down and cannot leave the house. Say, "Oh, okay with this fence. Let me for you. Pray to God. I am a believer. I believe that God can heal from any disease. Let me pray for you. You just listen to my prayer and you will be healed." I prayed for her, thanked him for everything and asked him for the healing of this woman. We said goodbye. I hung up the phone, and a weight fell off my shoulders as if it had fallen. I thought, who knows what happens in life? Well, the person got sick. And I was just listening to the pastor's sermon about holiness, how you can judge a person even though he may be even worse now than to you. And Pastor Sunday also taught me this principle. I treated this woman with understanding. You never know, someone got sick. Person, it happens. I didn't know the whole story then, but I found out later. The next day this woman calls me and in a hoarse, but cheerful and slightly stern voice says, "My name is Svetlana Valentinovna. If you understand which street I'm from, then you understand that I am not the last person in this city. I think, what do I care about you? Be happy. I don't need any of this." And she tells me further, "I decided to call you not because I need a fence. I have both a fence, a house, a dacha, and all my fences have been built long ago, and everything works for me. And I called you for another, completely different reason. In the center of the city of Vasilkov there is my very large store. 2 years ago it was brought for him Spanish duralumin, tal,
lage,
processed so that I would never paint it, not worry about it, do it once for life and forget about it. And imagine my joy when I come to work and my store is plastered with fence ads. Just imagine my surprise. The city center, everyone knows me. I build all the brotherhood and all the overseers here. I run a ritual agency. All funerals pass through me in general at all cemeteries. And then I understood everything. I know perfectly well that such a ritual agency from his past life. I also remember what it meant in the Soviet space. And I understand that you can run into problems here. And Svetlana Valentinovna continues, "I read this ad. Good advertising, but I didn't need it, but I photographed the phone number and I think suddenly will come in handy. It didn't bother me that much. I asked my girls to wash everything. And you know what? These spots are still there. They are there. She couldn't wash them off because there was fine laser work on a duralumin plate. It was on top with very thin cutters. I understand that my guys did something wrong. I always told them not to put up ads on private houses in some corners, but to put them on poles or on some stones around the house, or put them in the mailbox. I taught that you shouldn't glue anything to someone else's property or to someone on the fence because it's glue. It can spoil the appearance and mood of people. But the guys wanted the best. They glued it, and with one, and from the other corner of Svetlana Valentinovna's store, 2 ads. There is a large building and several stores, and the sellers washed it all and could not wash it off with warm water or some other means. Svetlana Valentinovna was horrified. Then she said that I didn't specifically. Mine, it reminds me of you. Why am I to you now? I'm calling because I called you twice. Why? To put you in a difficult position and make you lick all that glue. I would make you do it and you would do it for free. Don't know how. You would scrape it with a needle. I don't care. But this tile costs 100 euros per square meter, and you ruined the entire appearance of the store for me. Just imagine a special matte golden color of the tiles, plastered all over the store exterior. This tile doesn't fade. It doesn't turn black. It's specially treated, and it's messed up with glue. But yesterday you called on your own, prayed, and I felt some compassion for you, some maternal pity, and I decided to call you and say that I forgive you. I'm not angry with you, and I'm letting this go." I listened to her and realized that I'm really in deep shock. I think, how could this happen out of nowhere? And she continues, "You called me, so you need a job. I have one job, but it's not in your field. Go to my store manager if you need a job. But if you do this, you can earn some money. I will pay you." I say, "Yes, I need a job right now." And she sends me a list of what she needs done. Behind the store, the paving stones have overgrown. The fence is leaning, the welding has come off. And there is a 2-cabin toilet standing there. It needs to be taken apart and loaded onto a truck. Remove and dispose of. And the territory needs to be cleaned up so that it doesn't affect the neighbors. And I agreed. Here, my second book by Pastor Sunday worked, which I wanted to mention. It's called from janitor to president. It says that any work needs to be done very well. I was given 1 day for everything. I arrived early in the morning, organized everything. Praise God for all my organizational skills, which I had already developed in the church. And then she arrived. By this time, everything had already been cleaned up to the point that I made my guys, of course, not by force, I just said that it had to be done that way. Clean the grass between the paving slabs with spatulas so that the tile shone. I understood that if you clean up, you clean up. I just did it well, excellently. And when she arrived and looked from the side, she said, I have people working for me. For 10 years, I pay them a good salary and I don't know you. I asked you to do a completely different job and you did more than required by the task. I've never seen anything like it. This is the first time. And I also understand that something is not right here. This is the first time I've encountered wanting to punish a person and teach them a lesson harshly. And now I want to gladly pay for your work in January, when others have no work and I generally want to continue working with you.
Я не знаю, на что ты способен, но ты мне интересен, это что-то не просто так. Почему она этого хотела? Мы с ней познакомились, и она стала ключевым человеком в моей жизни, также и я стал ключевым человеком в ее жизни. У нее были серьезные проблемы из-за конкурентов и тяжелая депрессия из-за этого. У нее был хороший муж, он работал в администрации города, состоятельные дети и сами. Они были состоятельными людьми. Но она была в постоянном депрессивном состоянии из-за того, что ее судили. Ее втянули в конкурентную войну, войну нечестную, ее снимали на камеры, постоянно обыскивала полиция, то есть возникали постоянные проблемы из-за денег. И ее душевное состояние было не лучшее. Естественно, она хотела это на кого-то выплеснуть. А получилось наоборот. Конечно, я считаю, что это Бог вмешался, это был его божественный фактор. Я работал у деда 2 года за кусок земли, и дед мне эту землю не дал. Когда я рассказал этой женщине об этом, она мне просто так дала землю, полностью переоформила ее на меня и сказала, если ты разбогатеешь и если захочешь, то сможешь вернуть мне долг. Устроишься, будешь там жить и потом отдашь. Мне, говорит, это все не важно, мне важно, как ты поступишь, отдашь или не отдашь. Она — это тот человек, который просто завел меня к мэру города Василькова, открыла дверь ногой и сказала, если
If you want to build something here, nursing homes, shelters, or something else, take this person, he will not deceive you. Whoever you take, even from your team, you will be deceived on money and on the city budget, and if you take him, then you will have both a nursing home and a shelter and everything that you need. And when I was standing in the mayor's office, I thought, Lord, what is happening to me? I am a former criminal, and if she knew what I used to do, she would not give such recommendations. But she did as she felt. Perfect yourself. First of all, improve personal relationships with people around you. Now it's no longer criminal ways. Now there is no addiction, but you need to act differently. If there used to be other priorities, now everything has changed from minus to plus. Your secret life is also important because secret life is an indicator of who you are. Remember the saying, everything secret becomes obvious. That's how it is. Everything that you do in your secret life, not in front of everyone, will then be reflected in life, whether it is negative or positive. There are things like solitude. What is it? Solitude is 15 minutes once a day. Turn everything off and pray to God, or just let your mind rest from the hustle and bustle, from everything that torments you. This step was a little more mature. I went through it in spiritual therapy. Here it was important for me to understand and realize that there is a spiritual person in me, and this spiritual person looks like someone. Here I want to give one example. If you take a deep alcoholic with 10 years of experience, A drug addict with 10 years of experience, a prostitute with 10 years of experience, a gambler with 10 years of experience, and put these people in a row and inexperienced I can see what kind of addiction they are in. With the naked eye we can distinguish a drug addict from an alcoholic or from a prostitute. You don't have to be a super professional to do this. What does this say? This speaks of the spiritual inner world of man. If he is constantly busy absorbing alcohol, it will be imprinted on his face. It will manifest itself outside. The same is true of a drug addict. He uses it in secret. At home, and when he goes out into the street, to people, to the environment, everything will be visible on him, his movements, his habits, all this. Life, either with a drug or with alcohol, will be different from the norm, because he constantly spends his spiritual secret. Therefore, our secret life should be filled with something beautiful, kind, and wonderful. For example, love. As person lives, so shall they look. Therefore, it is important to refer to the Bible in this step. What did Christ tell us? When you pray in secret, go into your room and close the door behind you and ask your Father in secret, so that he may reward you openly. And I began to pray and ask God and Jesus, and in secret I asked him for forgiveness, and he forgave me. And everything, secret within me, love, care, compassion, all of this comes out of me, so I copy what I do in secret. If in secret I control myself and possess myself, then I copy this on the outside as well. Behavior is either good or bad. That is, if in secret you spend time with kindness, then it will be reflected in life. Of course, I want mention what myself needs to be improved. When I came to the center, I had bad habits, bad addictions, wrong reactions, some grievances, disappointments, deep wounds, prejudice, suspicion of everything, complete distrust. All this needs to be improved, changed to right actions, reactions, positive emotions. The Benjamin Franklin system helped me here, which I will, of course, talk about later. Privacy. I went into seclusion to a friend near Kiev. When I came there, his mother and grandmother were there. I helped them to do one job, and after a few days they left. But before that, my friend's mother gave me a balloon with the words, "I love you" on it. She told me to take this balloon, that it was from God. I took this balloon, and I'm thinking to myself, I'm already a healthy man. Why do I need a balloon? But since they gave it to me, it means necessary. When I hung it on the curtain, I sat and pondered about. In my affairs, a thought suddenly came to me. A beautiful ball, such a purple one. I like it. It's mine. It was given to me. And immediately the second thought came that I met a little child and he asked me to give him this balloon because he also wants one like that. I didn't like my first reaction myself because I wouldn't give it to the child. Balloon. Oh, come on, it was a gift. The second reaction is it even possible for a child to approach an adult and ask for a balloon? That doesn't happen. And the third train of thought, okay, I'll give this balloon away. But in doing so, I don't think anyone would come up to me. But if someone did, like from God, I would give this balloon away. I was in seclusion for 3 days, praying and fasting. Everything went very well. After the end of the seclusion, I took this ball in my hands and walked to the bus stop. And a child comes up to me and asks me to give him the ball. I was shocked in. That was the moment I realized that everything great is born in solitude. If in solitude, in silence, you cannot conquer greed, pride, and replace them with virtue, then in a real situation a person will not be able to conquer it in themselves. These qualities are won in solitude, in seclusion, and only in this way can you overcome it in yourself, as in this case that happened to me. Self-improvement system. Pastor gave assignmento work according to the self-improvement system of Benjamin Franklin. He created a self-improvement system because he didn't have enough time for himself. And as he got to know himself, he realized that he starts many things but doesn't finish them. and the pastor described how he listened to the sermon. Likewise, a person must create a self-improvement system for themselves. It helps to change your inner qualities. Once we put up photos and made a self-improvement system according to the fruits of the Holy Spirit, long-suffering, love, and so on. So is the devil. He has infiltrated the education system, decided to interfere with learning. He forbade many words to be taught, others he tried to remove from the lexicon. And in all words there is power, only by words can you say who you are. If you talk for 5 minutes, then already, Valerie. Hello, I am Valerie, my son Vyacheslav is in a rehabilitation center for drug addicts. He has been there for the 2nd year. He has changed a lot for the better with the help of pastors, Pastor Natalia, Pastor Vera, Pastor Andre. There are many people there who help such people, alcohol and drug addicts. Our son was addicted for many years. We didn't know where to go. He was in treatment, but it didn't help. He also continued to take drugs for many years. Now I want to say a huge thank you to the people who help us. Thank you for our son. With God's help, our son is still alive and we are still alive. Parable. Tongue and teeth. Once upon a time, there was a boy who suffered from a serious ailment which sometimes affects adults as well. He talked incessantly without knowing measure. What a punishment this tongue is. The teeth grumbled. When will he calm down and be quiet for a while? What business is it of yours? The tongue replied insolently. Chew to your health and keep quiet. That's the whole story for you. There is nothing in common between us. I won't allow anyone meddling in my personal affairs, and even more so interfering with advice. And the boy kept chattering nonstop, appropriately and inappropriately. His tongue was in a state of bliss, uttering all sorts of new and intricate words, even though he didn't have time to fully grasp their meaning. But one day, the boy got so carried away with his chatter that, without realizing it, he got into a mess. To somehow get out of trouble, he allowed his tongue to tell a deliberate lie. Then the teeth could not bear it, their patience snapped. They snapped shut at once and bit the little liar painfully. The tongue turned crimson from the blood that appeared, and the boy cried from shame and pain. Since then, the tongue behaves with caution and care, and the boy, before uttering a word, thinks twice.
Leonardo da Vinci.
September, holiness, a month of honoring God through holiness. 1. I thank God for purity, inner and outer, a quality that God wants to see in each of us. Help us in this year of rain, a year of blessing, a year of fruitfulness, a year of sources that you open to acquire this quality, purity. The pure in heart shall see God. How can I show reverence to God through acquired purity and holiness? Ephesians 3 verses 14 to 20. Matt 12:36 minus 37. Hebrews 12 verse 15. 1 Peter 5 verse 5. 2. I thank God for diligence to do everything as for God. The Lord gives us the desire and teaches us to be diligent. In order to honor God in holiness, it is necessary in this year of rain and blessing and open sources of heaven, which He opens to us, to acquire such quality and value as diligence. God, open me spiritual through diligence. Acts 12 verse 5 is 21:7. Titus 3 verse 8. How can I show reverence to God? 3. I thank God for good faith. Lord, I thank you that you teach us this quality, so that our conscience bears only good. You give the opportunity in this year of rain, the year of blessing, to use your sources which you open. Show me how I can show reverence to God through a good conscience. Psalms 91 verse 13 is 32:8. Acts 24 verse 16. 4. I thank God for the fear of God. Lord, I thank you that you strengthen the fear of God in me, because this is the beginning of wisdom. and you send your rain and blessings directly from heaven in this year of fruitfulness and sources, which you. 286. Only by having the fear of God can I show reverence to God. Psalms 59 verse 6. Proverbs 8 verse 13. Proverbs 29 verse 23. 5. I thank God for heaven. Lord, I thank you that you teach us and give us the strength to reach heaven in this year of rain and blessing, a year of fruitfulness and springs that you open. And only by acquiring peace with all and holiness will I be able to show reverence to God and see Him. Revelation 21 verse 1.
Culaxio 3, 2. Heb 12:14.
6. I thank God for transparency. God wants to see in each of us this quality and teaches us to be transparent in this year of rain, this year of blessing. Using God's resources that you, Lord, are opening, we have people and God. Show me, God, how I can show reverence to God through transparency. Matt 5:16, 7. An opportunity to purify our hearts and become transparent too. I thank God for forgiveness. Lord, you desire that we may forgive all people as you have forgiven us. You pour this quality on us straight from heaven like rain, like fruitfulness, like the truths that you reveal. Striving for holiness and forgiving all people, I can show reverence to God. Matthew 5 verse 44. Matthew 6 verses 14 to 15. Ephesians 4 verse 32. I thank God for faithfulness. Lord, you want this quality to be in each of us. Help us, God, to be faithful in this year of rain, year of fruitfulness and heavenly sources that you reveal. Striving for holiness and gaining faithfulness, I can show reverence to God. Isaiah 30 verse 24. Thank you, God, for the opportunity to come out to us, into your fields. We don't want to be atheists anymore. We are yours, God, your earth. 2017. That's when the story with Svetlana happened. Valentinovna. At the end of the year, I start helping others. At the beginning of December, I arrived in Germany, and 2 weeks later, on December 16th, I was already at the Path to Freedom Rehabilitation Center at Natalia Anatolyevna Potapiva's, whose program I myself went through. I came to the rehabilitation center to thank them, to say thank you. And I started helping everyone in the center with everything I could, with what I knew, and that attracts her attention. And also attracts the eye of God, probably. And I stay there to serve for 4 whole years. Starting to help others. Using new skills, what is it? This means that from this step I begin to act not for myself, but by helping others. Let's start with the fact that now you need to constantly monitor what you are doing and how you are doing it. You have already taken 9 steps, and now it's time to help someone else. Help someone who is facing the same problem as you. This is called using your new skills not for yourself, but for someone. Now further. Our head is not only for eating with it, but you can also sit down and think a little, how can I help my neighbor? How can I thank those who helped me? How can I serve? The first is personal testimony. The second is that you can help someone. Your mom and dad served you, washed you when you got messed up. In the same way you can serve them. You can help someone get rid of addiction, and by doing so you will serve your neighbor. Gifts. There is a place in the Bible where the gifts of the Lord are described. And in secular language I can explain it this way, that if you are good at teaching, then teach people something. If you are a good businessman, teach others how to make money. And this applies not only to the teaching profession, but to many areas of our lives. Use it not only for your own benefit, but also help others. Share your good with your neighbor. What is faithfulness in small things? I want to quote the Bible. He who is faithful in a very little thing is faithful also in much. Faithfulness and devotion are very good qualities that are valued everywhere and always. There is a story in the Bible when the king's son ran to David and told him to flee, otherwise his father would kill David. And after the father died, his son was called to David and always ate at his table. What does this story teach us? That he was faithful. Also, It is important to be faithful in another's because if you can be faithful in another's, then you can have your own. If you are entrusted with something, treat it as your own. If you are a cleaner, then clean as if it were your house and there are your children. If you are a manager, manage as you would with your family, as with a loved one. Sometimes even a small nuance is very important. Lord, use me. How I went through it. This is a step to help other people. There is only one principle here: by helping others, you help yourself. Helping was not in my spirit at all. I was the embodiment of egocentrism. The whole world had to revolve around me. Egocentrism always prevailed over me. I didn't want anyone to interfere with that. Naturally, I surrounded myself with people whom I could use, and I didn't really want to be used by someone. The only reason I was able to pass this lesson is that I was afraid that I might go back if I didn't help people like me, if I didn't motivate them to give up their bad way of life, then I myself become in that risk zone and become the same as before, where I think like an egocentric person, that only I should be good. Therefore, this lesson was very difficult. Out of the selfishness of my heart, classical greed, I still wanted to benefit, to have. But by acting differently, you help yourself. After that, I got used to it, then I even liked it, and I found happiness and meaning in life in it. If I can be useful to other people, I began to like it. Who was I in the past? What benefit did I bring to society? None, neither to my loved ones nor to society. And now, when I help someone, this gives me incentive and motivates me to live. I am living from now on, getting happiness for helping others, for sacrifice and care for others. You think about them, you think about their dependencies, you think about how to help them, support them, so that the person gets out. That's what motivates, like, come on, do something, maybe that's what will help. That's how. Was my 10th step, and I'm glad someone is using me. Lord, use me. This step has several topics. The first is to serve other people, which I have been using for 14 years. To serve as I was, to serve better or worse than me. When I came to the center, someone served me, and to remain grateful, it was necessary to serve too. A year later, my leader suggested that I open a new center with him. Another year later, the same offer again, only in another place and already 2 centers. And I went to stay grateful because I was helped, someone served me, spent a good feeling on me, kind energy, believed in me. For the 14th year, I have been helping someone with deeds, another with a word, a third with money. I send someone to rehabilitation, to serve in order to live. The root of the word to serve. To live, everything serves someone. The tree serves, the earth serves, the sky serves, the bed serves, everything around serves someone. Second is fidelity. You need to be loyal, especially if you are trusted. You need to learn to see if you are trusted. If something is entrusted to you, you need to be loyal. If you are not trusted, be true to yourself. To the word. Loyalty, I think, is a very important quality. And until I came to God for rehabilitation, I watched different movies and read books and thought, if only someone would pick me up, I would be loyal to whoever picked me up. So God picked me up. He heard me, and I am loyal to him. I go to one church, I have one pastor, I am faithful in other people's affairs. When God wants to, he uses me, and I am very grateful to him that he does not violate me. He sees when I can, and when I can't, he's sensitive. Yevgeny. My name is Genya. I am from Germany, the city of Lübeck. I came here from Kazakhstan some time ago. I am a former drug addict. I am 49 years old now, and I have been addicted for 28 of them. I took hard drugs from the age of 19 to 47. For many years, 15 years, I was on a methadone program. Methadone is a substitute for heroin, a pharmaceutical heroin, so to speak. You can get it from a doctor. Anyone who thinks that the methadone program is a way out is very wrong. I myself was on heroin. When you're on heroin, you constantly need money, you have to steal. And when you go on a methadone program, you get something like a medical product, you don't have to Straining, you relax, although it's still shaking him up more than heroin. But as soon as a person gets on a methadone program, he starts taking everything, absolutely everything, that his kuma, writ. All the narcotic substances that he had not previously taken, as a rule, he begins to take on a methadone program. Because every day you meet dozens of people who get everything in a row, because now everything is available and doctors prescribe all possible and impossible drugs. Opiate, psychotropic, and other. I was addicted to heroin, and when I went on a methadone program on which in the end was 15 years, I took everything. All the Lurix, all the opiates, Telegen, Tramadol, benzodiazepine, all the sleeping pills, all the psychotropic pills that are only there, all this I started taking on the methadone program. Being on the methadone program, I never quit heroin, nor cocaine, and no drugs. I started taking drugs early. Everyone took it, and I started. Not those authorities were, not those. And when you tried, you can't do without it anymore. You need it for some courage, for euphoria, for a clouded state of consciousness. Over time, when you pass the first pauses, when you realize that you are addicted and want to quit, and when you quit, you realize that you can't soberly look at life, can't cope with problems, can't solve any issues without this doping, and continue to use further. I'll say for myself, but I think that every drug addict has a dream to wake up in the morning without Kamaras. Woke up in the morning, and you don't have to break down, run to steal, you don't have to look for a drug dealer, get this hellish potion. In the evening, you get high and think about what will happen. In the morning, I went through a lot of Entgiftungs. There were fewer therapies, of course, but there were really a lot of Entgiftungs. Every drug addict wants to wake up in the morning without withdrawal symptoms. The first few times, I reduced my use to 0 on Entgiftungs. I was so happy, but I still couldn't live on this 0, it didn't bring me joy. This sobriety lasted a couple or 3 days at most, because you don't know how to behave, how to live at all, how to live without doping. A drug addict, yes. And any person needs euphoria, needs a high. You can get through withdrawal anywhere, in prison or in freedom, but what's next? You can't live without this high, without this euphoria. And it needs to be replaced with something. Drug addiction is a spiritual, mental dependence. Every drug addict is afraid of physical withdrawal symptoms, but physical withdrawal symptoms are nothing compared to what to do after these physical withdrawal symptoms. How to live at all. To a mentally unstable person who doesn't know how to live sober? Someone feels bad from the withdrawal for 2 days, someone for a week. I felt bad physically for 2 months. I was breaking. I didn't sleep at all for more than a month. But it passes. And then, how will you fill this hole? And for 28 years I was poisoned. From Entgiftung to Entgiftung, from therapy to therapy, I lost everything. I had a family, children. I lost everything thanks to such a life. I have been in rehabilitation center for 2 years. Here I finally found this replacement, sublimated, and this replacement is God. This is Jesus Christ. This is the Holy Spirit. I had a sister-in-law, my wife's sister, the same, addicted as me, with whom I was poisoned. She also reached the point of no return in her time. She ended up in a Christian center. The way to freedom, and it happened before my eyes. She was freed from addiction, although no one believed that she would ever succeed. And when she started coming home to us in Lübeck, she said that God had healed her, and at the same time she was shining. I looked at her face when she spoke about God, watched with what interest she told that God is great, that He heals, that I no longer want any drugs, that my drug is now God, the Spirit Holy, and all sorts of things. Couldn't really understand it then, but it affected me, and I came to rehabilitation center. First, not by myself, but for me. They prayed. I used to have hepatitis C. After I entered the rehabilitation center, I took tests, and hepatitis C was not found. And such testimonies were amazing to me. I won't say that God came to me immediately in one day. I felt Him and was healed. No, everything was gradually. But today I get high without synthetic substitutes. I get high from God. I Get high from the sky, I get high from the sun, from the air. From communicating with people, I get high from everything. And I don't do it, God does it. In a supernatural, amazing way. October Praise and Worship Month of honoring God through praise and worship. PS 29:11-13. 1. I thank God for gratitude, that He gives us clarity and guidance, teaches us how we can show our gratitude, honoring God, through praise and worship. PS. 149. Psalms 92 verses 1-2.
Rom 8, 28.
2. I thank God for contrition, that He gives us clarity and guidance, teaches us how we can show our contrition, honoring God through praise and worship. Psalms 33 verses 17-23.
Jer 15 и 19.
2 Kings 21 verse 10. James 4 verse 9. Matthew 6 verse 21. 3. I thank God for the love that He gives us clarity and introduction teaches us how we can show our love by honoring God through praise and worship. Proverbs 10 verse 12. 1 Peter 4 verse 8. 1 Peter 2 verse 3. John 15 verses 9-14. 1 John 4 verses 7-8. 4. I thank God for humility, that He gives us clarity and guidance, teaches us how we can show our humility by honoring God through praise and worship. Zephaniah 2 verse 3. Psalm 33 verse 19. Proverbs 18 verse 12. Psalms 146 verse 6.
Isa 66, 2.
Psalms 137 verse 6. 5. I thank God for obedience, that He gives us clarity and guidance, teaches us how we can show our obedience by honoring God through praise and worship. Ecclesiastes 7 verse 14. Proverbs 20 verse 5. 1 Kings 15 verse 22. 1 Peter 1 verses 22-25. 6. I thank God for the giving, that He gives us clarity and guidance, teaches us how we can show our giving by honoring God through praise and worship. James 1 verse 17. Ecclesiastes 11 verse 1. Matthew 7 verses 11-12. Colossians 3 verse 17. Proverbs 19 verse 17. 7. I thank God for the peace and joy that He gives us clarity and guidance, teaches us how we can show our peace and joy, honoring God through praise and worship. Ecclesiastes 12 verse 13.
14. 2 Coríntios 13:11.
Romans 15 verse 13. Zephaniah 3 verse 17. Chapter 14. One corresponding will is enough. God's prayer and obedience to the Holy Spirit to solve any problem. 2018. I am beginning to fulfill what I wrote back in 2011. I am beginning to realize my calling. And after a while, spiritual growth begins, an upswing, the center begins to grow, God begins to bring new people. Calling is a ladder upwards. Open my calling to me. Everyone has their own calling. Everyone is good at something. What is a person's calling? From birth, they dreamed of something, they always wanted something more. And we are always being brought down. If you fall to the ground, they said, it will never work out for you. The usual upbringing when parents, instead of supporting their child, stopped him like learn first, find a job, and so on. It is best if a person works in the field of his vocation. For this you must decide who you are, a master or a seller, a rescuer, or you like to help. Need to decide on the scope of your activity so that there is opportunity to move on. Vice versa. How, you ask, how can I understand what my vocation is? Your friends, relatives, colleagues can help you with this. Ask them what you do best. Maybe you are not doing your job. Instead of creating, you distribute and sell. Or why is it important to find your calling? Everyone has a calling. Why do people become millionaires or even billionaires? Yes, it's simple. They made their vocation their favorite business, with the help of which they earn money. For example, Bill Gates, the creator of the Windows operating system, and Microsoft, or Mark Zuckerberg, the founder of Facebook, Steve Jobs, the creator of Apple and the first smartphone, etc. But let's take these three. They made their dreams a reality and live, or lived, and rejoice. Why do work that doesn't bring you happiness and doesn't benefit others? Try to make your calling your job and you will be happy. Because by doing what you love, you help other people. For example, by creating your own business, starting to earn money and quitting your old, boring job, you have already helped someone, because someone else will be taken to this place. This is already help. But this is not a call to quit everything at once. No, this is a call to think, make a plan, maybe collect additional material. And remember that capital is needed everywhere. But the main vocation is to help those who are surrounds. Look around you, maybe someone needs help now. Maybe someone just needs to talk, and another needs help with something. By helping others, you save them from depression or something even worse. Smile at another, and even giving a fleeting smile, you will help someone else. It was very easy for me here in general. Thanks to rehabilitation, I got into the church and tried everything there. Helping people, playing the guitar, telling drug addicts about freedom on the streets, in dens, at points, serving in a closed hospital, giving anonymous lessons to guys which follow the program. I'm not particularly crazy about the fact that I help ungrateful people. Almost 99% of people are like that, and I'm not very thrilled about it. But I can't do without this. It brings me happiness, I enjoy it. And I really believe that I should cultivate this further. This is exactly what I need. Vocation is what you like to do. For example, have been the director and head of the Road to Freedom Rehabilitation Center for 4 years. There is a large house here, about 1,000 square meters. I have a place to sleep. I am fed and provided for to cover my needs. I am fully provided for. I don't worry about what I eat or what I wear, and all the guys here at the center don't worry about it either. I do this in Germany. This is my calling. But I tested myself in everything. I worked and opened a company. I have a business. I tried to make a restaurant. I tried to do construction work. This is necessary for a person. You need to look for yourself. It is necessary for a person from a risk zone like I was, who was not occupied with anything at all, and there is no excuse for this. I always needed a meaning. Why live? What does it give me? In principle, I have died more than once. Life was on the verge. Life was on the edge, and therefore I needed motivation and meaning. Now this is my meaning, my motivation. I live, help others, and I am happy. I think this is my calling. I help drug and alcohol addicts and provide consultations for their relatives. This brings me happiness. What do you need to do if you are addicted to drugs, alcohol, or if your relative is addicted? What you need to do, according to Natalia Anatolyevna Potapiva's program, The Path to Freedom. Go to the end or stairway to heaven. Couple more steps. There is no strength left. It seems like I have already found everything, already done everything, but it is this step that remains to be taken in order to go through rehabilitation. You need to be patient and hold out until the end. I will say right away, this step is a lifetime. No, it's not. Means that you need to be in rehabilitation all your life, but first you need to be patient, achieve those goals that you have outlined. Next, we think mathematically. Now we have grown up, reached the last step. Now let's think. Can everyone be saved or not? I think not. Is it possible to be saved? I think not everyone. Many simply will not be able to escape. Is there more evil on earth than good? The answer is definitely yes. Is it possible to give good to someone so that, in the end, they also give this good to someone? You can say that now there is approximately 70% evil, and our task is to help as many people as possible to switch to the side of good. Pressure will be always and everywhere. If there is no pressure, there will be no personal growth. There will be no opportunity to rise higher. There will always be factors and situations in which there will be temptation from a past life, situations where you will want to drop everything. But that is exactly what you should not do. The main thing is to learn how to react correctly to a situation where you need to apologize, where you just need to be patient. As a rule, pressure occurs when you are going in the right direction. For example, at work your boss demands from you more than with others and constantly finds fault with you, humiliates you, and so on. Congratulations, you have been noticed and are being prepared for a higher position. If you can overcome your aggression, endure all the pressure situations, you will rise, and if, on the contrary, you freak out and, turning around, quit, the boss won't care. He will, of course, be sad that he was wrong about you, but nothing. He will find another one. Here is a simple situation, it seems, but the ways out of it are different. Get out of your comfort zone. If you want to save yourself or save someone, get out of your comfort zone and move. The comfort zone is the most terrible thing that can be. As soon as you hide in your comfort zone, you are one step away from your old life. Lisa. My name is Lisa. I am 15 years old. I came from Latvia with my mother and younger sister. We have been living in Germany for almost 5 years. We were believers. We went to the Jewish community. We were always told that we are a very beautiful family. But at some point everything went wrong. My mother started to use drugs. Once upon a time, when she herself was a teenager and she was also 15 years old, she started to use because she met my future father. At first they smoked, then it turned into something bad. My father died from an overdose, and my mother, I had just been born then. My mother was 18 years old. She underwent rehabilitation, everything was fine. She hadn't used drugs for 8 years and then relapsed here in Germany. Then our grandmother came to live with us. My sister and I were with her. Mom was alone. She threw herself into her work. She said she was going to work and would be back soon, but she could disappear for a while because something was going on with her. And when I was 11, I started to resent my mother for abandoning me, for not loving me, and we grew apart. Then everything seemed to be fine. Or rather, there was a picture that everything was fine. We moved to another city. My mother found a man. Everything seemed to be going well, but then my mother started drinking even more. And I thought, if my mother can ignore me, I can also go out with my friends. And at that moment, I found friends with whom I could hang out. Because for a while I didn't have any friends, I spent a lot of time on the internet watching TV series, and I formed a picture in my head of what friends meant. It's when you drink together, when you smoke together, when you have parties together in apartments. I thought, this is teenage life. I've seen a lot of movies where American parties are in big houses, and I wanted the same thing. And that's how I found such friends. I was 13 years old, and I was offered a cigarette. And I thought, well, why not? Why not? I saw my mom smoking every day, so why can't I? And I tried it. Honestly, I didn't like it at first, but I couldn't lose the status that I'm cool, that I'm the same as everyone else, because all my friends were 3 to 4 years older than me. I was the youngest in the group, and it all developed very rapidly. Then there was alcohol, then a lot of alcohol, then too much alcohol. Then the new year 2019 has arrived, and my mother's man's niece, with whom I had a good relationship, she was 18 years old then, we went for a walk with her friends, and they offered me a joint. I had no idea what it was, but I trusted my friend, and she said everything would be fine, I would like it. And I decided to try. I literally took a couple of puffs, and it hit me hard. But friends said, wow, you're so cool, you're only 13 years old, and you're already smoking a joint with us, you're such a good girl. And I thought that's how you should live. I came to what I wanted. I have adult friends, I have cigarettes, wine, a joint, I have achieved everything in life. It doesn't matter that my school went somewhere completely wrong. I was an excellent student, but I started studying very badly. My relationship with my mother also deteriorated. I didn't smoke very much, there were some breaks. But in the summer I found myself another company, and there was a boy there. And we were friends with him, and we were friends because we could smoke together. He came from Russia. There he was having fun, but here he was lonely and bored, and I kept him company. Then I started to like him, and I wanted to please him. He was 17, I was 14, he told me about different drugs, talked about his girlfriends who used drugs, said they were cool and like I should be like that too. I tried this, I tried that, I achieved what I wanted, this boy was with me. But the relationship with my mother really went to zero because I found an excuse for what I was doing, like it's all your fault, you didn't take care of me, and that's why I'm doing it, and you're to blame, everyone is to blame, I'm the only one good, a victim of circumstances. I think what I was saying hurt my mother, and she started using even more. And at one point she decided to take her life into her own hands and called the center. They accepted her with difficulty, they didn't want to take us because there were 3 of us, my mother, me and my younger sister, but Pastor Natasha still took us, for which I am very grateful to her. I began to see changes in my mother in the center. Somehow it was erased from my memory during these couple of years. What a good mother used to be, I only saw what mother is bad now. And in the center I began to see how she laughs soberly. I began to see her sober eyes, I began to see how she reaches out to me and my sister, and my mistake was that I renounced her. Even being in the center, having already tasted this grace, seeing how one can live soberly, I still made a mistake, went to see a boy for a walk, and I was swept away again. And at the moment when I had already left the center, they say there are 7 mortal sins and spirits, when you leave having received grace, then you are even more covered. I felt it on myself because it was terrible, and I realized that it was terrible only after that. When I left, I thought, wow, how cool. I escaped. Like in the movies, went to a friend. How great I am. But I didn't understand what the consequences would be, what it would lead to. This friend introduced me to his even more older friends. I was 15 years old, they were 20 to 22 years old, and they also all used, drank, smoked, and considered it normal. When you say, no, I won't, or no, I don't use, you are considered strange and then very much bullied. I saw such examples. I was with this friend, I did everything, I was like cool, but boys or girls came, said I don't drink or I don't smoke. They were really bullied and even sometimes forced to do it because if you want to be with us, you have to do this and that. In a couple of months, I realized how much it destroys me, and it destroys not only my body, my physical condition, but also moral and spiritual. Because I had some principles, priorities, and at that moment it was absolutely erased because I got this buzz, this freedom which I wanted so much, which I craved so much. I was in terrible condition, felt myself as much as possible devastated because it seems like I have friends, as I thought I'm walking around in cologne, all that stuff. But you sit with these thoughts. Still, there is a conscience, and it says, how is mom there? She writes to you, sends photos, asks how you are, even when you call her drunk and say that you are not drunk and you are all any. You say, yes, I'm going to a friend in the neighboring village and will be back in the evening, but in fact you come in a month and a half and she still doesn't disown you, still waiting for you. It ate away at me very much from the inside. And when I came back to the center, I was very ashamed. In front of everyone, I was told about how they prayed for me. Every Friday, almost every day, about how my mother cried almost every night that I was not there, and she didn't know where I was. And I thought, well, I left and left. No one there thinks about me. What kind of center is there? I'm very bad. treated the brothers because they locked me up. Everyone is against me. And I am so poor and unhappy. And I was told about it, and I was very upset, cried a lot because of it, because I really felt like that. Then I decided to go through the program to get on this path. Because I used to be in the center like I am, but kind of not. As if I didn't exist. I'm somewhere there. I'm not with you. I'm not a rehab patient. That was my main phrase, that I am not dependent on anything. I have no bad habits. I am a completely free person, a Christian, a face of the church. And probably from August to this day was the best time in the center. I really immersed myself in this atmosphere. I began to listen to the steps. I began to read the Bible. I began to pray with everyone. It really makes me happy because this sober look at life. I really like it. I feel like a real person and not some kind of animal that gets drunk or uses something there and sits somewhere there, lies around, who knows how. It looks. This is not life. And in the center, I don't know how to convey it because it's such a spiritual, soulful fulfillment that you really feel not alone. You feel that this is your family, and it's very good. When I came to the center for the second time, I saw how my mother changed. She changed dramatically. She was already changing then, in the first half of the year, but when I came later, I was really just amazed. Because I saw such an accomplished woman who is no longer some kind of rehab patient. As I said, you are a drug addict, spoiled to me life, and here she is already became to serve, and already a leader in this center. And I thought, but why am I such a daughter at such a woman? And me, it was unpleasant. I spoke about it with Pastor Andre, and a huge part into my change. Pastor Andre contributed to my change because he did things to me that I thought were painful and unpleasant by what he said, pointing out my shortcomings, but it was these indications of his that changed me. At first I thought, you're offending me, I'm actually a child. I was brought here. How can you humiliate, insult, and shame me like that? And only later did I realize that it was only for my benefit, and that he wished and wishes me all the best. November, manifestation of the kingdom, month of honoring God through the manifestation of his kingdom. Luke 17 verses 20 to 21. 1. I thank God for responsibility before God and society. Lord, I thank you for this quality that you desire to see in each of us. Help me take on responsibility in this year of rain, year of fruitfulness and springs that you are opening. Give revelation and understanding that the kingdom of God is within us. How can I show honor to God through my responsibility and manifest his kingdom? Isaiah 60 verse 1, Judges 3 verse 9, Proverbs 11 verse 11. 2. I thank God for the fear of God. Lord, I thank you. You who strengthen the fear of God in me, because this is the beginning of wisdom, and you send your rain and blessings straight from heaven into this year of fruitfulness and springs that you open. How can I show reverence to God through my fear of God and manifest his kingdom? 1 Peter 1 verses 17 to 18, Proverbs 2 verses 1 to 5, Psalms 24 verse 14, Psalms 33 verse 8, Psalms 127 verse 1. 3 is the beginning of wisdom, and you send your rain and holiness. Lord, I thank you for this quality and that you see us holy in this year of rain and blessing, a year of fruitfulness and springs that you open. How can I show reverence to God through my holiness and manifest his kingdom?
Heb 12, 14, 18.
Matt 5:8, Psalms 23 verses 3 to 5, John 17 verse 17. The word of God leads to holiness. 4. I thank God for compassion. Lord, I thank you that you want to see this quality in us and teach us in this year of rain, a year of blessing to use your springs, which you open. How can I show reverence to God? Through my compassion and manifest his kingdom. 1 Peter 3 verse 8.
Rom. 14, 1, Rom. 15, 1.
James 1 verse 27.
Rom. 12:20 Uhr.
5. I thank God for faith. Lord, I thank you that you teach us that your faith should not stand on of human wisdom but on the power of God. In this year of rain, blessings using God's resources that you, Lord, are opening. How can I show reverence to God? Through my faith and manifest his kingdom? James 2 verse 20. 1:02:05. 1 John 5 verses 4 to 5. 6. I thank God for self-confidence. The Lord gives us the desire and teaches us to be confident in ourselves. That necessary in this year of rain and blessing and open. Of the sources of heaven that he opens to us to acquire such a quality and value of heaven. How can I show reverence to God through self-confidence and manifest his kingdom?
Heb 11:1. Heb 4:15.
7. I thank God for the correct self-assessment. God wants to see a correct self-assessment in each of us and teaches us this. Help us in this year of rain, year of blessing, year. Fruitfulness, the year of sources that you open to acquire this quality. How can I show reverence to God? Through my proper self-esteem and manifest his kingdom.
Col·lecció 2, de 9 a 10.
Luke 10 verse 19.
Rom. 12:3.
When organization ends, then reliance begins.
Oh,
2019. The year I became a pastor of a church, pastor of rehabilitation. Understanding of everything comes into my life. 2020, 2021, 2022. I serve in the Rehabilitation Center Path to Freedom until March 2022. In March 2022, I finished serving there and moved to Bavaria. The war began and I began adaptation, integration, and recovery as a refugee in Germany. But we will talk about this in the next book. Tree of Life. Personality. This step is related to the realization of one's personality. Of course, you must first build your personality, and it still needs to be. To build and continue to build. How much as a personality you are successful, how much you are an expert, how much you are known. I thank my senior leader, this is Dr. Sunday Adelaja. He set the direction for the development of personality in society. Especially personalities like me, a former criminal, a former drug addict, but nevertheless, with all this, I opened my cultural organization and became its leader. I opened a charitable foundation, became leader of rehabilitation programs. I managed several homes. Rehabilitation. Became the director of a rehabilitation center. I became the head of my own company. I became the director of my own restaurant, cafeteria. Now I am the director of a rehabilitation center in Germany. To get to the end, you need to influence society, influence this world, you need to influence everything negative in society. You need to fight these phenomena, not agree with negativity. To get to the end and preserve yourself, you need to develop the skill to assess what you have inside yourself. This is peace, tranquility, grace, confidence, inner kindness. When you are a person of extremes, it is easy to lose all of this. For me, the most difficult thing in this lesson was balance. Balance of psyche, health, psychosomatics, mind, spirit, and physical condition. All of this needs to be balanced. That this lesson teaches how to achieve inner harmony. I study myself, work on myself, and will do so all my life. Over time, a person becomes weaker, and it becomes more difficult for them to resist worldly pressures, temptations, and so on. Nothing in the world changes. Therefore, you need to prepare yourself for a marathon. You need to tune yourself in to the fact that you need to preserve yourself until the end of your life. Even when I am old, I need not to lose my freedom, not to stumble. In this lesson, I value my freedom. I remember how I smoked for 20 years, how I couldn't live without drugs, how I shut myself off to silence my conscience. I remember all this perfectly, and I appreciate that I am living like this now. And I went through this lesson with difficulty because there was always a temptation to rush to extremes, excessive eating, then excessive. In this lesson, maxim, fast, waste of my emotional mind, squandering on everything and everyone led to emotional burnout. The same goes for spiritual, too unbalanced, unreasonable faith, vain hopes in God, and at the same time you do nothing yourself, do not act, again led to a lack of results. Therefore, in order to balance everything, harmonize everything, and remain in a stable state, it was a very big job for me. My name is Maxim. I am 19 years old. I came from Nuremberg, from Bavaria. I got here about 4 months ago now, living in the center with the guys and the pastors, and very happy that I got here. Somewhere around 13 years old, I tried smoking a joint for the first time. It was on the basketball court. There were always older guys playing there, and I was with them. Once they invited me, I tried it for the first time. I wasn't particularly impressed. Then some 340 times I didn't use it at all. And then I moved to Munich with my dad because I wanted to leave Nuremberg. I wanted to leave my mom because we had very bad relationships. And I went to boarding school in Austria because Dad devoted a lot of time to business, traveled somewhere. He wasn't home. Therefore, I was 5 days in Austria and 2 days always at home, and then it all started. Because no one will watch over you like at home. And there, from 14 years old, crystals, cocaine, and everything else started. First, of course, not every day, once a week, but then, when it became my way of life, every day with the guys, either in the break to smoke a joint, to sniff something in class, it drew me in very quickly. And already at 16 years old, I brought myself to such a state that I almost died. The doctors told me that if I continue in the same vein for another month or 2, then my all organs will fail. And I ended up in psychiatry for therapy. At this time, my father died, and I spent about 6 to 8 weeks in therapy. Everything seemed fine. Then I went back to school in Nuremberg, and it all continued there. I just thought everything would be fine, but the class was such that everyone was smoking weed. Everyone was making everything even worse than in Austria, it turns out. It was very difficult. New environment, new friends. And at 18, shortly before I came here, I again brought myself to the point that I was climbing on the roof under the influence of drugs because I lost my keys. When I woke up at 5 in the morning, I wanted to go home, but I didn't have the keys. I decided to go through the roof. Thank God, he saved me from falling off that roof. And it was also very difficult with the police. I was almost arrested because of a couple of things. Therefore, I decided to come here to the rehabilitation center, and now I am very glad that I got here, that I can finally change my life now. My relationship with my mother is complicated. At the beginning of this year, she kicked me out of the house because she was fed up with everything. She said, "Stop acting crazy, change," but I didn't want to change at all. Then, when I was already in a difficult situation, everyone abandoned me, the police were pressuring me. I turned to my mother because she is a kindred spirit, and I don't know why, but something in her changed. She became a different person. She started taking me home, helped in court. She helped me with everything in general, supported me, and now we have a good relationship. It has never been like this. I still had my own apartment, and my mother would sometimes take me to her place, and I wanted to live in a family again because I could be myself there. Of course, there were friends and all that, but it's not what gives you joy. You feel like something is wrong. At first I was careful. Suddenly my mother would start something again, that she just wanted to approach me. I noticed that she used to be very strict, told me that I was a hopeless drug addict, and then she understood why I was like that, what was happening in my life. She really began to understand me. I noticed it myself, and therefore later I rented out my apartment and moved to my mother. And then my mother told me about the rehabilitation center, and I decided to go here. When I arrived at the center, of course, I was a little shocked because I expected something completely different. Like in worldly therapy, I thought you could sit with your phone and a cigarette all day. In a couple of months, everything would pass and back home again. But it's not like that. Everything is different in the center. At first, I just wanted to go home because I didn't like anything. I didn't like the program. I didn't like it. I didn't like the day at all, but now I myself. I notice that I am changing, that my inner values are changing, and it is clear to me that I am changing. When I arrived, I weighed 59 kilograms, so thin. Now every day I grow spiritually. I do something for this, and I also do something for physical growth. I study. Yes, I am very glad that everything works out for me thanks to our pastor, Pastor Andre. At first it was really hard. I still remember how I humbled myself. Every day, I thought that I would leave tomorrow, one more day, and that's it. But then you start to feel at home. And first, the pastor was gone for 2 weeks, Pastor Andre, and everything was somehow not right, but then Pastor Andre came and everything changed, really. It's like he's digging in the right spots in you. He has an individual approach to everyone. He knows where to press. At first, I always thought he was hitting on me. He can't go to someone else to find fault. What did I do to him? I didn't do anything to him. Did. And then I just realized, does he even need this? Like, if I were a pastor, would I need to tease or pressure someone specifically? And I realized that he does this because he loves me, because he wants me to change. And I am very grateful to the pastor and to all the guys at the center in general for supporting me, because they are really like a big family. Everyone supports everywhere. At first, of course, I didn't understand anything at all. I thought, what is this? The Bible written 2,000 years ago. Why do I need this? But when you start reading it and applying it more and more in your life, you see how everything improves. For example, there was such a topic this week: to forgive or not to forgive. And before, I didn't forgive at all. If someone does something to me, I would send him far away and grumbled. And now I feel myself that if I quarrel with someone and try to understand him, I immediately feel better. Of course, there are some in the rehabilitation center. The best way to start the day is to wake up. Think, can't you at least to bring joy to one person today? Friedrich Wilhelm Nietzsche. Sergey. Glory to Jesus Christ. I want to start this story with these words. Because thanks to only our Lord I have become who I am now, and in general, if it were not for Jesus and His mercy, I would not have been around for a long time. So let me briefly tell you about myself. My name is Sergey. I am currently in strict regime colony from where I am writing. I am 34 years old. Of these, 10 I spent in camps and prisons. And it all started very banally and innocently. At 13, I was already smoking cigarettes and tried cannabis. At 15, I was already conquering the prison building for juvenile offenders. I stayed there for about a year. I was released and considered myself cooler than everyone else, having a tattoo on my shoulder and new so-called friends. I was carried away by the current. As time went on, alcohol appeared in my life, followed by it. I became seriously addicted to amphetamine. It gave me confidence and dulled the feeling of fear, and therefore it was constantly with me. Then, for a series of serious and especially serious crimes, I ended up in the dock, well, and further prison camp, a swamp in a word. Time went on, and so did I. My track record in the police became bigger and bigger. I tried hard narcotics, which subsequently led to drug addiction and a new court sentence. And now I am going to a strict regime zone, being alcohol drug dependent. Outwardly, I looked like a zombie. To tell the truth, I tried not to look in the mirror even. But we all know the old saying, trouble never comes alone. Being in prison, I was Finished off with stunning news. They said I have HIV and hepatitis C. They said that these two diseases in tandem will eat me in a couple or 3 years, and that's if I quit drug alcoholism and don't smoke. I lost my speech. And so I arrived at the zone morally and physically dejected. I felt so bad that I find it difficult to find suitable comparisons. In the camp, I met an old acquaintance. True, I didn't recognize him right away because our last meeting was during the acquisition of another dose. And here I see a guy who is smiling. His eyes are burning. He is joyful. And in general, it seemed like he was glowing from the inside. It's hard for me to put into words what he looked like. And when I found out that he had become a believer and now doesn't use anything, doesn't even smoke cigarettes, it put me in a stupor for a while. He told me about the Lord and how the Lord appeared in his life. He invited me to an evening meeting in prayer room. There I saw many guys, absolutely different, and gathered there for different reasons. Some, like me, came from despair because it was the last chance. I understood that and was completely broken. My friend told me about the Reb Center and the online rehabilitation program. I seriously started reading the Word. I spent a lot of time in prayer and asked that the Lord grant me freedom from my addictions. I put in a little effort, and the Lord came to my requests and prayers. He delivered me from alcohol, drugs, and tobacco, and I felt freedom while in prison. I thank the Lord for this, and now I want to continue walking with Jesus. That's why I'm taking online lessons. I really like them. Everything is brief and to the point, easy to understand. And if something is not clear, you can always ask the pastor. Friends, I beg you very, very much. No, I don't beg. I will pray for everyone who seeks salvation. I shared my story. I was lost in the past. December, prayer, fasting, and solitude. A month of honoring God through prayer, fasting, and solitude. Matthew 9 verse 15. 1. I thank God for the culture of seeking God. Lord wants us to turn the value of this month. Seek God into a culture, and God wants to see it in each of us. Help us acquire this culture of seeking God in this year of rain, the year of fruitfulness and springs that you open. How can I seek God? During prayer, fasting, and solitude, having fellowship with the Holy Spirit.
1 Coríntios 1h09.
Matthew 11 verse 12.
2 Coríntios 13h13.
2. I thank God for the value of this month, prayer. Life. The Lord gives us the desire and teaches us that our prayer life is getting better. It is necessary in this year of rain, blessing, and open sources of heaven that He show reverence to God by leading a daily. 3. Opens to us to establish a system of daily prayer. How do I? Prayer life. Matthew 6 verses 5 to 7. Matthew 5 verse 3. I thank God for humility and contrition. God wants to see this quality in each of us and teaches us to be humble and contrite in this year of rain, in this year of blessing, using God's sources that you, Lord, are opening. How can I practically show reverence to God through my humility and contrition? 1 Peter 5 verse 5. Matt 20:27-28. Phil 2:5-8. For. I thank God for such a quality as the ability to hold focus, being here and now, concentration. The Lord gives us desire and teaches us this quality. It is necessary in this year of rain and blessing and open sources of heaven, which He opens to us, to acquire such a quality of heaven. How can I practically show reverence to God? By focusing on the Lord during prayer, fasting, and solitude. Hebrews 2 verse 1. Proverbs 2 verse 2. 5. I thank God for the value of this place, the ability to be purposeful. Lord, you desire that this quality be in each of us. Help us, God, not to lose the direction of the goal in this year of rain, the year of fruitfulness, and the heavenly sources that you open. How can I show reverence to God without being distracted from the goal during prayer, fasting, and solitude? Colossians 1 verse 10. Luke 14 verses 28 to 30. 6. I thank God for such a valuable quality of the month, long-suffering. Lord, I thank you that you strengthen and teach us this quality, long-suffering. I pray, I ask. There is no answer. Turn on long-suffering. Do not stop praying. God offers, teaching us. It is necessary in this year of rain and blessing and open sources of heaven, which He opens to us to acquire such a quality and value of heaven. How can I practically show reverence to God by including my long-suffering during prayer, fasting, and solitude? Romans 15 verse 5. James 5 verse 8. Hebrews 6 verse 12. Matt 2400 hours 13, 7. I thank God for love. Lord, I thank you that you show your love to us and teach us this quality. Help us, God, to love as you love in this year of rain, a year of fruitfulness and heavenly springs that you are opening. How can I show reverence to God through love during prayer, fasting, and solitude? Proverbs 10 verse 12. Matt 2400 hours 12. 1 John 4 verse 12. Song of Songs 2 verse 4. Hebrews 10 verse 24. Balance and harmony in life. How to reach the end with dignity and preserve your salvation. God, lead me to the end or balance plus harmony. I am a person of extremes. If I did something, I did it very thoroughly. If there was a problem, I would dive into it with my head. By running away from problems, you also jump to extremes. Naturally, mentally, spiritually, and physically, a person completely loses himself. Harmony, balance, peace. There is none of this. Such a person becomes psychologically shattered, his central nervous system is killed, and nothing can be done with the body as it ceases to obey. This lesson is about the depth of spirits, the human spirit and the spirit of God. I am crushed, powerless. I confessed. What should I do? God revealed himself to me, said, "You are good. I love you." How can I be like God? I learned that God is love. He treats everything calmly, with love. So, I too should do the same, should be calm, should pray, should treat everyone and everything with love. Be patient, peaceful, confident that if I will be like that, then I can go to the end. This is work until the end of life. Trials and difficulties will all renounce me. Naturally, it will not be easy to go this way. But I know the ultimate goal of human life is to get to heaven. My personal example is this. I turn to priests, to spiritual people for help. Turning to spiritual people for help, I received freedom and spiritual healing. I turned to physical people for help. I turned to trainers, and I started training my body and received physical healing. I turned to psychologists, receiving from them mental and psychological healing on the internet, in books, receiving information on what I should be like, how to do the right thing, how to change myself, how react, self-create, heal, and self-preserve. Even if the Lord God gives no more grace, forgets about me, I must imitate him, act as he acted, and do as he would have done. Whatever happens in my life, I have made the decision to walk in peace, to preserve myself. Often in life, based on the decision I made, I act the same way because my boundaries always want to expand on the physical, spiritual, and mental levels. Changes and provocations occur within me, and I am forced to make adjustments, maintain balance, in order to live life and not be in diseases at the end of life. 362. 363 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Here's what will help maintain balance and harmony in the life of a free person. 5 anchors after rehabilitation gratitude. It consists in helping people like you used to be and testifying to who you were. Find a worthy environment. Change the environment. You can attend church, you can attend peacekeeping charities that deal with this topic. Find yourself an environment that is not related to your past. Be sure to take care of your psychology. Find a good psychologist or study on your own using books. This is a must. Leave a mentor. Find a mentor who can accompany you remotely, who can suggest something necessary at the right moment. Respect and honor your family. Parents. When you were little, you pooped your pants. They cleaned up after you, which means it's your duty to remain respectful. Also honor and respect your family, wife, children, and sisters. Find a hobby. Find an activity that you enjoy, that relaxes your soul. You can reward yourself. You should be satisfied and happy. Vyacheslav. I only have to want it badly enough, I said, and in one moment it will all be over. That imaginary moment turned into 8 long years. 8 years of tears, fear, and horror. Hello everyone. Friends, my name is Vyacheslav. Let me tell you a little story. In 2004, when I turned 20, I moved from Kazakhstan to Germany. Here I tried heroin for the first time, but since I was married, my career as an initiated drug addict was postponed. For years later, I was jailed for a group robbery of a gas station while drunk. During my time in prison, my wife left me for another man from an overdose. My younger brother died of heroin and 2 other younger cousins were heavily hooked on it. After getting out of prison, I also went on a spree. At first, I tried to control the process of consumption, but in the end I gave up. The period of not bringing it to withdrawal, naively considering myself the master of my initiation began. Heroin took away 1 younger brother from me. Another lost both kidneys, and the third was put on methadone. My own life was also ruined. In 8 years of use, I have been in prison for more times, sometimes even not knowing what I was arrested for. To be honest, there was no interest even in knowing what for. I knew one thing: there is something to be arrested for. The disregard for life was colossal. About once a year, when I got tired of such life, I would shut myself in my apartment and sleep it off. I managed to. Up to 6 months, it happened once, but in general, the maximum 3. And I'm back in this swamp. 3 months without heroin, it means alcohol, cocaine, weed, and promiscuous sex. Connections. Every day is like Groundhog Day. I did not want to live this way and did not agree with such a life, so I sought a way out and I found it. Rather, He found me. Jesus Christ freed me from bondage. Friends, I am not talking about a dead religion. I am talking about a living God. Knowing about God and knowing God personally, as they say in Odessa. 2. Big differences. It has been the 4th year that I haven't done anything. I use, and moreover, I don't even swear. I completed a 12-step program, The Path to Freedom, authored by Natalia Anatolyevna Potapeva. Currently, I am a consultant for drug and alcohol-dependent individuals, as well as their relatives.